share it with others to get some of these more followers and connections to make the best out of this event. So as I said from the get-go, my goal is to make sure you connect with as many professionals in my room as you can. I also want you to learn new information about the health industry that you're in, you're taking part of, and you are creating for our future. At the same time, I want you to have fun. So we're gonna start the morning off with a little fun, with a little movement, and the morning panel is actually featuring a variety of distinguished guests who are experts in the field of health, nutrition, fitness, and more. So during this discussion, they're gonna share insights to how COVID and this pandemic affected us all, and how we're going, and that means affecting cooking habits, affecting gym access, and physical activity of people in general. Let's put your hands together for Dr. Michael Kagan, the CEO of Reagenics, the moderator for this session, who's going to be in the spotlight of this topic. It's all about modifications in food shopping, fitness habits, and eating patterns during the pandemic and afterwards to create a great lifestyle. Put your hands together. Let's welcome him on stage. He'll bring in his panelists. Come on, Dr. Michael. Well done.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Who would have believed that from Israel to Dubai would be even possible? So I'm really grateful to the organizers. I'm grateful to the King. I'm grateful to the people of Dubai that we've been given a chance to come here. I presume that everybody here in the room experienced lockdown over the pandemic. I don't think that there was anyone on the planet who didn't experience a lockdown. Is there anyone here who did not experience lockdown, who just went regularly to work? So what's interesting is that before the pandemic, I presume everybody went to work. How many people had ever used Zoom before the pandemic? Anyone use Zoom? Yeah, I had one session on Zoom. It was a bit odd. I used Skype. Do you remember Skype? Anyone remember Skype? Skype's gone. But there was Zoom, but nobody really used it. Sometimes we had international conference calls with Zoom, and look what happened to the world. Everyone went to work, and then everybody had to stay at home, and suddenly there was Zoom. We all had offices, and then we came home after work, and suddenly everything changed, and the whole world started to work from home. And what we want to explore in this session is what effects is having the office move to the house have had on our health, our physical health, our mental health. What effects has it had on our buying habits, on our eating habits? And I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. D. Katz Shachar to join me in a discussion on this subject that affects us all. Please welcome on stage Dr. D.
It's nice that, hello. It's Ms. D. Katz, but thank you for that, thank you. Very nice. How exciting.
Hello. Okay, we're live. Go, guys. We're going to have a great conversation. The time's on the clock. If you want time for questions, just finish early, okay?
So we did have a third panelist. He may make it, but he may not. So we're going to start the conversation. And please introduce yourself.
My name is D. Katz Shachar. I earned my master's in public health in Tel Aviv University and based my business, Bodyholic, on the model of public health promotion and how to make health literacy and education accessible to everyone.
So, and I'd like to just say something about myself. Michael Kagan, I'm the CEO of Reagenics. We utilize the best that nature can give us through plants. without growing plants. We grow stem cells. Yesterday there was a lot of talk about human stem cells and animal stem cells. You probably heard of cultured meat. We do what cultured meat does for the animal, we do for the plant. We have large bioreactors. We grow plant biomass and extract from that the goodies that are essential for our health and nutritional value. So, I know we haven't been sitting here in the room for a long time. Nevertheless, how many people this morning went for a run along the promenade? Okay. How many people went to the gym? Oh,
Really?
Congratulations.
Wow.
Now, we're going to...
But I just want to point out that it was only two.
Two people at the
Two,
front,
you
two
are the
people at the front,
stars.
and two more at the back. Out of the hundreds of people in the room right now, we have 4 people who worked out this morning. Now, just think back to when the pandemic hit us. Yes? How many of you went to the gym then? Nobody. Gyms were closed, you couldn't go out in the street, very difficult to go running, 1 kilometer limit. What we're going to ask of you now is for those who worked out this morning, this will be easy for you, and those who didn't work out this morning, we want to just do some easy stretches. We want you to stand up now, please. Okay? And Dr. D, I can call you Dr. D, will lead us
As a gimmick, you can do that. I still have not earned it. All right, first of all, thank you so much for doing this. The first thing we're gonna do is do that basic Jane Fonda, kind of, who by the way is love Jane Fonda. We're gonna do some Jane Fonda right now. So we're gonna reach one hand over our head and get a nice stretch on, which always seems a little funny, but this is the best stretch. You're right, and be careful not to tear up your tailored suits, right? And now I'm gonna ask you to use the chair, and you can kind of move it back so you've got plenty of room. Just move it back a little, and then you're gonna sit for a minute, and then you're gonna stand back up, and then you're gonna sit, and then you're gonna stand back up. And just make sure that you're driving your heels into the floor, and we're gonna do this for another 5. But I'm not gonna make you really sweat in your tailored suits, I promise. Just 3 more. And squeeze the butt when you go up. We're gonna go for 1 more. Great, and then for one good one, we're gonna spread the legs way out and reach the hands forward, and we're gonna stick the butt back and the hands forward. So you want your back to flatten out as though we're putting like a teacup on our back. Straighten those knees. Now soften the knees and roll up. Don't you feel better? No, seriously, don't you automatically have a smile on your face? Thank you. Thank you for putting us all on the spot.
So well done, everybody. So, hello? Good. So, one of the things that I particularly like to do is to break the rules. And this was an example just now. It's not just the run-of-the-mill panel session. To get everybody to stand up, I think that was great. One of the things that happened during the pandemic is people stopped exercising. What effects does exercise have on the body and on the mind? Okay, we're talking here about mind, body, spirit. The connection between mind, body, spirit. When the body stops moving, tell us a little bit about how does that affect nutrition, how does that affect the mind? We'll leave the spirit, everyone has their own connection to spirit, but what is the effect of exercise on the well-being of the body?
So on a very technical level, if we don't exercise, then we are increasing the risk for the higher morbidity rate, higher mortality rate, in the same sense that obesity increases it. So it's specific types of cancer, specifically type 2 diabetes. Lack of exercise, by the way, is also linked to higher risk of Alzheimer's disease and early onset dementia and dementia. And but I want to talk also about that point that we just did where you exercise. Like I said, we talked about this a second ago. You felt a little happier, right? You smiled for a second there, because we didn't just end it at a little bit of a stretch, but we also got our heart rate up a little bit. And it's the release, we didn't get to the release of all the hormones, but we did get our blood pumping a little bit. And it's good to move, and we're born to move. So that's the thing. It's natural for us. We have to remember this. And another thing that happens, and this is physical, of course, is the higher increased risk for mental health issues. So that smile that we just put on our faces by moving, by doing what we are meant to do, it's our natural habitat is movement, will decrease anxiety, depression, and increase your focus also. So that's bringing us to the idea of working from home, getting up, doing that, refocus.
So there was a study done in neighboring country here, Qatar, on the effects of the pandemic on body fat, on eating habits, on shopping habits. It wasn't good. People during the pandemic, working from home, put on more body weight, they ate worse food. There's other studies that have shown actually the opposite, that people were ordering from their supermarkets fresh food and cooking more at home. And so people's health actually increased in some studies. It would be interesting to hear from the crowd, but let's have a discussion first. But I would like to know, during the pandemic, what were your eating habits? Did they improve, or did they lose value because you were ordering or eating fast foods? Now, at the certain points in the pandemic, there wasn't even fast foods available. You could only get fresh food. So people who were used to eating out, how did you manage suddenly having to stay at home and cook? Did you remember how to cook? Did the men cook? Did the women cook? But talk us a little bit about your experience during the pandemic and how you coped nutritionally.
I also want to say that it was very thoughtful of you to bring the two sides of the research. I think also the research shifted, the studies shifted as the pandemic went on. The effects weren't not good in the beginning, and we saw that more and more. And then later people were adjusting more, and the home workouts began, and people weren't feeling well, so they were doing something about it.
Do you remember that clip that went around of somebody, a man in the kitchen putting soap on the floor or oil on the floor and using that as a treadmill?
Oh
That was
my God.
a great one.
No, but that's brilliant. Maybe I'll put that in my Bodyholic workout of the day. Then you're depressed or having anxiety, and you don't feel like moving or doing, or so. Yeah, it's this circular effect that I think could have been very harmful. I think a lot of people, though, adjusted to working from home.
one of the things that my company has looked into is something we called PPT, post-pandemic trauma. Not PPT as in PowerPoint, but post-pandemic trauma.
I was thinking posterior pelvic tilt, but okay.
And examining what effects did the pandemic have on us as long-term. So I'm not talking about long COVID. I'm talking about the long-term mental and physical effects of this whole episode or whole nightmare that we've been through. But actually, I don't want to continue along this direction. The question that I want to look at is not what was, but what will be. What I'm interested in is we now have all got used to Zoom or what's it called, Meet, yes, M-E-E-T. I like to go beyond Meet. We're all used to that. There are people now who are watching us all over the world. This is a totally new phenomena that has been catalyzed, speeded up by the pandemic, but not caused by the pandemic. This was a trend we've been going through. The idea of working from home was already picking up speed. It just accelerated extraordinarily because of the pandemic. And I want to ask the question, if that is the future, if office buildings are going to remain more empty than full, if a lot of us are going to be home working, what is it that you would suggest that we need to be careful of? What habits not to fall into? How do we maintain our sanity and our health?
This is the topic that I probably deal with the most as a personal trainer and with my business. The issue with working from home the first thing that it brings up for me is that a sedentary lifestyle is defined as being sedentary for 6 hours or more and then not being physical throughout the rest of your day. So in other words, you're working at your desk and you're continuously working at your desk, and then you take a break and you're done with your workday and you're gonna go sit on the couch. So that's what I mean. It's not that you're done with your workday and then you go out for a run and you're going to go do a CrossFit session, and that's very dangerous for our health, physical health. We're not even going to get into mental health from that. That's very dangerous for our health, and like I mentioned before, it's the effects of it are very similar to obesity. So one of the things and another thing I just want to say before I answer is that the borders and limits that we have when we work in an office and then we go home are kind of erased. So when we're working at our kitchen table and we can move our laptop and then work on the couch, and then, we can, sit down on our bed, and you can end up working all day long, and you can also forget to get up. I'm married to a person like that who can easily just not get up 12 hours.
She's not married to me, but
you're one
me
of those
too.
People. And I know a lot of people like that.
How many people here just start work in the morning and don't finish until the evening, even if you're at home? Anybody doesn't get up, doesn't exercise, doesn't stretch, doesn't get a coffee? Whoa,
wow, we are in a
good.
healthy room. How many people lose track of time while working?
Okay.
So I'm going, and it could end up being for 6 hours. Am I correct? You could be sitting for over an hour. And that's a big issue as well. And so in order for me to also help you focus on your work and get back into that focus mode and protect your health, then I would say, and research backs me up, that the Pomodoro format is the healthiest format, and you can find these timers anywhere for free. It really doesn't matter. It's a very famous model where you are basically getting an alert every 25 minutes, or ideally 20 minutes, and then you stop your work, okay? You can even get on a Zoom meeting, all right, and you're just moving around and, you know, talking it out. Maybe you're gonna go get a coffee. Maybe while you're getting the coffee, you're gonna just do a little bit of a squat, and then get back to work. So it's not that I'm taking time away from your work, it's that I'm saying just move while you're working. Of course, I want you to take a little bit of time away. It'll be good for you mentally. But if you're on a roll, and I really, really understand that, then just take your work to a moving environment. And that 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then taking 5 minutes off in intervals throughout the day is actually a lifesaver. And then you're adding minutes onto that workout of the day, right? And you become a much less sedentary person.
Thank you. It's such an irony if you think about it, because when you work away from home, you get to the office, you have traffic if you're driving, or you have to deal with public transport. And I don't know anybody who likes sitting in traffic, except me, because I'm doing my Zoom talks, and the longer it takes to get to my office, the more time I have to work, and not to deal with people who are waiting for me at the office. But there's a great irony here. For many years I thought, wouldn't it be great just to work at home? Like, I don't have to deal with public transport, I don't have to deal with the traffic, I can just stay at home. Well, as long as there's somebody else to look after the kids, to do the washing and the cooking, as long as that's okay and that's taken care of, wouldn't it be great to work at home? But then, the irony is the opposite. Working at home turns out not to be good for us because of the break. Home is home, office is office. And the gap in between is very important for us mentally. To be able to take breaks at work where everybody goes for lunch, and not to say, okay guys, I'm not coming with you for lunch because you know I prefer to work. How many people have ever done that, right? So you're forced to take breaks. You have the, what's it called? The photocopy club, or once we called it a photocopier, right?
The water cooler.
The water cooler, right? Where you meet other people, not through a screen.
Whether you like it or not, right? There are plenty of people who actually want to keep working, but there are distractions that actually force us up and moving, or out of the computer for a moment.
So this is a great paradox in our future. Home or office away from home. There are good things and there are bad things. Going to an office is not necessarily good. You sit in a cubicle, and there's another cubicle, and there's another cubicle, and you are with people but not with people, and people don't actually know who the other people are, and then you feel isolated. Even though you're amongst other people, you feel isolated, whereas at home, you're at home. You know, that's great. I feel great at home. These are things that we've never tackled before. And I'm not the expert to predict how we're going to cope with it. The advantages to a company not to have offices, the money saving, the ecological, environmental savings in working from home are enormous. But the physical, mental, and spiritual burden is going to also be enormous, and we have to figure out how to cope with that.
Right, and it's that's also a very costly issue. So it might actually, you know, it might be smart to pay the rent. And but I do want to say this, that one of the tools to use, but you have to really be disciplined and implement it, is to create the border at home. So if you have a desk where you prefer to work at home, you do not, under any circumstances, work anywhere else. So that desk is work, Okay, that's your office.
Are you listening? This is very important.
And then when you go to the couch, you do not, under any circumstances, you don't even bring a Zoom meeting on, even if it's in your ear and you don't have your laptop.
The couch is for Netflix, right?
The
You go
couch-
from screen to screen.
Personally, the couch is for Netflix. Yeah. but if I'm on a Zoom call, by the way, or a work call, I go out and I'm walking. And I recommend that if you don't need to present anything, of course, that meeting be held while you're walking. You're also probably going to be a lot more focused and clear if you're moving around and getting your blood flowing. So the main thing that I recommend for people who work from home and do have that issue of not breaking away from work is you must adhere to that border. This table is work, and this is not.
That's great advice. The other thing, I mean, the conference here has been split between how to treat people who are not well and between how to stay well. Right? Very much there's a diversity within the conference of these two subjects. There's plenty of doctors on how I treat people with, and there are other people who are how to preventative. What we're going to be facing, what we face every day in our lives, is how to prevent getting sick. But the office out of home and the office in the home is going to present us, and has already presented us, with a whole array of new questions, new challenges, and new solutions. When you're at home, who cooks for you? Or what do you cook? Do you just phone up, get fast food? I've forgotten what is. I saw last night in town they have fast delivery service. Begins with a T. I can't remember what it is. In Israel we have ours. In Europe they have theirs. Bolt, right? In Malta, do you just phone up and get fast food, or do you phone up and get fresh food and take a break from work and cook fresh food, salads? These are something, I mean, we all know what we should be doing. What I'd like to hear, unless you have something to add, I'd like to hear your views on this, because this is affecting everyone in this room right now.
I have a little something that I want to add because it's overlooked often, and especially with the people I work with. Yes, to all my bodyholic clients, I'm looking at you. The water issue. Also, the coffee cup keeps being refilled, but the water isn't being refilled. And I'm not saying that everyone is like that, but I'm saying that I encounter this very, very often. So in the sense of discussing nutrition also, we have to put the water in because it's an important component it's a crucial component of health. And also, it will keep you more alert and more focused. So if we're looking at how to get your work done in the most efficient and effective way, you also have to keep refilling your water bottle. But,
How much?
So I go by keep sipping it all day, and then when it's empty. but I just spoke to my client, and he has a smart, I don't know if you've heard this, but like I'm also not with it on tech, but there's this smart bottle. Does anybody know about the smart bottle? That it's connected to the phone, and it gives you an alert, and when it's time to drink and when it's time to fill it up. And the literature says 8 ounces, 8 glasses of 8 ounces a day. I honestly, I don't think that's enough, especially for people who do work out. I think that it's very important to just keep refilling, just like you're drinking your coffee, right? And just keep refilling. I don't think 8 glasses is enough.
Yeah, one of the advantages of working at home is that you can go to the toilet as frequently as needed, and nobody notices and nobody comments, because drinking so much, for me,
Right,
it's
right.
terrible.
Right. There you go.
I want to, unless there is some, you haven't, I urge you, one of the problems is we went last night into town and there's a large tower there, office building called Gvura. Gvura, I don't know what it means in Arabic, but in Hebrew, it means self-discipline. And working from home requires much more self-discipline. I don't know how many of you have great self-discipline, but the advice that we just heard is all about self-discipline. This is my work desk, not this. This is my couch, not my work desk. This is my water bottle I should be drinking. This is the food I should be eating. This is the breaks I should be taking. This is requiring much more gvura, self-discipline, than we're used to. When we go to work, self-discipline is usually imposed upon us. Okay? So think about that in your lifestyle, how well disciplined you are to work at home. What about those who are not?
This is a really interesting topic because there are also many studies. Roy Baumeister, who is, I think, the master of willpower and discipline, and if you just look him up, you're going to see amazing, amazing studies.
The name again?
Roy Baumeister. The willpower is a very, very real thing in our brains, and there is something called willpower depletion, and when we practice our sense of discipline and what we can do and what we can't do and what we're avoiding to do, when we practice that throughout the day, it depletes our willpower. And one of the ways to, I also want to say that in turn, that also decreases our focus. It also affects the food choices and the health choices we're going to make later on in the day when we're completely depleted. So preparation in advance is one of the best things to really counter the willpower depletion. So if I cut up my salad or my vegetables in advance and have it in the fridge, I've got my healthy stuff already there. I don't have to think about, I don't have to scroll through and decide what I'm going to eat for lunch or anything along those lines. And then just constantly, you know, the cup of coffee has the water next to it, and you have made a decision to like combine the two of them. But the thing that I believe is the most powerful in order to, as the antidote to willpower depletion, is support. So you're alone in your apartment or in your house and you're working. Tell people your plan. Share with people your plan. I mean, we've got social media. Talk about it on the story on Instagram and say, hey, this is where I'm going to work. And I'm not going to work there because I'm realizing that I'm just working all day long. And make it something that you are discussing so that it's actually part of your identity and it is part of the way you yourself, this is how you work, this is how you handle yourself, so you don't have to constantly fight and make the decision. So it's much easier to turn that into a habit.
Of course, you're going to have to stop the habit of going on social media when you're at home, which is also an act of will.
Right. Which I told you about this app, where I have an app called App Block, or Block, I don't even know. And I can't go into social media when I'm trying to focus. So, yeah.
Okay. So I want to open it up to, I really want to hear from people how you coped and how you think you're going to cope. And do you have any advice for us on better ways of self-discipline to be able to work from home?
Fantastic.
Do we have the lights on?
That's the invitation to get up to that mic in the middle of the room
Yeah,
and join the
how do you
conversation.
practice it?
You know, remember when they used to say that eating healthy food at home would actually be best for your health? It was quite the opposite during COVID, right?
Yeah.
All right, I see a slow movement to the mic, starting the morning early. Great conversation, really loved it. Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much to both of you. I actually have a question that doesn't have to do with home. I drive all the time. What can I do in the car? I have my water bottle next to me. I have my coffee takeaway cup. I'm holding a steering wheel. I'm going crazy. I'm singing. I'm doing whatever. But what can I do to move my body while I'm in a car? 4 hours a day.
To move your body in the car. Well, first of all, focus on driving. Make sure your eyes are on the road and you're not moving around so much, just because I want you to live a long, healthy, happy life. But you bring me to something that I don't know if you're aware of. You know, I spent the evening with you, and I don't know if you're aware, maybe everybody here who is looking at me, at the fact that there's like little movements that I tend to do. It's also genetic. There are more people who tend to do NEAT, which is the non-exercise activity. So this is NEAT. That's what it is. This is NEAT, things like that, where you're kind of jittery, where a lot of people are like, stuff it. but it's actually very healthy for you. It actually ends up being a whole other set of calories that you are burning throughout the day. So there's also that. Like if you're dancing if you're like, you know, listening to Rihanna and you've got your thing going, so that's actually an amazing way to handle that. But if you've got long drives, you have to pull over and you've got to take breaks. You really do. You have to pull over and you have to take breaks. But
Especially if you drink a lot.
exactly. Keep drinking. You won't have a choice. Right.
I would also talk to your boss regularly while you drive.
I'm not going to tell you whose boss okay.
I want to hear from people. Please tell us your practices if you work at home or if you work in the office, how you stay fit and how you eat properly. Anybody?
Anybody, I know that if you don't want to talk about what you're doing, maybe what the challenges were, because how to overcome challenges is what they're here to help us do. And there's no doubt the pandemic brought a whole bunch of them. Good morning.
Wait, Rachel, 1 minute. Somebody at the mic.
Yeah,
Please.
good morning, and thank you for the discussion. And everybody or most of us work from home. And I'm from India, I'm Bangalore, and I lead 3 businesses. And my brand name is Business Yogi. So you know, I come from the context and the mindset of fit and good health. I wake up at around 4:30. That's my first discipline. And I really appreciate what you are talking about, the discipline. That's exactly the thing. And you need to know where to work at home, the places at home, and where not to work at places at home. Not wherever you want, you take your laptop and that's your office and go around and work, right? When to drink, when not to drink. So that's my first habit, and it starts with meditation, yoga, breathing, everything that goes to up to around 6:37. And then the routine starts from there. And in the evening, I ensure that around 10:30, 11, I go to bed and not at late night work. And keep your thoughts positive. Keep your thoughts very engaging. Keep your thought towards your vision. Keep your thoughts and the action towards your mission. And these things are very, very important. And be with the people who gives you energy, and be with the people who can give you energy.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you
Doctor,
so much.
that was really, really wonderful and plugged right into my deepest beliefs. And with that, I also want to say that something to do with self-discipline also, it kind of overrides the struggle I call it the why factor. There are different ways to look at it. I know that literature calls it different things, but it's the sense of purpose. And I also did research on this during the pandemic. Once, I call it the why factor because I say sit down with a pen, with a piece of paper, and say, why do I want to lead a healthy lifestyle? Okay? And so answer number one would be because I want to look good, okay? A lot of the demographic that I belong to is, women in their late 30s, and, that's very often, why I want to work out, why I want to eat healthy. Okay, so then, but why do I want to look good? Let's go a little deeper. Well, the truth is, I want to be healthy for a long time and, see things. Why? I want to see my daughter get married. And then it goes really, 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 really deep. And then when you can't answer anymore, then that's your why factor. And it's very hard to let that go. Once you have it in front of you, you suddenly have a higher purpose. When you can't answer anymore and it's no longer superficial and you're going really, really deep, then your higher purpose is very clear, and it's like you're hyper-focused every single day. So, yeah, absolutely in line with that.
And in line with that, that's what I would call the mind-body-spirit connection.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Great, another question?
Good morning. Thank you so much for this very interesting fireside chat. As a school doctor, I deal with students starting from foundation stage till year 13, and they come with different kind of complaints, most commonly with headaches. As simple as this might sound, but I don't tackle it because they come requesting, doctor, give me a Panadol, and it's quite common now we have the Panadol medicine. So I don't give the Panadol, I sit them down and I start talking to them. What's wrong? Why do you have the headache? Because I've seen it. Unfortunately, I had students who have been diagnosed with serious diseases ranging from colon cancer to brain tumors just because of headaches, not talking about psychological problems as well. So water, water, water. They laugh. They say, no, doctor, just we're drinking water. No, you're not. So I asked them how many bottles of water you're drinking. And I noticed that personally, I don't drink from plastic cups or plastic bottles. I noticed that I drink more water when it's in a glass. It's the taste and the habit. So I believe we need to personalize everyone his preferences and how he can improve his water intake. So I believe water intake is very, very important. And you mentioned something about the working from home versus the working from the office. Personally, I noticed that when I started working from home, I pulled a all-nighter. It was very hectic. The self-discipline of stop working, stop responding to emails, stop doing those reports. When I go to the office, I have this working hours, I finish my work, I go home and rest and eat. Personally, I would prefer to go to the office rather than stay at home. But, circumstances will imply some pressure on you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are a very important person, and what you're doing is so important. Sitting down with your students, because that's when the habits begin. And by the way, I love what you said about the glass, because with a bottle, you can take a little sip and put it aside and kind of forget about it. With the glass, people will tend to drink more and then refill. So that's brilliant. And the fact, I have the chills right now, because the fact that you don't just go and give a pill is, you're very, very important. Yeah, way to go, way to go. Thank you.
Absolutely. Awesome.
It's a lot of my time and effort. People say,
I'm sure.
why are you doing this? Just give them the Panadol. My nurses sometimes, they say, I was like, no, we need to understand what's happening there, especially if it's recurrent, especially if there's a pattern of it. So we need to know what's happening.
You're really doing your job.
Thank
you. You really are. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Another question?
Yeah, thank you very much for a great great chat. And then I'm Naoko from Japan, and then I'm running a company for women's health literacy, and then we are providing like physical, like online training for women. And then what I feel very difficult is like how to motivate like women to do like good lifestyle, and also like how let them continue this good lifestyle or good exercise. So if you have any like idea, it's very appreciated.
Specifically motivating women on a healthy lifestyle?
Yeah,
Did I
right.
get that?
And also continue this lifestyle. Let them continue, keep this lifestyle. Yeah.
To keep it going.
Yeah, right, yeah.
That's a really, really good question. And I don't mean to plug this in. I really don't.
Go plug.
Do it, do it.
I'm gonna plug.
Plug it.
And I've been really avoiding it. So in 2020, I wrote a book called Rip It Up for Good. It's a very short, easy read. And the reason I did it was because I became obsessed with how to stay healthy, not get healthy. There are so many books and so much information, so many viewpoints and ideas, and then the question is, how do we stay healthy? And after a lot of research, and I mentioned this earlier, the key seems to be over and over and over and over again, support. Support, support, support. I can't say it enough. There are people, and by the way, this is also myself, I'm like this, where it's almost like my drug. I have to work out. I don't need to talk about it with anyone. I prefer to do it alone in my house. I do it, I kill it, and I'm good to go for the rest of the day. But that is not the norm, and the reaching out. So it's not really even about you getting the support necessarily. You will get the support if you reach out and even offer support to someone else. So it ends up being about you receiving the support, but how do you do it? You can actually reach out, offer support, and that'll end up keeping you accountable. And it's a very, very, very powerful tool. And one more thing regarding women, and this is also true for men, but just statistically speaking, women are higher in this. Careful with your feed. What you see on your Instagram and your TikTok and your Facebook and whatever it is that you're doing, careful with your feed. It can be very dangerous. If you're scrolling and you're looking at people who are very highly filtered and have something that seems unattainable, you're going to feel burnt out before you even started. How am I even going to get there? Fill up your social media with positive messages, things that will nourish you, like science-based information, people who are rooting you on, and things like that.
Thank you, everybody, and I
Thank you.
encourage you to look, if you want, at these YouTube channels or whatever. You have exercises.
Thank you.
And
Bodyholic, yeah, thank you.
okay, Bodyholic. Everyone look at Bodyholic.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much,
What a great
everybody.
way
Have
to
a
end.
good day.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Michael. Thank you, Dr. D. Great tips.
One more thing I want to say. If you have a practice of prayer, yes, make sure you slip into your prayers regularly. No more pandemic. Okay? Wasn't good. We don't want it back.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
We'll take a
Thank you,
picture up
Dr.
here at the
Kagan.
front. Got our photographers here. Really insightful information. I don't know if you've seen me going out constantly. I actually drink 3 liters of water a day, so it keeps me constantly going, making my steps to the restroom. It is not easy to achieve, right? But I know how important it is to keep away those headaches. Thank you, guys. Great to have you up on stage. Thanks to start our day 3 morning. You're welcome. Hope you got a snapshot of these guys. If you haven't gotten a chance to meet with them, I know everyone's starting to travel today. #Health2Conf is the hashtag we're using across all social. Follow us, tag the speakers, and start the conversation so that you can get involved in some of these topics there. I'm sure everybody has a story. So I would make a COVID-19 joke, but it would be tasteless, so I'm not going to. No one got that, huh? I'm trying these jokes. You got one? No, didn't make you laugh yet. Okay, thank you, thank you. So I just want to wake you guys up on Sunday morning. It's great to have you here. Great to have everyone online around the world. And next up, we're going to keep this conversation moving. We're going to have another conversation just about how this, we got a nice presentation here coming your way about exponential performance, elevating your efficiency through science and health. So we're going through maybe a little bit more about how to sustain this health concept in your own life. So we're welcoming up to the stage the next speaker who has received multiple entrepreneurial, speaking, and leadership awards, and recently was honored with the Inspirational Woman Portsmouth 2022 award. Please put a round of applause for Alicia Damani, the medical doctor of high performance coach. She's a TEDx and international speaker and a wellness entrepreneur of the Drip Stop. You must have seen her yesterday. Come on up. She has lots of valuable information to share. You're welcome. Do you want up here or do you want to?
I'm going to go hold up mine. Is that okay?
Yep, you're on.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, wakey wakey. Good morning, everyone. Great stuff. Thank you for the introduction. They say knowledge is power. And if that really is the case, then I am deeply humbled and privileged to be standing in front of a room full of experts from around the world, specializing in your own niches, leaders, innovators, academics, researchers, clinicians. They also say with great power comes great responsibility. And here's the thing. Would you agree that the breadth and depth of knowledge that is already out there available to our world is impactful, is immense, and the challenge that we have, for whatever the reason may be, is implementation. During a period of exponential global growth in healthcare, in business, in technology, in multiple industries, for me, we as human beings are somewhat lagging behind. And so for me, knowledge is not power, and I'll explain exactly why. So, during this presentation, you will learn the true foundations of exponential performance. The possibility of getting more done in 2 hours than most people get done in 2 days. And not only will you learn to achieve that, you will learn to do so even if you think it's impossible, even if you're not aware of the evidence, even if you think, maybe I'm burning out. Now look, you don't have to listen to me. But if you remain open and coachable for the next 30 minutes, I am going to introduce you to some revolutionary concepts that will massively improve your outputs. So, before I go any further, I'm going to check I'm in the right room. Raise your hand if you want to grow professionally and elevate the level of impact you're delivering. Great stuff. And raise your hand again if you want to achieve that whilst freeing up time to do more things you love with the people you love and by decreasing your workload. Great stuff. So let's take a look at where you are right now. Perhaps you're working day in, day out, chipping away, putting in those hours. You're relying on yourself, and perhaps you have a team of people that you work with to get through your task list for the day. And every single day, it's the same. Repeat. But what you're beginning to realize is that you're getting a little bit tired. By the end of the day, you're left feeling empty. What once was a passion is now beginning to drain you. You're relying on the caffeine hits, the sugar highs to get you through, You're on calls while you're having your lunch. You're always having to be switched on. You're going on holiday with your family, but they're getting what's left of you, not what's best of you. And the whole reason you're living the life that you are, the whole reason you're doing what you do for the people you love, for the impact that you want to deliver, you're actually functioning suboptimally. And somewhere inside of you, you know there is more to you, but you just can't find it. Now let's take a look at where you could be. Imagine waking up every single day energized, inspired, really empowered to take on your day. You wake up on your own terms. You can throw that alarm clock out the window. You go on holiday. You can switch off. You can be with your family. You're not there waiting on your phone to firefight, to troubleshoot. You can be present finally. You can take up your hobbies. You have a team of people that you can rely on. Your business is growing. Your practice is growing. And you're not even having to be there. You're getting those financial outcomes, tripling, quadrupling. And you're so proud of what you have created. And your dream has turned into a reality. Does that sound good? Yes or no? Great stuff. So, if this is where you are, and this is where you want to be, would you agree that we need a new strategy, a new methodology to help you get there? Yes or no? Great stuff. So that's exactly what I'm here to talk to you about today. Can we get the first slide up, please? Exponential performance. I might need to move this flip chart because it's bang smack in the middle of my presentation. I'm not sure if anyone can help me out with that. Exponential performance. Bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you so much. So, exponential performance, how to live a lifestyle of efficiency through the science of empowered health and performance. Now, it is my belief that everybody here in this room, and if you're tuning in online, are high achievers, high performers. You're here because you know that there is a next level version of you, your practice, your business. You're here to network and really deliver impact at a new level. Here's the thing. As high performers, we're very good at working hard. We're very good at convincing ourselves that we've got this. We know what we're doing. And so it's very easy for us to get onto a hamster wheel. As leaders, as founders, as CEOs, as clinicians, it's very easy for us. That's what we're good at. That's what validates us, our work, our profession, our academics. The more we do, the better we feel. And we keep going, and we keep going, and we keep going. And then we hear about burnout, exhaustion, fatigue, anxiety, mental health problems. Clinicians, business owners, they're groups of people who have the highest rates of these problems. And we're the ones who want to deliver the greatest impact. When it comes to burnout and mental health problems, and this is UK-based data, if you're an entrepreneur, your immediate family are 44% more likely to experience mental health problems just because you're an entrepreneur. So if you're not checking in with yourself, and perhaps what you're doing is to spend a life with your family, look at the collateral damage that you're doing just because you're not checking in with yourself and how you're showing up. Stress, brain fog. The Finnish Institute of Health and Wellbeing claims that 2.8 years of your lifespan is taken off because of stress. That's over 1,000 days of your life. Gone. You're taking that away from your kids, from your partners, from your loved ones, and consider the quality of life that you have on the way there. You know, we can talk about the physiology, the caffeine, the sugar, chronic health illnesses. And it was already mentioned earlier, and I put my hands up and say, doctors probably make the worst patients. We have those issues. Ischemic heart disease, World Health Organization, highest mortality rates, kills more than cancer. Yet, there's a huge stigma around cancer, and no one really thinks about ischemic heart disease with that significance. I love the talk that just happened now because of the influence it can have on your life, on the quality of your health, on reducing your risk of cardiovascular diseases, of diabetes. You know, we live in a world where we're sat at a computer, we're on our phones, Netflix and chill. Movement is going down, as they were sharing. How can we get that moving up? Because if we keep going the way that we are, if we keep doing the things that we are, we're running towards our grave. And again, here's us wanting to make an impact in the world. What happens if you're not around anymore? What happens to your business and your practice? Now, another stat, again, based in the UK, for business owners, or those of you considering starting a business, 95% of businesses fail by 5 years. These are people with a passion, with a drive, with a dream, a product or service that's going to make a difference in the world, and 95% of them don't make it. Question is why? And all in all, a lot of people say, well, they didn't get the financial outcomes. Okay, but we're better than that. Why did the financial outcomes not occur? Oh, the sales didn't happen, we didn't have a marketing budget, didn't get the clients. Okay, so why did that not occur? Well, the team weren't really trained, they didn't really know what they were doing. Okay, why did that not occur? They were really stressed out. Cost of living is going up. They're worried about paying the bills, they're not sleeping well. How do you think they're showing up in those sales calls? How do you think they're performing in their day-to-day life? Do we think that matters of personal life has an impact on how we show up in our professional lives? Now, you might be wondering what I'm here doing, talking about all this stuff today. So, I have a question for you. Has there ever been a time in your life where you've had a big decision to make? Now, if you were with me back in 2015, November 2015, you'd have found me as a junior doctor, resident on the oncology ward. Noises everywhere, phones going off, a pager I wanted to throw at the wall, notes everywhere on the desk. I was staring at a screen, but I was frozen. I was thinking back to the week before. I had met my supervisor because I'd sent her a message to say, I'm doing all these hours. I'm tired. It's catching up with me. I can see it impacting the way I'm interacting with my patients, and I don't like it, and I need help. She came to me, glasses down, peering over. You're not all that committed, are you? Not all that committed? I am here because of my commitment, because I want to be better, because I want to do better. But this is the system. And it made me think, is this the life that I want to live? So back on the ward, phone's going off, I'm staring at this screen. It was an email that I had written that I was hesitant to send. And I clicked. And for a moment, I felt light, I felt liberated, I felt free. I had just let go of an identity I built my whole life creating. But has there ever been a time in your life where you've made a decision and moments later you're like, oh, sugar, what did I just do? So fast forward to 2017. I'd thrown my hat over the wall. I worked in various industries, in events, in marketing, in business. As a medic, a lot of medical professionals go into facial aesthetics, so I threw myself into that. I trained in aesthetics, Googled the life out of how to set up a business, how to get my first client, how to set up a website. And on reflection, in fact, saying that, as clinicians, we tell our patients, don't go to Dr. Google. And here's me Googling the life out of how to start a business. I should have just gone to a business professional, right? But here's me feeling pretty good that, look at me, an entrepreneur. But what I found was I was tired again. I was exhausted again. I was burning out again. Something wasn't right. Something needed to change. And so, for the first time, I decided to invest in my own growth, my own personal growth. I got myself a coach. And for the first time, I was asked a question. So what are you doing for yourself and your health? Here's me thinking, I ask this question to everybody else. I've never asked that question to myself. And when I looked at my life, this is what it looked like. Wake up, tick. To-do list, tick. Eat, tick. Sleep, tick. Repeat. I wasn't doing anything intentionally for myself or my well-being. And I didn't think I needed it. You know, I was fine, fit, young human being. What do I need that for? It's a waste of time. I've got more important things to figure out. But I took on the coaching. I started looking at routines. I started meditating. I started practicing gratitude. I embedded various mindset, self-care routines. And I thought, you know, this will make me feel good and perhaps that can go somewhere. And because I was sleeping better, I was feeling better, and I realized the impact that coaching had on myself, I decided to train as a coach myself. That's how I became a high-performance coach. But that transformed not just my health, my entire life. Who I became as a human being is a human being who attracts positive energy. Opportunities started coming my way out of nowhere. And I was like, why is this happening? So I stand before you today, having gone through all of that, as an empowered, inspired, practicing medical doctor, a certified high-performance coach, a TEDx international speaker, a business elite 40 under 40. And I'm up here in front of you today, and this is all within 12 to 18 months of me looking after myself, getting a bit of coaching. In the PR, yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, we forget the power that we have within us. It's not anything that we need to bring on. It's there. And it just needs to be unleashed. And here's the thing. There's nothing special about me, but there's everything special about the system I've created that has helped me get here. So I'm introducing you to the high efficiency formula. And there are 3 focal themes that run throughout the system: time, energy, and attention. And this is deployed across all 5 steps of the high efficiency formula. Now, when you master these 5 steps, your level of productivity, performance, your outputs personally, professionally, financially goes up. Imagine making more yourself or from your team without having to do more work, without having to pay them anymore. You're not working them harder, you're working them smarter. So, who wants to see the 5-step system? Raise your hands. Great stuff. So, step 1, psychology. And don't worry, I'm not going to take you through a whole psychology degree. We're drawing on aspects of neuroscience, cognitive and behavioral psychology, neuro-linguistic programming. Now, over 50% of leaders lack clarity. Why is that a problem? If you don't know where you're going, are you going to know the steps to take to help you get there? Probably not. Think about it. You've got Google Maps on your phone. You put in a start location, you put in an end location, it will figure out the fastest route for you. Simple. If you make a wrong turning, it will detour and find you a way back so you can hit your end destination. So would you agree that if we have that level of clarity, if we have the awareness of where we are right now and exactly where we want to go, that it will be relatively straightforward for us to create those steps to help you get there? Yes or no? Yes, great stuff. So I'm going to do a quick exercise with you here. So grab yourselves a pen, a notepad, a sheet of paper, and I want you to write down, what are your top 3 values? And think about that, your top 3 values. Could be integrity, love, authenticity, work ethic, your top 3 values. And once you've written that, I want you to write the top 3 areas of your life that are most important to you. That could be your business, your profession, your health, your finances, your family, your spirituality. And once you've written that, final question. Your top 3 priorities in your life right now. And once you've written that, I want you to look at that list. Are you fueling the top 3 areas of your life intentionally with your top 3 values? Fully committed. And if your answer isn't a full yes to that, then there is a disconnect. Disconnect creates a lack of clarity. And if your top 3 areas of your life are not your top 3 priorities, then there's a misalignment that creates a lack of clarity. And that's okay. If you've not asked these questions to ourselves before, it can feel a bit unclear. But this is at the deeper level, and this is what emerges. This is what runs the show inside. And so getting to this level of clarity will actually allow you to power forward more profoundly. And you know, when it comes to psychology, you've got your values, your belief systems, your limiting beliefs, brain fog, stress, awareness. There are so many things that we can unpack and unpick. But if we get our mindsets right, we can get the rest of our life right. And I'm whizzing through this presentation, considering the time. So, of course, this is going to be very conceptual for you today. But we can definitely dive deeper into this if we have a chat afterwards. So I'm going to move on to step number 2, which is your physiology. You've worked on your mind, let's now work on our body. Now, I did give this example if you were at the fireside chat yesterday, but for those of you who weren't here, the example I gave was, consider you have a car. If you don't have a car, a vehicle of transport you've been in, a bus, a train, a plane. If it's not had its service, if it's not had its motor vehicle checks, if it's not been fueled, you can hear it rattling, it's rusty. Are you going to get into that vehicle? Probably not. You're just waiting for it to break down. So why, as human beings, with this vehicle that we have, are we not doing our health checks, servicing our own bodies physically, nourishing it, fueling it right? Perhaps we're rattling and we're rusty and we're walking around waiting for that breakdown to happen. And what's our breakdown cover phone line? 911? I'm being very, very straight here with all of you, because this is the one thing I see day in, day out with my colleagues, with my business partners. One thing that really troubles me is we don't think about the main asset of your profession or your business. We think about our team. We think about people around us. When do we think about ourselves? How are we showing up as leaders? How are we showing up for our teams? How are we showing up as human beings? Do we have the capacity to stretch and take on challenging situations and conversations? And there's, the building blocks of our cells, the physiology of our body. We can go into the science. There's so much science in this room. I don't need to go into that. But we don't think about this enough. The sleep, the nutrition, the hydration, the vitamins. We spoke about vitamin supplementation yesterday. Are we fueling our bodies right? What we don't measure doesn't get managed. So are we measuring our own physiology? Because if we're not, what are we managing? So, step number 3. I don't have very long left. Productivity. Now, how many of you use a productivity hack in your life, day to day? Great stuff, a couple of you. Okay, raise your hands if you write to-do lists. Yeah, a lot of you here. Now, keep your hands raised if you write to-do lists for your to-do lists. Ask me how I know. Now, look, there are 20, 30, 40 productivity hacks that we can look at. You can Google this stuff. There's even a book, Eat That Frog by, I think it's Brian Tracy. Really simple, thin book that just reels off lots of productivity hacks. And I'm gonna demonstrate just one of them to you here today, because there are more efficient ways to live, to be. And this is not just professional life, your personal life as well. You can share this with your teams as well. So you can write this down as well. Who's heard of the Eisenhower matrix? Great stuff, a couple of you here. So I'm just going to quickly go over that, and you can draw this. So it's just 4 squares, okay? You've got urgent. Some of you might recognize this once I go through it. The non-urgent up here. You tell I've got doctor's handwriting. And you've got important on the side and not important. Now, if you have a to-do list, you can sift through these filters now on your to-do list. Is it urgent and important? If it is, what you're going to do? You're going to prioritize it. You're going to do it, right? So this is your do box. Everything here you've got to get done. If it's urgent but not important, what are you going to do with that? It still needs to get done. Is that something you can delegate? Something that you don't have to do yourself? If it's not urgent, but it's important. So it needs to get done, but maybe not now. Can that be pushed a little bit further back? Can you decide to schedule that later on? And if it's not urgent and not important, why on earth is it even on your list? So that you can delete. So this is a great way to filter your task lists. If you're on Zoom meetings with your team, filter your to-do lists through a system similar to this or like this. There are plenty out there. But imagine that you get rid of 80% of your workload because of something like this. Now, instead of spending a whole day ticking off that checklist, you've actually got it all done in the first hour of your day. Right? There are so many hacks like this that can improve your efficiency. Now, if you've worked on your mind, you've worked on your body, you've got the cogs turning more effectively, do we think that performance is going to begin going up? Yeah? And when I talk about, I don't think this is working. I don't think this is working, heads up. So the next step, step 4, is performance. And when I say performance, what comes to mind? A lot of people say athletes, sports professionals. Some people say the top 1% in business, in particular industries. Others say KPIs, key performance indicators. Now, that abbreviation is thrown around left, right, and center, particularly in the business world. Now, for me, KPIs are important, but the KPIs that are important for your efficiency are your personal KPIs. You know, we're familiar with doing quality improvement projects, audits to improve services. When was the last time you did an audit or a quality improvement project on your personal life? How are you showing up? What works? What doesn't? Because if you're not effective in your personal life, if you're not happy, if you've got constraints in your personal life, you've got difficult relationships perhaps, there's a lot to do at home, you've got family to look after, would you agree that if you are showing up to work, that perhaps you're not in the best state? You could be in a more empowered state. And you know, when it comes to leadership, and this is key in performance, when you have clear leaders who are value-driven, who look at their personal KPIs because they need to as leaders, they create more leaders. Leadership isn't about creating more followers. It's about creating more leaders of life, of business, of the industry that you're in. And this is where performance is really important. You work on your mind, you work on your body, you get those cogs turning better, those inputs are more effective, your outputs are going to be more effective. And step 5, this isn't working, I'm afraid. Step 5 is prosperity. Now, you're all here for a reason. You all do what you do for a reason. Perhaps it's for your family, for your loved ones. Perhaps it's to deliver more impact. Maybe it's to serve a higher purpose. Maybe even to live a life of quality health and abundance. But what good is that if you're running towards your grave in the process, on the journey? If the quality of that life isn't going to be the best it can be. Thank you for the slides. You know, and in prosperity, this is very unique to every individual, right? We deep dive holistically into who you are as human beings, who you are as professionals. We look at the layer of self, we look at the layer of family, the layer of team, the layer of community, and the layer of the world. And if we can get self empowered, pouring out sustainably, that will overflow into your family, into your communities, into your teams, and into the world. You master these 5 steps. You master efficiency, you master performance and productivity. You elevate your outcomes personally and professionally. Now look, Thank you. It pains me. It really pains me to see high achieving, high performing individuals all around me, burning out, getting tired. The world needs your services. The world needs your product. The world needs you. And the whole reason the High Efficiency Club exists is because leaders, CEOs, founders, entrepreneurs need to start looking at themselves, but they don't because their work is a priority. So this is a methodology to master, to elevate yourselves as leaders so you can perform and outperform yourself without burning yourself or your team to the ground. I don't want you running towards that grave. I don't want you developing chronic illnesses. This is why, for me, knowledge is not power. Knowledge is stagnant. It's useless when it's not being used. For me, knowledge in action is power. Knowledge in action is power. Now, thank you for this slide. If you're interested to find out more about efficiency, for me, I live in a world where collaboration always beats competition. You know, we're in a room full of so much expertise and knowledge that I'm here to connect with all of you and to really elevate our humanity in our world. So if you want to find out more, let's get connected. It's just a way to connect. There's nothing else on there. And I really appreciate your time, your attention. I hope this session has been of some value, and I wish you all peace, prosperity, and good health. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank
Give
you.
a round of applause. Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Aisha. Could we go back to that last slide? I want to make sure everyone got, this is a great way to connect. Who connected?
Thank
I'm,
you.
I'm looking. All right, hands up. We got a couple connections in the room. I think a great opportunity to ask some questions too. I wrote down my top 3 values. Anyone else do this exercise? I loved it. You did? I'd love to hear kind of what yours were and if you had challenges coming up with them, because you took us through a little exercise that was a good way to wake up in the morning. Did you do it? You did? Okay, great. Okay, doctor, what did you find? Your top 3 values, what did you write down?
I wrote down kindness, should be number 1, honesty, and hard work. These are my top. The list can go on, but these are my top
Beautiful.
values. My priorities are my mom and my family, my health, and my career, of course. I'm struggling with my health right now, so I need to work on that, as well as my improving my career, of course. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Amazing. That's beautiful. And see what awareness that brings, just doing a simple exercise like that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the next steps? I want to make sure that you got the next steps. Now you have this awareness, you got these priorities. What do you do with it? Let's go, where do you go with it?
I'll take care of myself more, drink more water, better lifestyle. I already started doing that, and take the meds that has been prescribed by my doctor. So yeah, and about burnout, I personally experienced exactly what you have gone through, so I can totally relate to what you have said. I quit pediatric residency back in 2019 because it was very toxic and I couldn't handle it, and the medical director wasn't cooperative and understanding. So I just quit, and I wanted to preserve my mental and physical health, and here I am.
Proud of
So,
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause?
Well done, well done. Takes a lot of courage to walk away.
Absolutely.
It takes a lot of courage to walk away, but don't you feel free once you do?
Very difficult time, but I took that decision. Although everyone said, don't do it, I did it, and I regret nothing. I regret nothing.
Beautiful.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. Anyone else like to share their 3 top values that you wrote down this morning? I'm looking for hands. All right, I'm going to just pick on people.
I may
How
have
are you doing?
confused
Did you
them
do
all.
it? Yeah. She's doing it. She's doing it. It's in another language. I can't even read it. So if she, go, you got a hand. Got a hand. Awesome. Lady in pink.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Suveda. So
Hi.
my top 3 priorities are, first and foremost thing is my health, then my career, and I'm doing some business. That is my top 3 priorities. Because even, as she said, even I'm also struggling with my health, but I need to focus on that. Definitely, rest everything will be okay. So in my career also, I would like to, enhance my performance and see that how I can reach to the higher position in my career. And of course, I'm doing some business where I want to see like on the top position in that business.
That is an amazing goal. They say shoot for the moon and it will land amongst the stars. That is amazing stuff. And you know what I love about both of these shares? That health is there. You know, a lot of places I go to, health is like the last thing on the list. So I am proud of you ladies. I'm proud of you guys. And I think that's a beautiful dream to work up to. Beautiful dream. I'm crystal clear hearing you share there. So that's brilliant.
And thank you so much, Dr. Alicia Daman. I think the way you've shown the 5 Ps, really it's amazing. I mean, if anybody work on this, I think it'll, change their life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? It's not easy to identify those priorities, especially if they're clouded, but it's nice to do this every once in a while, every 3 months, every 6 months, once a year, do a little bit. You guys write down any of your values here? We got some latecomers coming in, missed a good session, gonna catch you on YouTube later. You know, really good stuff. Where are you based?
I'm based in the UK.
Okay, fantastic. Traveling all the way from the UK for Health 2.0. I thank you so much for that great session. Thank you
Thank you
again.
so
Give her a
much.
round of applause.
Thank you.
Great insight.
Thank
Keeping it efficient. Rocking and rolling from IV vitamin therapy on down. We're going to take you through our day 3 agenda full of good stuff. Great start of the morning. Nice to see all these new faces. Nice to see and welcome to the room. My name's Rachel Muleman, taking you through Health 2.0 Day 3 Winter Edition. We do this 2 times a year. It's where we bring the global experts in health together for them to really collaborate, connect, and have fun. So this morning, who has connected with some new people? By a show of hands? Okay, great, wonderful. I highlight everyone's kind of QR code so you have an opportunity to scan it. The people that do have the brochures for the event, you're gonna find people's names. Most people are on LinkedIn. I highly suggest using it. You are who Google says you are, so take these moments to really connect with professionals and hashtag Health2Conf so that the organizers can pick up your content, share it with others, okay? Next on our agenda, we're going to take a moment to honor just some of these incredible individuals and makers, these leaders in the health industry. They've done crazy achievements, crazy in a good way, lots of wonderful achievements, and they're building the future for health and for the rest of the world. So bringing global people and leaders together is a huge accomplishment because now through sharing, we can have a lot of information transmitting throughout the world. So let's take a minute. It's our recognition session. I wish it was a minute, but it's not because there's too many great professionals here to acknowledge. And I want to make sure that anyone in the room that's played an important role in enhancing healthcare, the access, the patients, the outcomes, and the population of health through their selfless endeavors is recognized. So please welcome on stage. I'm going to invite Mr. Cunningham. Come on up to the stage. He's going to help me hand out all these awards. Mr. Cummings has helped me the other day. Really super helpful. Which room are you in? The education room. Okay, he's come over from one of our 6 events that are happening in another room, education, to help be with us today and really acknowledge these professionals. The first person who's been with us for 3 days, who is a remarkable individual, I want to bring up to the stage to start out our recognition session. Please put your hands together for Dr. Miriam Tabule. Come on up to the stage. You've heard her on day 1. You've seen her on day 2. She's had some incredible insight to the region and to health and some great stuff about IV therapy. Looking fabulous this morning. Perfect for these pictures that are building that credibility online as we photographed you today. All right. How are you doing this morning? Great. We're so happy you're here. Great. Thank you and congratulations for your beautiful award. You've done a remarkable job. Who would you like to thank this morning?
There are a lot of people that I would like to thank this morning. First of all, I would like to thank the team that was behind this unique event that allowed us to meet such wonderful, outstanding leaders, similar values. I would also want to say how grateful I am for recognizing our efforts and choosing me as one of the people receiving the Visionary Awards between such outstanding leaders. I would also like to thank my parents and my siblings that don't stop to help me and support me in my continuous, endless ambitions, dreams, and goals that they believe are greater than my reality, but yet they don't stop to help me, and they help me at the days of my weakness way before my victory. And I would like to say thank you and like an overwhelmed gratitude to all the coaches that were, and the beautiful souls that were brought into my life to help me break through my fears and limiting beliefs. And in all of their efforts, I would like to take this opportunity to announce the launching of MT Consulting Services and the amazing model that I believe is going to benefit a lot of the healthcare settings and leaders, IP6 ecosystem that I really believe from the 2 decades that I've worked in healthcare sectors all around the world, different places, different roles, primary, tertiary, secondary care, that it's going to be the ecosystem that helps the leaders release the stress they're going in terms of boosting the work and their performance, reaching to excellence, innovating and aligning innovation within their strategy and daily work, and unlock the talents within their organizations to avoid the burnout and the high turnover of the amazing healthcare workers. And I call, like my colleague said, Alicia, I believe this is only possible by uniting the efforts of like-minded people, consultants, mentors, coaches that believe that we as healthcare providers need and deserve a better well-being and better health. And I call for collaboration, so if you guys are interested, let's connect. I'm here till 1 p.m. And if you want to know more on how I could help you unleash the powers within your organization and reach to excellence, please check my website, www.mariamt.com. And I'm here to show you how to initiate, innovate, and elevate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Incredible. So definitely connect if you haven't done so. You guys see me getting closer with the microphone this morning. I just want to be very aware that we are on a timeline. I want to make sure that we run on time. And so I have to be a little cautious of it. Call me the police. They bring me in from New York City to kind of be a little strong will and push around. But I want to give everyone the opportunity to give their gratitude. So bear with me, but please be conscious of the time. And as I move closer to you, we got to wrap it up for the next person. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Tobias Winkler. It's time to come on up to shine. We're going to take a picture. Good morning. Welcome and congratulations. Okay. We are streaming live on YouTube, day 3 of Health 2.0. Everyone will have the opportunity to take a picture, smile for the camera, post this, share this, tag, and make sure people see you because you are who Google says you are. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm a bit tired. I just arrived, so had a long night in the plane. I'm from Berlin, so not New York, but also a little ride over the sea here. Yeah, thanks for having me. I want to thank my team, because this is, of course, a team award. The team at the Charité in Berlin, that's the university hospital there, and the team of the Advanced Therapies and Orthopedics Foundation that made all our endeavors possible that we are currently running. And thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. You didn't have anything to do with the Radisson catastrophe this morning, did you? No? You heard about that fish tank explode in Berlin? Okay, we'll move along. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kevin Yap. It's time to shine. Come on up to the stage. Kevin, great to have you here. Moving leaps and bounds in the health industry. I love bringing all these global leaders around the world to our wonderful room at the Intercontinental. I hope you each have had an incredible time for the last couple days. It always makes me sad at the final day. Congratulations. Congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
Thank you very much to the Health 2 conference organizers. I'd like to thank my mentors as well. For those of you who heard me ask some questions, I'm the co-editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Digital Health. I'm also a researcher and I guess the only cyber pharmacist in Singapore. And my mentors encouraged me to get into the area of digital health. And I'm sure, just a raise of hands, how many of you have actually gone to the Wikipedia entry in digital health? Some of you. Well, I was the first person, the first Wikipedian who put that entry of digital health into Wikipedia. So, I've seen the whole transition of digital health. So it's great that this area is moving right now.
Congratulations, and exactly that's why you're here getting this amazing recognition award, making leaps and bounds for the rest of the world. God, he's on Wikipedia. What a great accomplishment to really affect the industry. Next up, please put your hands together for Michelle Yun Liu. Come on up to the stage, Michelle. Got our paparazzi picture. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Michelle Yun Liu, and I'm the co-founder of Arc Health Solution company, which is based in Shanghai, China. So we are implementing the AI technology into the field of nephrology, renal disease, and other chronic health diseases. So I really like to thank the organizations for this amazing having me here and in the beautiful city of Dubai. And I really like to thank my family, my colleague, and my team for all the efforts into the project. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you for being here. Please put your hands together for Sho Kawabe. Come on up to the stage, Sho Kawabe. It's time to shine. Another great healthcare leader. We get to learn and meet. Who's connected with Sho while they're here? Anyone in the audience meet with him? 1, 2, 3. Great. I want to see some more connections today. It's a final day, everybody. Congratulations, Sho. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Okay. So again, my name is Sho Kawabe, and I'm from Tokyo, Japan. And I'm a very passionate person. I'm interested in supporting, delivering innovation to healthcare. So I've been working in several fields, including several artificial intelligence startups, also working at a staff at a university to promote innovation. And also, I have my own consulting company as well. I want to introduce all of them, but I'm sure Rachel's gonna stop me on that. So I'm gonna just introduce one of the work I'm doing. So I'm working for a healthcare AI startup called Now. And at Now, we are tackling one of the serious problems in the area of surgery, which is complications. It is said that there's roughly 10 to 15% risk of serious complications, and 1/3 of that comes from visual cognition of the surgeon. In order to fix that problem, we're trying to develop an AI that is capable of analyzing images from endoscope and analyzing them and highlighting key parts inside the human body, such as blood vessels, nerves, and so on in real time. We believe that our AI will contribute to solving the problem, also increasing patient safety, and also we believe it will be a key technology in making autonomous surgery become a reality in the near future. And now I'm in charge of global business development. So if you're interested in our technologies, please feel free to reach out to me. That's just one aspect of what I do, but I love all my jobs. And today I'm very happy to receive this award. So it comes from what I'm really passionate about. Yeah, I'd like to thank all the community of Health 2.0 and all the people who's attending the conference today. And last but not the least, all the people who have supported my journey. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you very much. From Japan. Wow. You know, it's so nice to get this opportunity when people come up that haven't been on the panel to find out what they're doing from AI. Amazing. Amazing. So well done. Next up, please put your hands together for Shanawash Saeed. Shanawash, it's time to come up. You've been with us for 3 days strong, sitting in the front row. It's nice to see you. Even better to hear from you. Congratulations for everything you do. He's going up to the mic.
All right. All right. Okay. Awards make us feel good, don't we? All right. They are the acknowledgement of the job well done and the justification for the agony, the self-doubt and the hard work that went into winning them. They give us validation and boost our confidence all the time. I'm honored and delighted to receive this award today. My name is Shanawash Syed. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Bay Nation Home Health, based out of beautiful Bay Area of San Francisco, all the way from California. We provide geriatric, preventive, and respite care for elderly people. I would like to congratulate the whole team of Health 2.0, who has done a tremendous job bringing the brightest minds under one roof. Big compliment goes to our energetic host, Rachel, who has been doing a tremendous job for all these 3 days. I would like to thank my whole family, my kids, especially to my awesome mom for her blessing. My special thanks goes to my wife for her fiercely support me throughout my career, and without her support, I wouldn't be here today, what I am today. Thank you so much. This is all for you guys.
Well done. Well done, San Francisco. Thanks for
it.
coming all the way. Pleasure to have you here. This is a great way off. Let me just suggest everybody to come off that side or come on to the stage that side and off on this side. That make it easier. Okay, next up, please put your hands together. Tamer El-Ladi Farag. Come on up to the stage, Tamer. Come on, guys. It's still early morning. I need your applause, please. These achievements are not an easy feat. It takes a while to get here. All your hard work is much appreciated by Health 2.0. We love to recognize the experts are making a difference. Well done. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
It's always my pleasure. And I'm living in Dubai, but I just came today because I had to be in another conference as well for work. I'm working for a pharmaceutical industry known to be the oldest pharmaceutical industry in the history, which is Merck of Germany. I've been there in this company for 16 years now, and I'm very proud to be at this company because I see everyone in this company as leaders. We are working as one for patients. And I wouldn't be on this stage without the support of the team and colleagues that I'm working with in this company. And for that, I would like really to thank everyone that I worked with over the journey of my career. I would like to thank my family for supporting me. The work in healthcare and what we do on a daily basis is a very challenging, that you have to be away for many days or for many times away from your family, that they have to support and encourage you to go on. So, but it's rewarding because you see that you're improving lives across the world. This is a great thing. And finally, I just would like to thank you, Rachel, for moderating the meeting. I heard a lot of nice words on you, and I would like to thank the committee and the organizers of Health 2.0 for putting all these great minds together in the meeting or in the room today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamer. Pleasure to have you here. All right, we're moving along. If I get too close, I might have to kiss you, just FYI. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's put your hands together. Zebeda Biogom, come on up here. Zebeda, I've seen you. Lady in pink, we heard from her earlier. Give your hands. A little workout this morning. We started about health, nutrition, and what to do to stay efficient. We're streaming live on YouTube, Health 2.0, Day 3. Congratulations. Congratulations, you coming up? She got a message that she has to read, okay.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So thank you Dubai for having a vision and striving to enhance healthcare system. So I'm grateful to the Health 2.0 team for presenting me for this award. I'm Zubeda Begum from India. I work for Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, Hyderabad. That is the Pearl City of Nizams. It's a great honor for me to receive this prestigious award. I would like to thank Almighty Allah, my family members, my parents, my siblings, of course my organization, leadership team, and colleagues who believe me in and join me in this unforgettable journey. I appreciate and thank everyone attending this conference. We all are contributing in different ways and means to improve and support healthcare systems and processes in order to help people. I'm proud to have spent more than 2 decades in the pharmaceutical industry as part of quality management systems, ensuring that patients receive right and timely available medicines. So good health can't wait. This is my company tag. So I love this tag. So I do a lot of volunteering to help orphanages, the elderly people, and the girls' education. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thanks again for coming up here. Yeah. Wonderful to have her here. She's been engaged for the last 3 days. Yeah. If you haven't connected to her, now's the time.
And this award I dedicate to my mother, Ammi Jan. This award I dedicate to my mother, Ammi Jan.
I hope she's watching. Mama, that should be very proud. It's always nice, right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Next on stage, please put your hands together for Asma Labadi. You're going to correct me, but I sound like I want to rhyme this morning. Are you here, Asma? We congratulate you for everything you've done in the health industry, and we look forward to sharing this beautiful award with you later on. Next up, please put your hands together for Dr. Mohammed Farouz Abdullah. Come on up to the stage, Miss Dr. Mohammed, all the way from Malaysia. Sitting in the front row. I love people in the front row. Well done.
keep rolling. You coming over too? Okay, cool. Everyone wants to go to the podium, right? Take your minute. You got 1 minute on the clock, and I'll be back in a second.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Thank you, Health 2.0, for choosing me to receive this leadership award. I'm truly humbled and honored to be here. On this special day, I would like to express my gratitude to the Almighty for guiding me through ways I've never expected. And to my mom and dad, Mr. Abdullah, and also Madam No, to my brother, Dr. Hanif, to my sister, Dr. Sheila, and to everyone who have continuously supported my work, this award is for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Fairuz from Malaysia, a medical doctor with 12 years of experience and in lifestyle prescription provider. This international recognition is for my personal work related to lifestyle medicine and NCD prevention. Many lifestyle-related diseases can be prevented by adapting a healthy lifestyle in a correct way. Through these years, my strive to educate the community has led to establishment of Sihat Valley. Sihat means healthy in Bahasa Melayu. Sihat Valley is and will be a platform to educate, to create awareness, and also knowledge sharing to help people to establish healthy lifestyle truly by evidence-based medicine. This award will keep me going to benefit as many Malaysians and the global community on the lifestyle medicine and disease prevention. Start small, live healthy. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations. Your parents must be really proud. We have two brothers in the audience, you know, so both doctors. Well done. Well done. Thank you for coming. It's great to have you here. Next up, please put your hand together for Dr. Yves Bitton. Yves Bitton, please come on up to the stage. It's time to shine.
So thank you very much. My name is Dr. Yves Bitton. I'm internist. I'm the founder and the chairman of Sharan Healthcare at Home. For the last 20 years, we develop ways of treating people instead of hospital into their home environment. We're doing it in a large scale with the help of the health system of Israel. All the HMOs are involved, and I want to thank all of them. First of all, I want to thank my wife, which is my partner, and she's with me for all this endeavor. I want to thank all my employees that are doing it day by day, and we will have to cooperate anywhere in the world and to teach people how to move from the hospital to the home for the acute care and the chronic care. So thank you very much for the recognition, and let's hope for the best.
Well done for everything you do. Thanks for being here, making great achievements, affording people the luxury of having healthcare at home. Wonderful. Next up, please welcome Dr. Yaesha John. Come on up to the stage. Please put your hands together. I want to hear ya. She wants to hear ya, and she definitely deserves the applause. Good morning. How are ya? You coming to the mic? Cool. Okay. Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a splendid 2 days of learning new concepts, new ideas. Thank you, health organizers, for giving us this opportunity. Myself, I am Dr. Aisha John. I am a dentist. My background is dentistry. But after that, I have ventured into the field of quality and patient safety. I am a chief quality officer of a private hospital in Kuwait. The hospital's name is Taiba Hospital. Well, Taiba Hospital has always had a strong foundation and a clear vision of innovative healthcare, as well as to be a national leader in quality and patient safety. It has also empowered a lot of employees, including myself, to venture into this innovative or interesting field of quality and safety. And I'm really honored to stand before here to receive this prestigious Healthcare Leadership Award. Being a leader, actually I have led all the Joint Commission accreditations of the hospital, as well as the Center of Excellence programs, including CAP accreditations and also adopting the WHO standards of baby friendly. So in every way, I'm really honored to receive this award. And I thank my management, my mentors, my colleagues who have actually, enriched me with a lot of their expertise and knowledge. And I also say a big thank you for this great innovative or that's kind of networking we get out of this particular session. And thank you so much, and hope all of you have a safe flight back. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, and congratulations. The great thing, this is streaming live on YouTube. If anyone, your friends and family, colleagues miss this, make sure to play it for them so they can get that moment of recognition. There's nothing better than feeling good. It's a reason people stick around, and it's a wonderful moment in time to really let shine. Next up, I'd like to invite to the stage a company that we've heard from. Ria Genetics Research Limited is going to be given to Dr. Michael Kagan. Come on up to the stage, Michael. You saw him this morning. He spoke so great about health, what's happening post-COVID, and how we can really move forward in making changes in their life. Keep the music going while he makes his entrance on stage. He much well deserves it. Thank you, and well done.
So I want to thank everybody for this award. You're right, it doesn't have my name on it. When they phoned me and asked what do I want written on this, my name and my Dr. Michael Kagan, I said no, it's not about me, it's about my team, it's about my company, it's about my country. Please remove my name. So that's why I want to bless everybody. Tonight starts the Jewish holiday of lights, Hanukkah. We light one candle, and over the next 8 days, every night another candle until the whole menorah is lit up. This is what this last 3 days has been about, how to light up, how to be lit up, how to work together, how to shine together. And I want to thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and congratulations. Okay, next up, put your hands together. Naoko Kita. Naoko Kita, come on up to the stage. Hands, I'd like to hear those hands. Keep them going. From the back of the stage, it takes a little longer to get up here, but well deserved, well done, well deserved. Get that pretty picture, post it, and share that you've just been recognized. Well done. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very honored to be here. And actually, this international travel is really like my first time in these 3 years. So Japan is still like very close, like the country for COVID-19. So this opportunity really opened my mind to be internationally, so it's very, very important for me. So I wanna thank you, thank you for this opportunity for Health 2.0 organizers, and also thank you for my team supporting me from Tokyo, Japan, and also thank you for my family, little daughter waiting for me at home, and also my husband, my mother let me come here. And then my major is like health literacy and also women's health. So health literacy is really important concept after COVID-19. So how do people to be healthy and they live their life. And also women's health is also booming now, like wording for femtech, female technology. So if anybody interested in these two keywords, please connect with me and then have discussion, enjoy discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's great. From Japan. You know, there's moments where the names and the company names may go really fast. So I encourage you during our lunch break that you remember the people that really heighten your interest and that you engage with them so you can really connect. I want you to make the most out of this last day here. Let's make it strong, go out strong later today. We have more people to go and recognize leaders in the health industry. Nemat Elbana, come on up to the stage. Nemat, it is your time to shine as a leader in healthcare. Congratulations for everything you do. This is a moment where you recognized by your peers around the globe, and we applaud you for everything you do. How are you? You coming on up? Okay. Nice to see you. How do you feel and who do you want to thank?
Thank you so much. It feels great. So I would like really to thank Health 2.0. I don't have any written papers or anything. It's just I want to thank everybody. And the main that I want to thank is really my team, because without a team, we cannot be really good leaders. Without a cooperative team that really takes in what we guide them to do. So I really give this award to my team. And thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the nice conference.
It's great to have you here. It's wonderful. I hope you're having a great time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep those hands going. We got more to go. Prabha Dina Raju. Prabha, come on up to the stage. It's time to shine. Health 2.0 recognizes you for a leader in health. Can't wait to hear how you are changing the world and how others can engage and connect. Well done.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, 2.0, for honoring me with this award. Being one of the youngest in this, probably the youngest in this room, I feel really humbled to be receiving this amongst outstanding leaders here. I'm Prabha Dinaraju, founder and CEO of Informate Communications. We are into medical communications, which is dedicated in improving the health outcomes and enhancing medical knowledge through development of high quality and evidence-based content and materials for healthcare professionals and patients. I would like to thank Almighty God. I would like to thank my parents, Samuel Rajkumar and Sunita. I would like to thank my sister and her husband, Jesse and Sandeep. I would like to thank my friends, Divya, Manish, who's also here, Vasishta and Manoj, who have been a very great support for me. And last, I would like to thank Rachel for making this very comfortable and engaging, Ayushi for coordinating everything with us, and all the organizing committee of Health 2.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You timed it exactly a minute. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Hope you're having fun. Okay, next up, please put your hands together. Dr. Hani Mufti. Dr. Hani, come on up to the stage. It's time to shine for everything you've worked so hard for. It is much appreciated by many, many people. Now it's time to share it with the world. How are you doing?
Good morning. Bismillah
Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. I'm Hani Mufti, I'm from Saudi Arabia. I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee for Health 2.0 and Rachel for making this very interactive and nice sessions. And I'd like to thank first Allah, God Almighty, and then my wife who's taking pictures here with us, and my lovely children, my parents and family, my organization. I'm a cardiac surgeon by training, but a data scientist by interest, and I do a lot of AI in healthcare. And I'm the co-founder of the extracorporeal life support retrieval program in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we provide advanced services for very sick intensive care patients across the country, regardless where they are, anywhere in the country. And thank you very much.
Mabruk, great to have you here from Saudi Arabia, the kingdom. If you haven't gone there lately, it's a great place to go. It's really opened up tremendously, and everyone's so welcoming, and it's just spectacular. It's just a few hours away from here. Next up, please put your hands together. Jin Nakamura. Jin Nakamura, come on up to the stage. Here he comes. Well done for everything you do. Smile for the world. You're live. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me such a great opportunity and award. I'm Jin Nakamura, in charge of JMedo Incorporated. JMedo is a Japanese startup company established in March 2020 to commercialize a wireless implantable brain-machine interface in collaboration with Professor Hirata, Osaka University. Our BMI device will help the patient who preserves cerebral but lost limbs motor function to reconstruct the ability to communicate and move. We are currently preparing for first-in-human study in Japan at the end of next year for ALS patient to get the approval by Japanese FDA. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Another person from Japan. Who in the room's from Japan? I feel like we got a nice crowd from Japan. Long way, long way. Next up, please put your hands together. Dr. Bharath Raj. Dr. Bharath, come on up to the stage. It's your time to shine. Welcome from the back of the room. What you do for healthcare is affecting tons of people, and we appreciate you every step of the way. Congratulations. How are you?
Thank you so much for this award. It was an unexpected award after 2 years of running around for the COVID, and then suddenly having a physical conference. It makes so much of a difference where you interact with people. So thank you to the Health 2.0 for organizing such a wonderful conference. Though I managed to come only on the last day, I managed to interact with quite a few people over here to get their insights on healthcare. So thank you to your team for organizing such a wonderful conference. And I would like to thank my parents and my team working at the back to make me get recognized at a global level. So thank you to all of you once again.
Thank you for being here. I believe you're coming up later for a fireside chat. We're going to see more of him. There's no doubt that we're streaming live on YouTube, so if you missed it, you definitely want to take a look at some of that footage. It's there on YouTube live, down in history, not going anywhere, which means it's available for you to watch and share. Next up, please welcome to the stage, Jaron Kato. Jaron Kato, come on up. You've seen her every single day she's been here. Give her a round of applause. She deserves it. You saw her handling panels, discussion, sharing expertise. Thank you for everything you do in health. Well done. She's going up there. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank organizer for finding me and recognizing our work. I see myself as an accidental entrepreneur. I'm leading a small startup called Jexval, a spin-out from Takeda Pharmaceutical. Generate extra value is what our company's name stands for. We are dedicated to develop drug for patients and families who live with rare diseases. Imagine there are over 300 million patients worldwide living with rare diseases. Many of them are genetic, and they have to live with lifetime, sometimes life-threatening. Even there's a drug, if it's $1 million drug, that's not for everyone. Jexval is committed and then purposed to repurpose shelved assets in pharmas for strategic reasons. We uncover hidden opportunity for technology assisted by AI, and then quickly progress to clinical study. Our first drug candidate is now being tested in Australia for phase 1 study, and during this conference, I just received a note from my advisor from Zurich that he confirmed excellent profile. Soon finishing and progressing to phase 2 study next year. We also have an asset in Rett syndrome, Fragile X, and then cardiomyopathies. And then we need your help to find investors and then R&D partners, hoping to share the same goal to deliver better health and better life. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Great to have you here. If you could help her with those investment introductions, I'm sure that would be helpful, right? I love when people come up here, they get very clear on what they're trying to achieve at these events so that everyone can see if it's relevant for them. I want to just take a moment because during this, I think everyone here is here to overcome challenges, challenges that they've experienced, challenges that the industry experiences, and in that, you know, I think everyone sometimes does experience a little challenges. I myself, I want to identify yesterday, I actually called somebody out during this moment of recognition, and not only do I feel a little embarrassed, but you have spent years and years of trying to get these titles, these years of experience to get this expertise, and by no small task has it been for you to be up on this stage taking these moments of credibility and recognition from an organizer. So I first want to just thank everyone for taking the time not only to be here and be with us for the last 3 days, but also take a moment in time to just appreciate a name of Dr. Ludmilla Schaefer, Medical Director, FACP, who's an oncologist and CEO, who did get a recognition, but without the doctor title. And that is not a good thing because she spent years and years of experience to get that. And so I really want to highlight how important those titles are for the people in the audience, how important it is for me to recognize it, and I do apologize and just wish her very well again for a great recognition for all the work she does. Now, I'd like to take a moment to thank James. You know, that's another one I misunderstood. James Cummings, who came over from Education next door. And Education I hosted in May, which was spectacular because they had people educating the next generation. It's spectacular. So I want to give you a moment, just let us know what you're doing over in Education that's making a difference.
Okay, well, I'm the founder of and president of an organization called Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative. I started it as a full-time teacher 20 years ago, and most of the time built it while teaching. And it was built on a life experience I had. My first teaching job was in rural Western Kenya 35 years ago, and this was pre-internet, pre-cell phones, around the time when fax machines were coming out. So I lived without electricity, without running water, and had a fabulous experience, was welcomed by a community, and it changed my life. Came back, taught in the United States for almost a quarter century, told stories to the students, and now these former students are giving back, have helped build this organization along with their parents and other people. So we've built a We've invested in about 70 schools in Kenya, and we're in the process right now of building our own Kijana Global Innovation School, which we opened in January of 2020 with 15 students, and now we have 158, and so we're growing. So thank you all. It's been great. I came here, I was at the conference here in the spring and then also Las Vegas. It's a wonderful event, so congratulations.
It's great to have you here, and I really appreciate your contribution to supporting our, keynotes and all the, the people that are here, the industry leaders in Health 2.0. So thanks for helping me out so much. You're welcome to go back to your education room if you want to run from all the doctors in the room. No, it's been great to have you guys in my audience. We have a little time before we go into our next panel. We're ready to rock? All right, I disregard that situation. But I would like to actually ask in the room, my key to life, my authentic self is really helping people connect. There is no doubt when you come into an event where you don't know anyone, it could be a little nerve-wracking. When you get on stage to collect your award, you could start to shake uncomfortably because it's quite scary to get in front and do public speaking. So I applaud you all for taking the opportunity to do that. I do want to see from a show of hands, is there anyone in my audience that wants to connect more? See, looks around the room and says, I haven't connected with people in the room that I see. I'd like to learn more about them. I have a hand in the back. I have a hand in the back. I'm coming over to you between our next break to find out who you are and how we can connect with you based on the value you bring to the health industry, okay? So I'm coming back to you. But let's move along because we got a very nice agenda for the last day. And let's join leading innovators and clinicians in the discussion to examine the present state of medical diagnosis. That's where we're going next. And how new developments will improve care and ideally lower cost. So to begin these discussions, please join on stage to welcome Dr. Adel Rahman Ahmed Omar. We call him Dr. Omar from the Bajil Hospital, Abu Dhabi. Give him a round of applause. He's been super instrumental, our silver sponsor here, making this event possible. So we do want to appreciate everything you've done. If you've missed his keynote yesterday, I highly recommend watching it on YouTube because it was astounding to see someone with such progressive insight to how this medical industry is changing, right? Welcome, nice to see you again.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be back again on the stage. It seems to be like a habit that I don't want to leave this place. I can see that numbers have reduced a little bit, but I don't blame you, these people are getting exhausted. So this is going to be a very exciting session because of the attendee with a bias, selection bias, they decided to come. And also, I've got two of my fantastic colleagues here. I met him earlier, but quickly clicked with them. I know a little bit about them. They don't know much about me. But the most important thing that we are going to have a session led by 3 surgeons, 2 orthopedics and 1 colorectal. So please come to stage.
Does this work? This one works. Okay. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
I'm gonna just to cut it short, I'm gonna request each one of them to introduce himself and give a bit of background.
So I'm Dr. Bharat Raj from Bangalore. I own a hospital called Mitra Multi-Speciality Hospital in Electronic City, Bangalore, and we started a new company just 6 months back, which is called as Zivatronics Healthcare Private Limited, which is into manufacturing of low-cost X-ray machines. And we have come out with a new one. We're just waiting for the FDA approval, the approximate cost of which would come to around $100 to $150 only.
Impressive.
That's impressive already.
Yeah, very impressive.
So, my name is Tobias Winkler. I'm an orthopedic surgeon also, and a trauma surgeon. I'm a professor for regenerative orthopedics and traumatology, which means that with my group we are developing new innovative therapies for different kind of musculoskeletal diseases. We focus on muscle trauma, for example. I'm a coordinator of a phase 3 trial, European Union funded, osteoarthritis, where I'm also coordinating a European Union-funded international consortium, and bone healing, for example, where we also have studies running. So we are actually translating stuff, new innovative therapies from, and also diagnostics, I have to say, which might be important for the panel, from the bench to the bedside, and we reiterate this process also. I work in an academic setting. This is at the Charité, the University Hospital in Berlin, where I have the Department for Regenerative Orthopedics. And additionally to that, I'm also the CEO of the Foundation Advanced Therapies in Orthopedics, where we build networks of key opinion leaders, international, who want to promote and push advanced therapies and diagnostics to the market and to the patients.
Great, great. I mean, like, what an amazing combination. You know that our chat title, The Future of Diagnostic Cutting-Edge Tools Transforming Healthcare. It's a big question, right? Is it this development in diagnostics, is it on demand of the doctors, the need of the patient, or is it commercially driven? That's a big question. Do we really need it? Should we be targeted? Should we look at it, or we should go for it? There's a lot of things mixed up here. And our weakest point as surgeons usually, that we like two things, gadgets and money. So money comes through salary. Gadgets, throw a gadget at us, we'll keep on playing with it all day. And try to find a way to use it. That's a psychology, because we look for perfection, and perfection comes with the assistance of other tools and instruments. So I'm gonna keep this open-ended, okay? We have the two experts, each one of them an expert in the field, that link to the chat title. But also remember, they represent East and West. Germany, with a track record of having innovations, sustainable, pushing for it, quality control, didactic, and perseverance. And India, a coming up power, intelligent, young, enthusiastic people would like to change the world, would like to make things affordable while keeping the quality the same. This is a magic here. I mean, having them both on the stage is something not easy to get, and it should be make this very fruitful talk. So I start with Prof. Tobias. Tell me, I mean, what do you think the diagnostic cutting edge? I mean, like, diagnostics now is just being developed through AI and through new means of imaging. And give me just something from your own point of view. How do you see the future coming? And is it real need or requirement, or is it just more way whether to cut costs or bring more money? So how do you think about it?
Yeah, that's a very profound and important question. And what you said in the beginning, we do a business assessment on all our new tools that we have, but we look at the business. And what we don't really look at the feasibility in all markets. And this is something that I really appreciate what you do, that you have in mind, how do I get it to the patients, and how can I really then also use it in all kinds of different regions and also areas of medicine. But to answer your question, because this was just a very important point, I think, and you will surely contribute to that, I think what we will see in the future, I mean, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, but I think this is a blueprint for everything. We will see a lot of diagnostics detecting problems at an earlier stage. And this will be very important, because at the moment we are treating diseases at quite a late stage, and therefore orthopedic surgeons do exist in an extent that they do, because arthroplasty is very important to them. So osteoarthritis diagnostics, for example. And the other thing is that we will diagnose a lot of multifactorial diseases. Now we are very good in monogenetic diseases, for example. So if we have a genetic disorder that is based on one gene, we can immediately say, okay, this is the gene, and now we can even correct it in some ways. But polygenetic diseases and multifactorial diseases, there will be a much bigger understanding in the future about the pathogenesis of this, and with the understanding of the pathogenesis come the diagnostics. And then we come to the point that we can also discuss later, and that you touched briefly, do I need it? Because if I can diagnose something, it doesn't mean that I can treat it. So if I have no treatment, what is the matter with the diagnosis? So, but I think, to sum it up, pre-stage disease, this will be important, and multifactorial diseases, this will be also important in diagnostics, to my mind.
Great. Raj?
3 points on the diagnostics. I think the present generation of the doctors are more reliant on the diagnostics than on the doctor-patient relationship. I think that's something which, as a senior faculty, when we see the juniors, the first thing they want to look at is the MRI scan, the X-ray scan, and I think we have stopped seeing patients as patients. And I think that's our first diagnostic setup, that we learn to examine patients first. If we can examine patients, the diagnostics, with whatever the cutting edge technology, it can be tapered to what really is required. Now, coming to cutting edge technology in the scenario in the future, we have 3 things. One thing is that we are looking at is something which is affordable to the patient and which is cheap and easily accessible. So that's why you come out with the cheaper X-ray or home-based services. And second is what you do on the regular basics. And third is your gene therapy and your MRI, your PET scan, your SPECT scan, where you're trying to diagnose even the minutest kind of, the cancer in the first stage itself, so that you get better treatment. So the future of technology lies in all these 3 lines of how you want to do the cutting edge technology of diagnostics. So where you go on to these lines is what the future really holds on to.
Right, good. I mean, I'm just going to play the devil advocate in where I belong, which is Brazil. We have a special interest in complex care, complex surgery, complex conditions. And the more we dig deep into it, we have diagnostics playing a role. I have a personal interest in providing healthcare in Mars vision. Also, diagnostics plays a big role in that. But if your diagnostics are so good, don't you think sometimes you can have a lead time bias to diagnose a disease before you need to? Especially orthopedic surgeons have so many patients coming to me, my knee, my knee, my knee. And I say, okay, go to X, he's a good orthopedic surgeon, he'll look at you. She comes back, said, what did he do? Said, I asked him to replace my knee, said, no, it's not bad enough. So
no, that's I think where he comes in. That's where he comes in, the regenerative medicine.
Yeah, so this is where the question is, are we going to benefit from very good diagnostics to know which is satisfying to the doctor, but it's not going to be in the favor of the patient for lead time bias? And also, if I know something before it becomes evident, like with the genomes, will insurance cover me? Because my insurance said, oh, your whole family get this, we're not going to cover you.
It's a very good question, and we're confronted by that in a lot of ways. I mean, 2 examples would be for if you have a gene mutation for which which is a pre-pathogenesis for prostate cancer, for example, or also the BLCA1 gene, where you are also which is also involved in prostate cancer, but different cancers. And you, at the moment, suggest the patients to remove all regenerative tissues, more or less, to all secretive tissues, that you don't get the carcinoma, but you can't really say if this patient will get this carcinoma. So this is something where our therapeutic is still very archaic, removal, not correction, and it has a major impact on patients. And the second example for that would be I built up an infection unit together with an infectiologist at the Charité for musculoskeletal infections. I did for a long time arthroplasty, revision arthroplasty for musculoskeletal infections and peri-implant infections, which are really a problem in orthopedics. And we were discussing a lot if you, for example, would have a prosthesis or an arthroplasty that would detect infection, then you would run into two problems, actually. You would, or into one major problem, I would say. You would have to be really sure that this infection is clinically relevant. Because a patient with slight pain, with a low-grade infection, can live a life, take some pills, has no problem. And a patient with a fulminant infection, you can't diagnose, that's not a problem. Yeah. And so you have a diagnostic ability, but you then have to bear the consequence. And as an orthopedic surgeon, the consequence is always quite dire for the patient because we operate. Yeah. Also, in your case, I mean, it's even more dysfunctional sometimes. So you have to go in, and this is a consequence for the patient. And this, when we develop diagnostics, we always have to, additionally to this business and also to this business analysis that we have to do before, if it's affordable, we really have to think about, do we want to expose the patients to this before we have really a stepwise therapy that is enabling us to not harm the patient?
One thing which I would say with what he says is that knowledge also sometimes is dangerous. So we can go ahead and give the choice of investigation to the patient, and but what the results come, if you're going to tell that to the patient, and the patient's going to be like going to Google, because Dr. Google is now everything and not the doctor as such. So I'm sure the first thing that they do is go to Dr. Google and ask, what is the diagnosis for this? So once the backfall of cutting edge technology is that it's not only accessible to the doctor, it's available to every person on the ground. So here it's a balancing act. What we have to do in the future of cutting edge technology is try to cater it to the doctor, to the specific patient, and keep it to the bare minimum. So that one thing you're looking at is keeping the cost down, keeping the test specific, and it should be the communication lines should be very clear. I think that's where the future of cutting edge technology is, because if we can get them to understand why we are looking at it. Because right now, what many people see is that in India, if you take for a scenario, if you ask for a specific test, they're like, what are you thinking of as to why you're doing it? It is not on a research basis, because everything the patient pays for. So in that kind of situation, people really are looking at, why are you doing this test? What are you going to get out of it? And that immediately the change starts. Going to the second opinion, the third opinion, to the fourth opinion. What do you say about your opinions? How many opinions do you take? The patients take?
I mean, Raj, what you're just saying leading us to a small discussion. I mean, when we talk about future diagnostic abilities, we should not look at fortunate people who live in fortunate areas. In India, doctors are there, medications, hospitals in Germany, in the UAE. Look at people in the sub-Saharan country, in Africa, and remote places in Australia and South America, who cannot even afford the standard medical care. Exactly. We're trying to send doctors there. We rely on their skills because we don't have enough diagnostic kits. By keep on developing the diagnostics, we will lose the clinical sense.
Exactly.
And what's going to happen to these people? I mean, we think about ourselves as great, we are fortunate. But if we think about the planet, the rest of the people, what you think that we can implement these advances to be in their favor and affordable to them? How can we do that, or if there is a chance to do it?
Yeah, so that's the reason we said the initial plan of coming up with a low-cost X-ray machine. So what we realized is the cost of the manufacturing of an X-ray machine goes through a lot of criteria. And if you are able to bypass that by using AI to bring down the cost, see, a regular mobile 100 kV X-ray is what everybody uses now with AI. And we've come out with a 75 kV X-ray machine, which is handheld. So you can just hold it, connect it to the DC port, and then take an X-ray on the flat panel. and you're able to come out with an X-ray on your phone or your laptop, and you're able to get a diagnosis at the home-based care. So you start at a small level, and you're talking about the African sub-Saharan where they don't even have the access. So giving them these kind of small technologies will help them boost their healthcare infrastructure itself on the global platform. Because even now, as I'd gone to Ethiopia once, and seeing that the quality of healthcare is quite poor over there. It's except in the capital city of Addis Ababa where you have a good amount of healthcare, but just 50 miles outside, there's nothing outside over there for them to access. So bringing down the cost will definitely be giving it more accessibility.
Good. That's quite nice. So now, even people who cannot afford today's treatment diagnosis, with their future diagnostics, they might be able to, because it's going to be cheaper, accessible on a mobile phone, and so like the ultrasound now, you can take it in your mobile, your iPhone, you can have ultrasound in it, which is great news to everyone. There's another question, Tobias. Okay. I can see that most of the work is not just only the machine itself changing, it is the way of interpretation of the machine information. Most of the things that I see now relies on AI, data collection, analytics, and then come back to it with a great deal of accuracy. What's going to happen to people on the ground? Are we going to lose our diagnostic technicians? The doctors are no need, because you need one doctor and the diagnosis will happen, and then they come to him and say, yeah, authorize it. How are we going to challenge this?
We have a lot of very tight collaborations with our radiologists, and the radiologists, of course, will be decreased in numbers due to AI readouts. That's for sure now. We already have, there are several companies, for example, like Relytics or Image Biopsy Lab, and several other international companies who really, which really look into analysis of X-ray, for example, and this will also come for MRI in the clinical setting, of CT scans, and they will, through algorithms, have very precise and better than radiologists analysis. At the moment, they are faster, and that's a big thing, because a radiologist needs some time to go through a CT. The AI makes this, and then this is set. So there will be a huge change in these diagnostics for sure, that will also lead to a higher precision. Nevertheless, you need somebody to interpret the results. And if this will be the radiologist or it will be the specialist in the field, this is still evolving. However, as we also know from the radiology departments, for example, from the radiologists, they also have other fields of intervention. But there will be surely, this will be one of the biggest disruptions concerning AI, because algorithms, they can do a lot, actually. And if you look at algorithms in AI and diagnostics, it's not only radiology. If you look at an EEG, for example, we are that far now that by a 12-channel ECG, an electrocardiogram, so where you have the currencies of the heart, and you see this abstract curves that everybody of us has to learn during the studies. The orthopedic surgeon forgets it immediately, but still knows a heart attack. And you now are, with AI, you can determine, for example, the potassium level in the blood out of the ECG. So this is algorithm, because nobody of us would recognize these patterns.
Cannot be direct.
Exactly. And so there will be also a shift in these AI diagnostics to algorithm diagnostics, and we will surely be able to read a lot of things through patterns that we have not realized yet.
Great. I think that all of us have to have some learning experiences with AI, because if AI is going to replace part of our job, we better be in control of it. This is what I tell them.
Exactly.
I think Dr. Said from the office there, he got his certification in AI, so he's going to keep the job longer, I think. That's good news for him. Right? So, I mean, like, we're coming to a point now, okay, coming to the end of our things, and I just want to give you chances, each one of you, about how do you see the future? Are we going to be developing what we have and how we can enhance, or are there going to be new modalities? Are we going to still have X-rays? Because X-rays have got radiation, and everybody says radiation is bad, radiation is bad. If you go to MRI, said the MRI, no radiation, said no, it's noise. Noise is bad. Noise. So there are always new things.
You have two orthopedic surgeons sitting here, so they will say your X-ray is forever.
Forever. We live on that.
We live on that.
That's the basic start of kick off with.
We're going to get computers to do it then. This is what I had, like we're having now. I've seen recently, a robotic to replace knees. Which is a bit scary.
The robotic knee, I do not really agree with that. I had one of my colleagues who does only robotic knees. I asked him, what is the difference between a robotic knee and what you were doing before? Because considering I'm in completely sports medicine, he does joint replacement. And he said, I get the 0.1 mm difference. So I said, how much is a 0.1 mm difference going to make a difference to the patient? He said, not much. I said, so you made the money then?
Exactly. I mean, like.
But I mean, I have to say that this is a good example, the robot or the precision that we are now. It's a good example where therapy is ahead of diagnostics.
Yes.
Because with the therapy, with navigation, modern navigation, and robotic implantation, we can do extremely precise surgeries now for the arthroplasty. For the knee, for example, less the hip, but there is also robotics there. But nobody knows what the aim is. So we do not know what the ideal artificial implant has to look like, that the patient is satisfied. In the knee, we have 25% unsatisfied patient. And we do not know, and we think that it's because of the anatomy of the new artificial joint. We can implant it precisely, but we do not know which exact features this has to have. And their diagnostics will then tell us in the future what this precision, where this precision shall go, and then the difference will come because we can do it.
We call it always perfection in the structure with no impact on function.
Yeah, because there was initially the thing of customized knees, but then the cost was going up, and that's the reason the knees came in specific sizes. So that is where, like how you're saying, therapeutics went ahead of diagnostics. So whatever the size is, say the size 1, size 1.5, size 2, if you're a size 0.75, you get a one knee only, you don't get a 0.75. So those kind of situations is where therapeutics has gone way ahead of diagnostics, and we are not able to cater to that population at all. And that population forms almost 40 to 50%, and that's why the ones who are managing don't come up, and the ones who are having the problems from the 25%, which he says, come back and say, my knee is still not good. So as per the statistics, if you take of the European Arthroplasty Association and the Indian Arthroplasty Association, what we have found is that the knee patients are not the ones who are so happy as compared to the hips, which I'm sure he agrees with, because the hip surgeries, the patients find it more difficult, and when you give them a hip replacement, they're quite more happier.
Agile, yeah, moving, yeah. I mean, yes.
Maybe one thing also to add to this, the readouts are bad. So the one point that you said, so it's, or 0.1 difference, it's on readouts that are, the best readout that we have is the lost joint, so the forgotten joint. So
Yes.
if a patient says, I can't remember that I have an artificial joint, that's our best readout, really. And we have a lot of different patient-related outcome measures and endpoints and things that we measure, but these do not really tell us exactly what we need to know. I mean, for example, we have a Harris hip score for the hip, where we evaluate post-operatively all our patients for the hip, but this has been evaluated for girdle stone resections, which means this is a hip where the head and the and the neck has been removed.
Completely, yes.
Completely. This is where it has been validated, and not arthroplasty. So we rely on very old measures, and there in diagnostics, to add maybe to that, there will be a lot of new different diagnostics coming out concerning variables, for example, with pattern recognition again, where we then can say, okay, we see a difference that we did not see before, hopefully.
I mean, like, we're coming to an end of the session, but I think that the future of diagnostics are not going to be only available in hospitals. It's going to be in the hands of doctors. It's going to be related, can be used at home, can be used everywhere. If people see this aura ring, I can open my mobile. I know it's my ECG, my heart rate, my temperature, how my rhythm during the day, when I need to go to bed and when I need to sleep. I have another one that tells me my sugar and things. So I'm just working like a full diagnostic things. Why? I've got no idea, because everybody comes to me, put me on the trial and said to me, we want you to use it. So I said, fine. I keep on going with it. Is it changing my life? Yes. I think that I get worried a little bit every time I look at my mobile phone. Oh my God, my sleep pattern is 62, I'm supposed to be 63. I have no idea what does that mean. But it just changes your life. It's not far from what you see in Star Trek films, that you come in to a room, it's called diagnostic room. It's not a hospital. And you're going to be lying in that bed, going zing, zing out. You have this ray going. And if they can get your potassium for me, ECG, I don't know what else they can get. Right? So soon it's going to give you full thing and tell you, like, go see the doctor. And when you go see the doctor, they're going to tell the doctor what to do. I think that's going to be coming somehow. But what I hope for, that human gained skills and abilities should not be forgotten. And people have to move on with the movement, because the development in diagnostics, the aim of it is more accuracy, as we said, being specific and sensitive, with benefit. We should not be going for exercises, but also we should not stop in the front of advancement of technology. We're coming to an end. Before I let them say a last word here, anybody have got any questions? It seems to be like an exciting topic. Yes, sir?
Thank you. I just wanted any opinions from your side. We have the Institute of Medicine study, which mentions in their report, "To Err is Human," where they talk about the fact that a patient normally goes through 7 to 13 visits to a healthcare professional before a diagnosis is actually made. What are your thoughts on this, whether the future of diagnostics is going to go in reducing this, which will obviously go a long way to reducing morbidity and reducing costs?
You want to take this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's really a problem, but it's triggered by several different factors. The one point is, if you have, for example, a rare disease, then this amount can be even higher, because the doctors see them once in a lifetime. So, but it's not only for rare disease, osteosarcoma, for example. An orthopedic surgeon in his life sees one osteosarcoma if he's a peripheral surgeon and not in a center. So this contributes, of course, the rarity. And then if you have more common diseases, the more common the disease, the less doctors the patient will see. And for the common diseases, the diagnostics won't be necessary. But for the rare diseases, this will really be a big breakthrough, will reduce these numbers. And then there is also the patient. The patient wants to have several opinions. I have a lot of patients who come to me and say, well, you're my last resort, and then they put their folder on the table, and this is thick like this, and they have already 6 letters from other clinics, where you know I'm surely not the last. Yeah? So also the patient, the access to doctors by patients, also through the online access, plays a role there. So it's different. But for the rare diseases, I absolutely agree.
I mean, if I may, we know that morbidity and mortality is affected by multi-factors. It's no point. You're not going to reduce morbidity or mortality if you have the right diagnosis and bad management. So what if you have the diagnosis and nobody to treat it? Morbidity and mortality will go up. So it's multi-factor. It is a fact and a factor in support of that, but not alone. But now this is a very scientific stance which goes to governance. What's the evidence that using X, Y, and Z new diagnostic tool will enhance the outcome, reduce morbidity and mortality? That's a big question. But also we can say that, is it justifiable? And I know this is very harsh, to cost all this for an improvement of 0.0111 in mortality in old age above 90. You tell me like every life counts. Health economists will tell you, no. Government will not buy it, will not use it. Because you better use this money to save the lives of 10,000 children. There is a lot of ethical dilemma, there is a lot of scientific dilemma and scientific discussion. But indeed, good diagnostics in good hands will improve and enhance the outcome, regardless of what it is, even if it is psychological. It's very important. Any more queries or comments?
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to just, I see, I'm not rushing you off, don't worry. I see there's two questions here. Just show your hands because I know you're coming up. Come on up to the mic, but I would like to just take this opportunity to have them ask questions. I also want you to continue the conversation. So there's more people with questions. Please, I do encourage you to have these conversations after their session outdoor while you have a cup of coffee too, right? But what would you like to ask this morning?
All right. So I wanted to ask about diagnosis and treatment, because you mentioned therapy or treatment being sometimes ahead of diagnosis. And it speaks to the fact that sometimes diagnosis is a single bucket, right? People who require slightly different treatment are still grouped into the same diagnosis. So diagnosis is potentially more coarse than treatment is more fine. If that is the case, do you see a future where AI stops being a tool for diagnosis only and becomes a decision support tool for treatment, skipping diagnosis altogether?
Point completely validly taken, because yeah, the future of AI, nobody really knows where we're heading. There is so many organizations which are working only on AI, and we have no idea as to in which all fields are we going to use AI into. Right now, everybody said we should get a 32-slice CT scan, we should get a 64-slice CT scan, 125, and now suddenly everybody's like, a 32-slice CT scan is more than enough with an AI. So that's what the thing is. So now you're having AI involving in your diagnostics, in your therapeutics. So it's a very wide area of subject where everybody wants to put their hand into. So let's wait and see what the future really holds of AI, because nobody knows what you're going into.
We'll find out. Right. Did you have the extra thought?
I would say it's still diagnosis, although it's within therapy, because you always need a diagnosis for a therapy. And this will always be.
You can't have one without the other, right?
I mean, our organization is interested in complex cases and complex surgeries. And indeed, we need this diagnostic boom. And if it goes into all the therapeutic role, they're going to be great help, because we treat a lot of complex cases. Sometimes they're extremely rare. And sometimes, even if we don't have the expertise here, we bring the expertise. Maybe there is one expert in the world. We bring them from abroad here to deal with it. So what you're saying is very valid for us, but not for everyone else.
That's a great way to end this session. We're out of time. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omar, Dr. Raj, Dr. Winkler, our great health professionals from this morning's session. Great to have you here. Let's take a picture together. This brings in a whole nother conversation, because the future, anything can happen. And we're a part of making that happen. So I'm sure with everything else in life, compliance comes creeping up. Compliance is a conversation that you can't get around when you're in corporate anything, any business. So our next session, we're gonna welcome on stage a group of individuals gonna address how to improve compliance and management in the healthcare facilities. They're gonna give us insight about maximizing profitability, which is a driving factor, and speed, which is becoming more complex as healthcare facilities strive to deliver top quality patient care.
So how do you satisfy those regulations while keeping compliant? Let's put our hands together as we invite Dr. AJ up to the stage for the medical director from a urological hospital, Dr. Anish up to the stage, Dr. Sarah up to the stage, and it's going to be moderated by Shanawaz Saeed, the CEO of Bay Nation Health. I'll let you guys take it away. Come on up. I'll give everyone microphones. You got time on the clock. This is the last session before lunch, so we're going to have a hard stop at 12:30. Just for everybody, come on onto the stage. If you want questions, just be sure to manage the time, okay?
Hello, everyone. We are back again. All right, I'd like to introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Ajay, Dr. Anish, Dr. Sarah, and Dr. Bharat Raj. And me as a moderator, Shanawaz Saeed. I represent Bay Nation Home Health, based out of San Francisco. So we are here to talk about the topic which I believe nobody likes to hear: compliance, regulatory rules, regulations. But the good thing is that we are going to talk how to improve the compliance in our healthcare facility, you name it, clinic, hospital, healthcare, any healthcare facility. All right, I would like my panelists to introduce themselves quickly, and then we can move forward from there.
Dr. Sarah, you can go ahead, introduce.
As the only lady in this panel.
Only lady, Sarah, Dr. Sarah, please go ahead.
I'm Dr. Sarah Mandalawi. I'm the school doctor and medical director at Jimzil Barsha National School. I'm a general physician as well and the co-founder of Telemedicine Clinic in University of Sharjah. I'm based in Dubai.
Dr. Bharat, I just introduced myself as the director and chief orthopedic surgeon of Mitra Multi-Speciality Hospital in Bangalore.
I'm Dr. Ajay Gangoli. Is this going? I'm Dr. Ajay Gangoli. I'm the director of Muljibai Patel Urological Hospital in Nadyad in Gujarat. 2 decades of experience in the armed forces and then 10 years in various hospitals in Bombay, Hyderabad, and now in Gujarat.
Hello, I'm Dr. Anish Varghese. I'm from Kuwait. I'm the corporate director of the Man Health Assurance Hospitals Company. We are a new HMO company that is based in Kuwait. We are going to cater healthcare facilities and services in primary and secondary care to 1.8 billion expatriate community in Kuwait. So this is our mission. We are now on a private model and we will be going live by March 2023.
Awesome. Well, to start with, I'd like to throw a question to Dr. Anish. All right, Dr. Anish, what is your general view on compliance and the management?
It's a good point. To me, compliance in healthcare is a set of laws, is how an organization follows laws, regulations, and certain other parameters that pertain to the healthcare industry. There are various compliance aspects that cover, which is internal and external in the organizations. But most of the compliance issues really lies in key 2 or 3 areas. So I'll say like it is mainly the patient safety. Second will be the safety and security aspects of the patient information. And next, it will be in the billing process. To me, I really stress on 4 areas where the compliance have to be strengthened. There are many views, there are many thoughts, there are many school of thinking, where are these compliance have to be strengthened. So to me, it's like effective care management. That is one area where exactly we have to be strong in a compliance. So that's where the healthcare is to be. Second, the holistic approach of care. This is also another area where the compliance have to be strengthened. Again, patient safety and clinical effectiveness is one of the area, and then the data-driven care coordinations. Once we, strengthen these 4 areas, automatically it reduces the risk in a healthcare setup, and it really make a culture-driven society or a culture-driven healthcare which can well much better. This is my view.
Great, Dr. Anish. You made a very quite strong point here. So, as everybody is aware that compliance means, like in my very simple statement or word, I can say a code of conduct for us as a healthcare professionals, where we have to work. For example, if we have a patient, they are not just a patient for us. They're going to have some sort of, mind, body, and soul connection. That's where we have to make sure that we abide by the regulatory, guidelines, especially. That's what we call it, compliance. All right, so my next question goes to Dr. Ajay. What is your thought on medical legal infrastructure and compliance, Dr. Ajay?
Healthcare organizations, they're very complex. It's a very complex environment, and we do need to be aware that some sort of guideline has been existing in healthcare for centuries. We've had Sushruta, who's actually given us a code on how doctors should conduct themselves. We had a code of Hanubi. And in modern healthcare, actually, the first organization which came up was the American College of Surgeons, which laid down guidelines for how an operating room should be designed. Since then, of course, we've gone very far ahead. Medical, legally, and infrastructure-wise, obviously, there's a lot of thought which has gone into how to make this safer for both the patients and the care providers.
Absolutely.
So from an infrastructure standpoint, things are designed with patient safety in view. You're looking at infection control, we're looking at preventing falls, injuries to the patient, injuries to the caregivers who give them, and things right down to guidelines for the way lighting is designed, for the way air conditioning or environmental control with air changes is designed, the kind of materials that are used which make sure that spread of microbes from one organization or format to the patient is restrained. There's a lot of thought, and I think healthcare organizations should understand that at the end of the day, all this just makes the entire environment safer for themselves and for the patients concerned.
Awesome. Very nice, precise answer from Dr. Ajay. All right, Dr. Bharadraj, what is your perspective when it comes to compliance in a hospital, like, in a big facility where I can say public care, for example, public health hospitals, where we have tremendous amount of patients coming and going out on a daily basis?
There are two things on this. One is the compliance of the hospital to the legal parameters, that is, which are assigned by the government for you to follow. Second is the patient compliance to the doctor's treatment protocol. Now, when you're coming to the hospital compliance to the rules, there are a lot of loopholes. So there are a lot of ifs and buts. So it's important for an organization to try and maintain the optimum level of compliance such that there are no fallbacks. Because if there are any setbacks in the compliance, then like how Dr. Ajay said, we will have medical legal implications. So that is from the hospital perspective, whether it involves a lab, whether it involves a radiology setup, or whether it involves a medical record setup also. Like you have a medical legal case, you have the medical legal record should be well maintained, for which a country like India has the NABH and the NABL criteria. But the question is, in a large paradigm, in a large country like India, where you're having so many setups, where so many minor hospitals and moderate hospitals, small scale and big scale hospitals which are setting up, how many of them are really going to fall in line? And how are you going to enforce it? So, like you're saying, the IRDA...
Especially, sorry to interrupt you, especially with the developing countries, we
Yes.
might have this is a serious issue yeah.
Yeah, so that's why the IRDA now has come out with a specific criteria that if you want to continue with the insurance policy, you have to finish in by 2 years. You should have had at least one certification, whether it's an ISO certification or NABH certification, which I think is the first step which India has taken in a way to bring in compliance into the organizations. Now, the second part of it, the patient compliance to the doctors, that's a totally different scenario. I think we can go on and on discussing, because I'm sure Dr. Ajay will understand the way how we have an urban setup to a town setup to a village setup, how the compliance completely varies from patient to the doctors at all.
That's absolutely correct, Dr. Raj. So, as Dr. Sarah, she mostly, you work mostly with kids, as I understand now. So, it is again a situation where, you know, sometimes it gets funny as well as sometimes it gets serious, you know, being with kids. How do you see when it comes to patient compliance improvement?
In a school, as being part of GIMS Education, this very important and large organization, we have set of policies and procedures that are based on an online system that everyone can access it. But before I go into this, I want to touch on how important compliance is, as you kindly mentioned. It's for our patients to preserve their rights, but also to preserve our rights as well as doctors. Under the umbrella of Dubai Health Authority, I strictly follow the regulations that are set upon me and upon the school. Since I joined in 2021, the COVID era and the close contact tracing on all this dilemma, you need to be strict, developing and implementing those policies, making sure that everyone is aware of it, which is a challenge for me. As well as you have mentioned, I work with students, and it's not an easy job to monitor 1,100 students with chronic medical issues like diabetes, like hypertension, like nephrotic syndromes, all range. I've seen it all in the school. So you need to be careful to obtain those medical forms, the parents' consent, chase them, follow them up, implement the action plan, and try to be as, I'll say, you need to be strict, but at the same time, you need to be flexible, of course, depending on the situation. But when it comes to health and safety, they know me. I have zero toleration to breaking those rules, because my students' health is number one for me and for the organization as well. So how do we implement that? We have regular online training sessions that you receive an email at the beginning of the term. You do the online training. It's health and safety, everything about health and safety, including COVID. And then you go through an assessment. If you pass that assessment, you get that certificate. If you don't, you need to repeat it. And if you don't do that training, you'll get a first reminder. Then you get how do I say, a warning, and then you need to follow up with those staff and those members who doesn't comply with the regulations. Because we're talking here about safety of students and safety of staff members. And it's never a boring day in school, to be honest with you. When I first signed up, I thought it's gonna be a chill job. No, it's never been a boring day in school. I've seen it all, from emergency to just simple first aid care. But you need to have a compliance plan. As a policy developer, I managed to work with my senior leadership team to implement health and safety policy. For example, if a child has a severe allergy and he needs an EpiPen, the teacher needs to know how to deal with that student when they go on a trip. So I give them a checklist, they need to read it, sign it, and learn how to use an EpiPen, and then I send them on a trip. No student is allowed to go on a trip without an EpiPen if he has a severe allergy. So it's been a headache to follow up and try to keep people on track, but I like it. It's a challenge and I like it. So yeah. Nobody likes rules, unfortunately.
Let the conversation go on. I think Dr. Raj would like to add up something on that.
How do you follow the compliance in your institution?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, you know, so back in US, especially in California, we have a situation or system where we have to follow 3 different compliance bodies. First goes to federal compliance, which we call it Medicare. Second, we have to follow the state compliance, where our facility is located. And third, the accreditation body. So we have 3 different accreditation body in US. One is Joint Commission. I'm sure everybody is aware of it. And then we have second ACHC, which is American Home Care accreditation body. And then we have CHAPS. So these 3 accreditation, without this, their accreditation, where they have to, vouch for our policies and procedures, what we create, they come and they read line by line. And then once they approve it, then only we are called an accreditation organization, and we are allowed to enroll ourselves with Medicare program, which is federally government program. So that being said, when it comes to compliance, of course, we start with policies and procedures. Then we have different components to it, emergency management, and we have so many log files, fall logs, medication logs, I'll give you one instance. What happened, a very, very, very interesting story I'd like to share with you guys, what happened with us. And, it was an ordinary day. We got a call, and that call, I never want to attend that call. That call is from law enforcement department. One law enforcement officer was behind the call, and he wanted to talk to me. Then my secretary came running, and she said that, yeah, there is a cop calling us. Okay, so yeah, I took the call, and then he was telling us, yeah, there's a complaint against your organization, and you have to come by tomorrow morning. Then I asked him, what is the nature of the complaint? And he said, no, we cannot discuss over the phone. You have to come personally to the police station. Then, yeah, that night I couldn't sleep because I was stressed, for sure. I don't know, I didn't know what's going on. I thought that maybe they'll put me in a jail or something. But somehow, I went next day morning, of course, without my attorney. I didn't involve my attorney yet because I'd like to know what's going on. Then the officer was very nice, and then he told me that there is a complaint, and serious complaint, from one of your patient's family, actually. Then I asked him, what is the complaint? I would like to know the nature of the complaint, and I would like to have a copy of that complaint. And he gave me, because they're in US, yeah, they have to present the copy of the complaint to the accused or whatnot. Then what I saw, that complaint is from one of our patient's son, and her mom died 2 days ago. And she was our patient. And we used to go and take care of her at home, you know. We used to send nurses, therapists, and all that. So I was surprised and shocked, and I was literally, you know, shaking. And then I came directly to my office, and I started discussing with my director of nursing. Then she said, yeah, she was also surprised because the family never informed us that the person is so sick, because she was having some sort of hyperventilation, and you know, her heartbeat was so high, so on. So somehow she died with a stroke. Because then what I realized, I asked them, are we in compliance with this patient? Then my director of nursing said, yes, we are in compliance. Then we have been through the log files, you know, how we chase them back. And then, so that day, let's say that she died 2 days ago, like before 2 days to that, we got a call from the family. They are saying that my mom is sick, so on and so forth. So we advised them what to do, you know, to prevent that situation. And then our nurse went there, and they didn't open the door. They didn't allow our nurse to get in, because I don't know, for some reason they were literally like, you know, going bonkers or crazy. So somehow we made a note, and then we called the doctor. The communication line was all like, you know, active. And then suddenly we've been following them every hour, every 2 hours, and then they stopped picking our call. And those things, every you know, communication, every activity has been noted in our log files. And the log files was necessary to keep ourselves in compliance. Whatever activity is going on around surrounding our patients, surrounding our nurses, so on and so forth. So we submitted our log files immediately to the police station, that we chase them, we follow them, and we never leave our patient behind, you know. We never leave our patient alone. But somehow they agreed to it. We could be able to convince the officers or a police department that we did whatever the best we can do. So what I'm trying to say here is, if we wouldn't be in compliance, we would be like, you know, blacklisted. And as a CEO or as a head of the company, I'll be in a jail, because in US, the laws are very stringent. So, as you said, compliance and policies and procedures, and plus, those things are not permanently, you just write the policies and procedures, you just follow it. No, everything has to be checked, everything has to be reviewed at least once a year, annually, and update it according to the environment, according to the government rules and regulations, because for example, post-pandemic, the whole scenario of healthcare system was different. Then pre-pandemic was totally different. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, policies and procedures are very important, and you have to keep abreast of whatever is coming out from the government and from accreditation body.
Talking of various organizations, actually it is very interesting how the world is coming closer to common global standard. So the amazing thing is, we all aware of the various accreditation bodies all over the world, and based on that, of course, the International Society for Quality of Health has come up, and I think about 170 countries have now signed up. The patient compliance modules are across the world are extremely similar.
I couldn't agree more on that.
What differs is a little bit on the infrastructure and, of course, other criminal and labor HR rules that vary a little from country to country. So we are likely to reach, I think, at some point in the future where the patient compliance is likely to come under a common global platform and may be applicable everywhere.
Absolutely, you are very much true, Dr. Ajay. So my next question goes to Dr. Anish. What do you feel about consistency in compliance? Or do you feel any issues when it comes to consistency? And then how to tackle them, if you find anything?
Of course.
see, in compliance structure in a hospital or in a medical center, one of the main issue is consistency. I mean, like most of the centers have compliance programs, they have regulatory bodies, but the main thing is like we don't have a consistency, at least to some centers. So implementing a consistent hospital compliance program is a key to cultivate compliance. You know, like this reduces and minimize the risk so that the real healthcare providers can, you know, focus on the high quality value of care. How to bring consistency? This is another factor. I mean, like it can be brought in different manner. It can be implemented in different ways. One of the things that I see is that we have to create and establish a multidisciplinary committee. A multidisciplinary committee, why I say that? Because in most of the corporate hospitals, most of big time medical centers, they are having a chief compliance officer or a medical officer responsible for that, and they do the stuff with one or two assistants. It's not having a, you know, like a real engagement. So what I recommend and what I feel is like we should have representation from C-suite, we should have representation from nursing, and we should have representation from multidisciplinary other, you know, links to this committee. Second thing is like written policies and procedures and schedules have to be there. Again, you know, like another factor, how to implement the consistency is to have to perform an internal audit on compliance. Internal audit on compliance is happening in centers, but I really recommend to have a third-party compliance audit at least once in a year. Why? And you know, like we should not limit it to only clinical. We have to extend it to billing, we have to extend it to claims, and we have to extend it to, you know, like other workflows. This will, you know, like identify high-risk areas. This will identify workflow inefficiency. This is how, you know, like audit help compliance. Another factor of implementing a good compliance program is that we should have a robust education and training program within the groups. Most of the organizations see it as a burden, see it as a cost, see it as a waste of time. But when we look, and if our motto is to have a quality-driven healthcare, then a robust training and education is required. Main factor, main thing, we have to have a system to measure the program of compliance, program of performance. So by all those 3 to 4 items, I think we can implement a consistency in the healthcare.
Absolutely. I totally agree with Dr. Anish. So I'd like to throw one last question for Dr. Sarah. What do you think? How do you improve the compliance overall?
Like in general, I think I've noticed that lack of oversight, as you mentioned, like if you don't have that watchdog, the person that follows up and makes sure that everything is in place and everyone is complying, they're reading their policies, they're managing, they're implementing it. So lack of oversight, we need to have someone. In our school, they have me, they have the manager of school operations. I am a part of a health and safety team and safeguarding team. We sit and discuss every month how we can improve compliance of teachers and students and parents as well. I've also noticed that people don't like to read emails or long emails and policies and procedures. So nobody likes them, including me. Including me. So I think we should keep it fun. We should keep it interactive, as I mentioned, in interactive videos, interactive training sessions that people can engage. And this is what I'm trying to do recently. I conduct workshops, training workshops for the teachers because they need to learn how to react to any emergency until I come into the scene, or if I wasn't there, like in the trip, they need to learn how to deal with an emergency, even being a non-healthcare provider. So we have to simplify everything and make sure that they are aware. For example, I recently created a system with the help of my IT team. It's called Phoenix. You put all the medical information of those students on the system. The teacher can log into the account with a click of a hand, and they get all the medical information and all the advices that I should put in action taken. So now it's more easier for them to know what health condition they are dealing with the training and with the oversight. I hope that we can get to a point that everyone is compliant.
Awesome, awesome, love it. So I think with this, we have come to the conclusion of our session. From audience, if we are open for the questions, if you have any, please come forward.
I think our audience first, let's put a round of applause for this panel discussion, a great one around compliance, addressing a lot of concerns that I'm sure you're thinking about the back of your head. We had so many experts on the stage. I think people are getting hungry probably. Anyone have any questions they want to raise?
Oh.
I invite you to at the mic.
Or you guys can catch up with us.
At lunch,
at
right?
lunch.
It's a great time to
That'd
meet with
be
these
great.
guys.
Yes. Thank you so much for your patience and listening to us, with patiently. Thank you.
Thank you for our online audience. Thank you again. Great big panel. Shanawaz, thank you for being that moderator. Everyone stand up on the front of the stage if you don't mind. Babu, please take a picture of these fabulous healthcare professionals. All right. Would anyone like to help me here? We have a request for a photographer. I hope you guys have found that extremely informative, and that's what we're doing here at Health 2.0, providing the latest, greatest, most up-to-date information for health professionals in the industry globally. Thank you again, guys. Thank you very, very much. I see you doing an absolute incredible job, not only connecting, also sharing that hashtag Health2Conf, C-O-N-F, is exactly how you're going to be recognized. I've said it again, and I'll say it again. Google, if you type your name in Google, you are who Google says you are. So by using that hashtag, you can actually, your profile on LinkedIn will be one of the first ones to pop up, and people can find you. Find you by the relevant topics that have been shared today, hashtag compliance, something really popular and trending right now. So some of these key words are really informative and easy way for people to find the professionals in the industry that help solve solutions for these very big challenges that exist in our industry today. It's been a delight to have you here for day 3, morning session of Health 2.0. I'm going to invite you to join me downstairs for the final buffet lunch that the Intercontinental Festival City has for you for the final day, day 3. It's been incredible. If you have any questions, do let me know. Rachel Muleman at askrachel.info is how you find me if you need to get in touch. But I do invite you to use this time, the remaining time of today, very, very smart. Connect with everyone that you possibly can. I'm looking for the gentleman that raised his hand earlier that looked for more connections, but it looked like he left the room. So I'm going to find him when he gets back, and we're going to find out who he is and the value he brings to this industry. Have a great lunch. I'll see you after. We're going to have a hard start time at 1:30 to begin the afternoon session. We have a whole bunch to talk about, pharmaceutical companies, and we have a panel that we are very excited about, digital explosion in pharma. So it's happening here, and we're discussing it. 1:30. I'll see you back there. Health 2.0, day 3. Have a good lunch. Hello. I hope everyone is full of all that delicious food from downstairs. It's so nice to sit on the water. Whoa. Hey now, we got the spotlights on, just in case you weren't awake. Once you get up to this stage, you will be awake, there's no doubt. Where's my friend that raised his hand earlier today? He wants connections, more connections. Doesn't look like he's here. He was sitting in the back 2 tables. Hi. Okay, I'm just getting updated information. Bear with me for a second as I get a little confirmation. Okay. Before we start, first of all, I want to welcome you back. I don't like to keep my global audience waiting too long because there are people online sitting here anxious to get started and to see who's next. We are finishing off on day 3, afternoon after lunch, and I know it's always difficult because people have had this delicious food from butter chicken on down, tend to just sit there and let it start digesting. Energy is going down. But we're going to bring it up again because my next guest, you've seen him on day 1, you've seen it on day 2, and he's going to talk about 80% of pharmaceutical companies that have invested in post-digital technologies and how the digital transformation throughout the health industry is transforming the results that the doctors and the patients are receiving. So without further ado, don't forget, this is only a couple hours left to use your hashtag Health2Conf to keep that conversation going. After this panel, I'm going to try to get into the audience and bring in a little bit more connectivity for everybody. In the meantime, I don't want to delay our online audience. Mr. Wasim Yassi, founder, CEO, and CMO of the Med Company, come on up to the stage. I'm going to ask you to introduce your panelist, and I'll bring microphones for everybody, okay?
Oh, thank you, Rachel. You're doing a great job. Thank you, people at home and people here. I want to introduce 3 amazing people I just met actually yesterday and today from different backgrounds. We're going to promise you, you can call us by our first name. It's a relaxing, dynamic session. Shimi out of Japan. Dr. Shimi, please make your entry.
Thank you very much.
Please have a seat. As from Egypt, a bright mind.
Thank you.
Tamer, you guys, you should be very careful with Tamer. He traveled a lot to be here on time. So actually, he did an amazing job to be here.
Thank you, but full of power.
Check if it's on. Everyone just tap your microphone. AV, can you help me out? I need these mics on, please. Tap, tap.
It's working? No. Okay, ready.
Yours is working? Hello?
No working.
No? Hello? I'll be right back. And you need one as well. 2 more.
Yes.
Hello, hello,
Can
hello.
we start with the one having the microphone? Not to be delayed. Shimia, would you mind kicking off talking about the medication journey in the digital age? And one of the most challenging things about the medication is the preclinical setup of the medication and medication development. Would you mind, from your own experience in Japan, to talk about that?
Okay, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Doctor. So my experience in actually not only in Japan, but also in the Asia-Pacific region, including China mainland. Then one of my business portfolio from Beijing, China mainland is now focusing on the artificial intelligence technology from drug discovery to real-world evidence. So I may be able to start this discussion from drug discovery. We do focus on the AI algorithm to make a model for the new efficacy or new compound from the scratch as a de novo design. So this is one of the technology-driven drug discovery approach. Then another discussion for example, manufacturing CMC or preclinical, we also are required to have such artificial intelligence for automation or machine learning or operational data toward to the cost-effective operation rather than labor-intensive model. So this is probably one of our discussion topic in this session.
Yeah, definitely. Because we need to see the impact on the clinical practice. Actually, the preclinical evaluation of the medication and the journey, it's very much appreciated, but as a clinician, we need to see the results of the medication in the clinical practice. And maybe I'm gonna pass this question to touch upon that subject if it's possible. So from your experience, the medication in the clinical practice, result-driven, how can we see that in the digital age?
Great. So since COVID, especially which impacted the way of thinking and how we can make operations more effective and less costly with less contact, and since we discussed yesterday the decentralized clinical trials, this is a major shift in the setup of doing a trial. Rather than being on-site, it's going to be off-site, and it's trending to be off-site, where the monitoring of the primary endpoints and secondary endpoints of the clinical trials have started to switch to being digitalized, and where patients just report everything on their apps. They get the medications also remotely. They don't get it on-site. So to eliminate subjectivity, the patients are questioned for the primary endpoints through artificial intelligence system or through apps, where they report the primary efficacy endpoints, secondary ones, adverse events, withdrawal from a trial, all with consent, so the data are generated from the patients with the more efficient and more transparent and more private channels, and also that eliminates subjectivity by the investigators as well.
Yeah, it's very impressive. You see from the cardiovascular point of view, the studies in cardiology concerning heart failure medication or anticoagulation, they included actually thousands of patients, thousands. So managing the data in a randomized controlled trial, how you see that? The artificial intelligence involvement and the COVID intervention, would that accelerate the process?
It accelerates it big time. It makes the data ready for analysis right immediately, right away after the data entry. It makes even the investigators closer to the patients or subjects for the trial, and makes the adherence, even because this is another important element, make the adherence more efficient to judge the outcomes of the trial.
And can the patient would use like a digital aid to help them for their adherence to therapy, monitoring the results? Is that a possibility also?
It is happening actually. One of the products that I'm working on is a product for IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, constipation. And during the clinical trials, it used an artificial intelligence to call the patient every now and then, every day, to ask them to report their bowel movement, and which helps to judge the efficacy of the product. So how many times you had bowel movement? This is the efficacy of the product. And the way the bowel movement improves by time is the way that we judge the efficacy of the product. So this was done by artificial intelligence.
Great. It's like result-driven therapy.
Exactly.
Tamer, from your background and your expertise in the cardiovascular aspect of the medication, hypertension, and many things you have done, do you recognize that as something with digitalization in the clinical practice? Do you have like a...
Thanks, Wissam. Yes, actually, if we talk about the preclinical and then the clinical data, we also need to look at what happened after this and the post-marketing when the product out there. And we want to generate more of data that could help actually in sending right signals for safety signals, or improving the treatment adherence, improving the outcomes. So we see a lot in the pharma industry that the digitalization for digital health solutions going into creating an ecosystem. And this ecosystem involves all the authorities, healthcare professionals, patients, and caregivers. So when we look at it, we try to integrate the monitoring and the follow-up of the patient on certain medication through a digital way. We see after the COVID and during the COVID era that the human interaction in the clinics become very difficult, and the time spent in the clinic also become very difficult. And when we look at certain disease areas, specifically chronic ones like cardiovascular, or for example, long-term therapy like in growth hormone deficiency, that the interaction between the patient and the healthcare professionals is taking on a longer interval. And the follow-up might be disrupted because of the changes that is happening. So making this ecosystem that actually the patient can report their progression on the medication, and this is synchronized autonomously on the system, that the clinician or the healthcare professional can really follow up or track the patient during their treatment until the next visit. This is a very important element, and it's happening now in a lot of chronic disease. Also, feedback between the clinician and the patient, it's also important. So we see that when you're developing the ecosystem, it's not only the monitoring that is important from the HCP side, but also how the patient will get the feedback. So you see that in many of the ecosystems that there is a monitoring system, and also there is a patient application where they actually receive a feedback on the development of their treatment. They also receive a feedback on the next appointment that they're doing, so they keep on track for this. Definitely there's a lot of challenges for this, but maybe we can discuss it or elaborate on it later. But I see that in the post-marketing, when the medication is there, the digital health solution or the digital era is playing an important role in improving the adherence to treatment, and definitely will improve the outcomes.
Thank you very much, but I'm going to go back to one step behind. I'm going to take one step behind from the treatment. One of the biggest challenges we are facing is actually the medication waste. Some of the patients, they start the medication, and after 2 weeks, thinking about side effects, they're going to discontinue the medication. At the same time, it could be a side effect or a minor side effect, but doesn't mean we need to discontinue the medication, because otherwise it would be a huge loss for the patient in some cases. That would be a loss of therapy, loss of adherence, and also economic waste. In some countries, we can't yet recycle the medication, reuse the medication. So what's your experience about that, distinguished gentleman, from your own experience? So can we increase the adherence of patients to the medication, patient education to reduce the refusal of taking the medication, or the experience of side effects?
Okay, I'll start with my experience in 2 fields actually. One in the epilepsy and another one in the managing H. pylori as an infection. In epilepsy, actually being very patient-centric, because the patient will usually do not recall what happened during the seizure. So giving a digital portal or digital solution for the caregivers, for the physician, and for the patient is crucial to have a helicopter view on what's happening for the patient. Is the patient adherent to their medication or not? Or is the patient experiencing side effects or not? Is the dose clinical or subclinical or therapeutic or subtherapeutic? Are the side effects too hard to tolerate or not? And also, from another standpoint, is the patient compliant or not? And reporting this, along with reporting the number of seizures that the patient is experiencing, might help giving an insight whether this compliance level is giving the patient outcome, the right patient outcome, the right side effects profile or not. Managing the patient expectations is very important, whether this treatment will work immediately or will take time to work. And this brings this type of disadherence or misadherence, that the patient lose the expectations, doesn't get the expectations that they are getting from the treatment, so they give off one dose and they give off multiple doses. This also has its impact on the patient outcome. This is for epilepsy. And for the caregivers also to report what kind of seizures that the patient experienced, and even if they can take pictures to show later on to the healthcare providers, this is also insightful. Another part that's reported also to adherence, that was very helpful in H. pylori. We have realized that the patients, when they are not taking the dose on the right frequency, the patient might develop resistance, and they might get out of the course of the treatment with the symptoms. So they claim that, yeah, we used this medication, but actually they improperly used it. With the right adherence and with the right dosing, improving the adherence will improve the patient outcome, and that's our whole goal.
Great. It's really a very good example. Damer, do you have something similar from your experience?
Yes, true. And thanks, guys, for highlighting this, because if we look at also the patient profile, it's very important. Some patients are, when we look at the disease, some patients are very responsible to track their own treatment and being adherent to their medication. Some other patients, or when we look especially at younger age or in kids and teenage, they somehow reluctant for treatment. And there's one great example actually in the growth hormone treatment, where the clinician or pediatric endocrinologist is actually looking at the development of or the improvement of the case by growth charts. So they look at how the patient is improving in height and weight over time. However, if the patient is not compliant or adherent to the treatment, this growth might be hindered and they don't see it. And in many cases, the clinician decision will be to increase the dose of the growth hormone to treat the patient or to improve the outcomes. And the only feedback or the only point that they get the information from is the feedback from the patient or from the caregiver, because they stay, let's say, 3 months until the next follow-up. So it will be a simple question to the patient or to the caregiver: is your patient was really adherent to the treatment, or taking the medication on a daily basis or not? And the answer in many cases will be yes, he was adherent, he's taking the medication on time. And this might mislead the clinical decision and increasing the dose, and eventually could lead also to a drug wastage, as you rightfully mentioned. So when we develop an ecosystem or a monitoring system where actually even the injection device is reporting the injection, so it's actually feeding automatically to the monitoring system, and the clinician can see if there are missed doses, the clinical decision itself will be even better, because if we know that the growth is related to the non-compliance to the treatment, then we focus on this. If the patient is really compliant, but it's subclinical outcomes, then there will be a justification to increase the dose. So definitely there is a big room for the digital health solutions to improve the clinical outcome and also increase the efficiency, reduce the drug waste.
Great thoughts. So we are moving right now from the preclinical, clinical, and then actually results-driven therapies. And then we can substantiate that with value-driven therapies. So if we, in a happy path way of thinking, as it's Sunday afternoon, so we can do that. So if we have like an integrated system, an ecosystem, which reports the patient usage of medication, adherence of medication, continuation, and also side effect. And if we collect that in an ideal world, and we give it back to Dr. Shania, can you use the data, because you start with a preclinical evaluation of the medication, and now as a clinician, we want from you to tell us, in the real world data, did the medication work?
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a lot of type of data actually toward to certification, registration of the new drug or medical device. But the goal is a submission package to the health authority as a ECTD. So one of the challenge for such regulatory submission is a language barrier, especially in Asia Pacific region. China mainland, Japan has, of course, local language requirement. So we do currently use AI algorithm or technologies for the machine translation, but not only machine translation, but also auto writing documentation, and then also auto formatting check, auto quality control, and then auto archiving to the ETMF. Then such, how to say, one-stop data platform with machine learning AI algorithm is currently super important discussion topic in the global pharmaceutical companies. Then I have such experience to work with a Chinese technology startup company. So huge, as you can imagine, the ECTD package is a huge document. So not only digitalization only digitalization is not enough. We need to update our current operation from labor-intensive model to collaborative model between human expert and the machine on the same platform as online. So this is super important, I believe.
Yes, exactly. From the clinician side talking, I really believe that the digital age is going to help us, but it's not the solution. It's one part of the solution. On the hospital level, patient, professional care giver level, you should break that down to small pieces and then integrate it in standardized operational procedure for each. And we need to communicate with the patient with a simple language, also with a simple digital interface, because we are not treating Bill Gates of this world and Elon Musk of this world. We are treating like family members, as you can appreciate, 70 plus people. So it should be understandable, it should be easy, it should be accessible, and at the other hand of the equation, it should be affordable. We can't create a solution which costs like 500 euros a month and you ask all the patients to pay it or the insurance company. That would never happen. So it's part of it. But may I be more, let's say, of a critic of this moment? Because when a technician talks about artificial intelligence or pharma and artificial intelligence, as a clinician, we think about that as a black box. And we need to see the certification and we need to see the efficacy of the artificial intelligence. Because some of the cases, we are talking about artificial intelligence and then it turns to be is yes and no answer on a flowchart done by a PC. So what is your, gentlemen, your take on that? The certification, the challenges, and the black box of the artificial intelligence.
One of the rising concerns across the region, and across the globe actually, but it's now almost mature across Europe and US and Japan as well, and now rising of concerning interest is the data privacy. Yes, judging the patient outcome is for clinicians is the most important, but also the data privacy is a legal front of this that's often misused. The rising legal firm concern and the country's regulatory and legislative framework which develops these data privacy obligations for the interventions of artificial intelligence and digitalization governs all that, and translating this into an outcome at the end of the day is the judge for clinicians that this is very useful. One of the examples that's really helpful in research and in clinical studies is like the digital intervention in the supply chain, just apart from the patient, very, very apart from the patient. Supply chain of medications or medical devices from the port it entered the market until the port it exited the market, from the site to the patient, with the segregation and aggregation and the barcoding of the packs until it reaches the patient, might help even intensifying certain care and medical care and healthcare in certain areas where you monitor a heat map of the disease prevalence, a heat map of dispensing medication, prescription trends that are against guidelines. Here, the healthcare system, especially the clinicians, might recognize the value. If you just need to see a value, you can see these prescription habits are against the guidelines, these prescription habits are great. Let's see the outcomes in this area. Let's say neglect the outcomes in this area. So this helps better understanding of the management trends and the outcome trends as well.
Great. Tama, do you have some thoughts about that? Or if I'm asking different questions?
Yes, and it's interesting questions to be honest, because it's triggered the thought. and how we really judge on the AI, and do we really need it in the pharmaceutical field or in the healthcare field or not. But looking at the healthcare expenditure that is decreasing year after year, and most of the governments or most of the authorities are not able to cope with the dynamics, and we saw this with the COVID. And I see that a great potential for digitalization and AI is the data, creating big data and real-world data that can actually help us to have more of a predictive models, to anticipate prevalence or anticipate a certain disease, anticipate the treatment algorithm that could be more efficient for the patients and for the healthcare system as well. So the monitoring of the development of this model is a critical, and here comes the role of the clinicians and the academia part, that the implementation of the model should be done only after the validation and the creation of the model or the design of the model by the academia and by the researchers and clinicians to make the efficient relevance to this model. And I would say that with all AI, it's all machine learning, so the outcome that you get is based on the input that you put, right? So the more data that the systems are getting on the treatment paradigm, on the side effects, etc., the better the quality that you get of these predictive models. So I see a challenge, yes, but I see also that there's light at the end, that with more time, I think that the adoption of these digital solutions and AI will be more prevalent in the healthcare system.
Shinya, do you have some thoughts resonating with these two gentlemen, or do you think
Yes, so
I have a different take on that?
Yeah, so that from different probably perspective, we need to probably discuss about the AI black box, as you mentioned. Then this is, of course, reverse engineering approach. So we have, of course, still a black box, but data can be learned day by day. Then the most important point is such technology can be adapting to any operations, from drug discovery to medication at the hospital site. And then the important point is how human expert can design the process or a benefit to the patient, for example, to be involved by using technology. So to make clear the black box, anyway, human expert is required to provide teacher data from our operation. Operation means, of course, at the laboratory side, clinical operation side, the hospital side, everywhere, all from all operations. And then machine can be learned from our knowledge or experience, right? Then so the platform, such platform is quite difficult to be organized or structured, but this would be our challenge among all stakeholders, not only engineers, not only physicians, not only clinical experts. We should, discuss like today to design for the future platform, I believe.
Well, thank you very much for these thoughts. Actually, I want to say something, maybe it's a bit off topic. The digitalization in health industry in general, it's needed. But I want to also mention the human factor in all the data, because they are actually the doctors, the nurses, the people in white, the care professionals are actually introducing the data to the system. So the quality of data there, it's essential to be true, to be accurate, and these people are doing that. Under extreme situation, what we saw in COVID, the problems at the hospital, it did not resolve yet. So for the people in white, really, I have a deep respect for them, and if you see them as colleagues or like in the street, or you know them, please really show your appreciation for them. They are really like angels, and they are the basis of the healthcare. All the digital integration and the IE, the black and the white boxes, they're going to help them to perform their work, but the human factor is the most essential part of it. from both sides, the patient side and the caregiver side. We have 3 minutes, so you may use 1 minute to round up. So I'm gonna start with Tamer.
Okay, from all what we said, that we see that digitalization is really important in the modern days of healthcare, and it's not only on the consumer side or at the end side of patients, but also in the improving the operations in the healthcare. It's across pharmaceutical industry, healthcare systems, etc. But again, the human factor research, as you rightfully mentioned, is very important to be able to really tailor and individualize these approaches and make sure that the outcome that is based on right and correct information that is fed to these systems.
Thank you, Tamer. Ace?
Yeah, nothing much to add to what Tamer mentioned. To wrap up, digital solutions are always there. There are too many. It's now our role as healthcare system and healthcare system providers, both together, and even the developers of the solutions, to validate the efficiency and the outcome. If this is efficient, if this has a patient outcome, it makes the process faster, more efficient, less waste, let's adopt it, and let's keep validating these digital solutions because they are endless.
True, true. Shimia?
Yes. Again, the most important point would be collaboration between machine and the human experts. And then human experts must be like designer, producer, or creator from our experience or knowledge in the future. Then moreover, I think such discussion opportunity today is super important to be involved with everyone, from patient to maybe physicians or engineers or experts. So really appreciated to be involved in this discussion today. Thanks so much.
Gentlemen, I really want to thank you. It was amazing meeting you and talking about the session. Just before the session we did that, and really great to meet you. Different people, different background, the same aim: integration of digital health, e-health, artificial intelligence, with a lot of respect to the human factor, to optimize healthcare, high quality healthcare to the patients, and also results driven. Thank you very much, and maybe we can take a few moments to answer your questions. Thank you for listening.
Great, give them a round of applause. A round of applause. Already the first question of the day.
Hi. We need to talk about compliance to digital health. This is the main issue here. At the end of the day, and somebody talked about it, we're dealing with a population that when they need us, they are really elderly, they are really not Bill Gates, and we are in the Pharma 4, it was Pharma 1, Pharma 2, Pharma 3, now it's Pharma 4. We are there from the beginning. And we see that the compliance for digital solution or digital health gathering information is basically very, very low in this population. So we can talk a lot about it, but we have to change the way that we gather information from the patient. If we go to make them active, sending us information, forget it. They don't do it. We should gather the information in a smart way. So keep it in mind that this is the area that we are dealing with.
Can we touch up on the question or from clinical experience?
Okay. So thank you so much for the questions. So from my perspective, you are actually correct or true. This is discussion. And we are currently, for example, clinical trial, we are focusing on the randomized clinical trial, which is a very much traditional statistical approach. But we are currently towering to real-world evidence in the entire social data platform. Then, of course, the data collecting tool is expanding to the more diverse approach including kinds like a wearable device or IoT sensor. Maybe small tip will be implemented in our brain or under our skin or something like that, right? And then data comes 24 hours every second to the cloud. Then artificial intelligence technology enables to run and also analyze every second. Then this is actually what Amazon or Google, such tech giant, do it currently for their e-commerce marketing or internet information technology industries. So we should discuss with such evidence-based like policy making approach as a government, or policy evidence-based probably corporate strategy decision-making approach as a pharmaceutical company. This would be our future, I believe.
Well, Shani, sorry, I'm being a bit a critic from the clinical point of view. So the amount of data, I don't think the amount of data would make a difference in a certain situation or continuous flow of data. Because in the clinical practice, we don't need the patient to be monitored 24 hours. Otherwise, they should be admitted either to the CCU or the ICU. So the decision of discharging the patient is by default is a mistake if you want to continue discharge the patient with a continuous monitoring. We are talking about like stable patients in the home situation in which we need like certain data on certain time of the day, maybe 3 times a week, with a very simple way. Maybe after 10 years we can talk about that scenario. Right now we are not that far. We need to make the digital interface with the patient very, very simple, completely automated. They shouldn't use their finger to type like the blood pressure and the weight and stuff. So I think we are in that step. We are not in a hyper intelligent ecosystem with a continuous flow of data. I think we are in the very beginning of that. So it's a very legitimate question, sir. We should make it simpler, and we should make it more intelligent and to the point.
If I can add to this point, we shouldn't take this digitalization for granted as a one-way channel of communication. This could be factorized a little bit. We cannot cancel the dialogue between the healthcare provider and the patient at the end of the day. So making it optional and adding, not generalizable, this will help hedging the errors in using the digital channels, because we'll never have one doctor for one patient at any point of time. But we cannot generalize the digital solutions to be the only solution. It should remain digital and non-digital mix.
Hello, I'm Zubeda. I'm from Dr. Reddy's. Even we have implemented many digital systems in our company. Like we have MES, like manufacturing execution system, as well as for quality systems, we have laboratory information management system. Of course, we have data analytics and all. But whereas in manufacturing or in quality control, so we have interfaces with different machines and other ERP systems. But what happens at the end, it completes all manufacturing or it completes all testing. So at the end, we'll come to know like this is passing or failing. So when it happens, any failures, so I believe that we can have something like predictive analysis so that we can stop there and there itself and we can avoid any failures. Do you have any thoughts on that? And my second question is, are we doing anything on 3D printing? I mean, take leverage of 3D printing in digitalization.
Well, maybe I'm not, may I ask a question? Would you mind rephrase the first and the second question in very short sentences?
Yeah.
Would be better to take your hands off the mic to hear you well.
Yeah, yeah.
We can't hear it from here.
Yeah.
Just step close to the mic and don't hold it.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Because what I'm saying, like in manufacturing area or in quality systems or in quality control, we have, all the machines hooked to the applications like LIMS or MES. So what happens when we complete all the manufacturing or the testing. So at the end, we'll come to know like this material or product is failing or passing. So what I'm thinking, like, can we do a predictive analysis that at different stages?
Are we getting the question? Sorry, maybe, you know what? I'm going to walk to you. One moment. Maybe we can take another question. I'm going to walk to you, and then just tell me what you want to ask. Take it from me for the second question. I'm going to go to there. Please go ahead.
Okay. You're going to the microphone? You're moving around?
No, I'm going
to hear a little bit more what she's. Okay, fair enough. We got a final question too. So as he's getting one-to-one personal advice here, I know you had a question too, right?
I just want to say it's not about like I want a question. I've been in an industry for real world data for 5 to 6 years, and I just want to say we should never forget about how we should engage to to patients and also to doctors, but we can't really get gathering the data automatically. I mean, we should be attractive to some of the products that which how we could gather the information. So I just want to comment on that. Yeah.
Thank you for the comment, and I totally agree with you that real-world data is very important in the current healthcare system, because it really collects a lot of information or data. But again, it's how we deal with these data. So you collect a lot of data on epidemiology, on etiology of disease, or even treatment paradigm. But then how you process these data and how the clinician or the researcher will interpret the data and bring it into a meaningful approach or meaningful outcome that could lead a decision into a product development or clinical development, or a healthcare decision into, let's say, a reimbursement models or other healthcare systems. So thank you so much for your comment.
Wonderful, thank you. We got one more question to wrap up this amazing panel. What would you like to ask, sir, and who are you? Because it's good to introduce yourself as well.
Yes, hi, I'm Alishan Adver. I'm a researcher and a designer in the pharmaceutical space, and I'm consistently interested in where solutions like these come from. But specifically, I'm wondering to hear your perspective on who might be the part of driving such a solution. So if we look at, say, something like Google Maps, we know that the value it's providing is it helps you get from place A to B, but there's at least 4 different groups that have to be a part of that. We have to have GPS protocols, telecompanies, broadband providers, and manufacturers. Any of those could have been the solution provider. In the same way, I guess so I want to ask the same question here. From at least from what I'm seeing, there's at least 9 different groups that have to always be in concert for a digital health solution. I won't even say digital. For a health solution to be successful, to achieve real-world outcomes. The drug makers, the electronic health records, the clinics, the hospitals, all of these groups. So my question is, who do you imagine might be the most capable entity of actually imagining and delivering these solutions, knowing that if all 9 of these groups have to kind of collaborate, there might be one who's more equipped than another to deliver on it. So.
I assume the question is to me, right? Okay, from a pharmaceutical standpoint, we own what development is needed to address a gap in a healthcare need. So we own the development of the products, like, for example, getting a product from a normal release to sustained release to better efficiency and better compliance. So we own this kind of development that favors, at the end of the day, the patients. We are the ones who should integrate the centers, the patients, the investigators, through R&D departments to develop and to improve the efficacy or adherence or a tolerability profile of certain product. So since we develop, we are responsible for the development of what we developed. That's my perspective.
If I may comment, I totally agree with you, but I think it's a co-leadership, because you cannot, in the pharma background, you cannot develop something that you don't have the gaps or the solution that you need to develop for. And that's why we need the co-leadership with entities like hospitals or healthcare providers, because they know the gaps and the needs. So without co-leading with them, integrating the models, because there are models inside the hospitals like electronic medical records, as for example, and then parallelly the pharma industry are trying to develop their eco models or ecosystem models. Integration and co-leadership between both is vital for the growth of digital health.
May I touch upon that from the clinician point of view? So from the happy path also point of view, in an ideal world, we need actually two things to resolve a problem. The first thing is vision. The second thing is leadership for any problem. And since this problem is a major problem, we need an entity, if it comes from the government or comes from a collaboration of multiple parts, to have a vision to solve the problem, and then ask the 9 components or the stakeholders to collaborate with them. Because the clinician can't solve it alone, the pharmaceutical companies can't solve it alone, device companies are the same, and the technology companies are the same. And we need also the regulators on our side. So we need really a vision and leadership and a collaboration between the segments to find a solution.
It's not working. Oh, there we go. God, sorry to blast everyone. I said in this region they say inshallah. So there's no doubt that I know you have a lot of different points to continue addressing. We are behind time. I know that time's up for a while. This is fantastic panel. So thank you so much for hosting this and moderating it with our great professionals here. Give them a round of applause. I'd love to have everyone stand up for a moment, take a picture. Absolutely. I invite you to please continue this conversation. This is part of it. It's not meant to stop just because these guys got off stage. Please do take a moment, walk outside, grab a cup of coffee. There's a lot of different content coming out. Some may be relevant, some may not be. So take the opportunity to talk with the professionals of your choosing about the topics that are relevant and make the most sense to you. Okay? Hashtag Health2Conf is the way we're doing this. Day 3, it's been a full agenda, no doubt. I hope you guys have enjoyed every step of the way here. I know the goal is to connect, is to learn, and to have fun. So I'm hoping that you're getting all 3 of those things. I'd love to understand, I asked earlier in the day, thank you so much for your time. Thanks, guys. That was fun. Great. I look forward to the future of this digitalization, especially in health. Because more than any other industry, there's no doubt that health needs it, but where it's going and what the future is really so much to be determined and discovered. So really exciting times, exciting to be alive during these times, and I applaud you for your impact to this industry to make these changes. So I did ask earlier if there was someone that didn't connect as much as they would have liked by day 3 of Health 2.0. I saw a couple hands in the back. I want to take this opportunity to invite you again to answer the question. One of the core goals of this event is for people to come around the globe and connect. So if I were you, I'd have a good focus, or at least determination, to connect with as many professionals around the globe. Everyone's here to achieve something different, and I want to highlight that. So just from a row of hands, is there anyone here that feels like they want to connect a little bit more today that hasn't connected with enough people? There you are. Okay, Margot, right? You're coming up stage first. Would you mind just going over, you're going to be on the mic soon enough, and I'm going to highlight you once you're up on stage, because then we can maximize that time and get people to connect with you. What you're doing is really astounding for the industry. So let's just move along the agenda. We kind of have a surprise that's not in the agenda. So we are all educated individuals. We know health has a human direct impact based on our surroundings. We know that what we eat affects the way our body functions. We know that on a cellular structure, whether it be the sun that gets into our skin, or whether it be, if we're not outside, we're missing that vitamin D, there is a direct correlation to our environment, to our bodies, and in tune to our minds. to our minds and the way we actually react to our planet. So next up, we're going to hear from Dr. Noreen. You may have seen her here already. If you haven't seen her, I'm sure you won't miss her. She's going to come up to the stage. She's going to give us a little more insight to her industry and the power of travel and whether or not just going on a holiday is enough to really impact your health, wealth, lifestyle in your mind and transform your health. Come on up to the stage, Dr. Noreen. We're ready for you. Give her a round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So day 3, it's actually good to see the area is actually a little bit more packed than I was expecting. So I'm Dr. Noreen Nguru. I'm a multi-award winning medical doctor, wellness travel consultant, cognitive behavioral life coach, and also an independent luxury travel consultant, certified in CBT and mindfulness. And what I've done is combine all of my loves, so my loves of traveling and global exploration with my love of science and facts. And the facts are that traveling can be one of the most enigmatic kind of experiences that we can have that help further our sense of wellness. Okay, so that's me. When we look at the global workforce, we know that it's in crisis. A recent study by Statistica in 2022 showed that around the world there are about 3 billion people currently working, and as Asana found in 2021, 63% reported high levels, overwhelming levels of burnout. And we're in the age of the great resignation, of this quiet quitting phenomenon where workers and employers and employees, they are leaving work in droves, in high numbers, quiet quitting, in this face of overwhelming burnout and job dissatisfaction. And so this is just a little video. I don't know if it's going to play. Okay. Well, this was sort of a recent interview that I did with ITV News a couple of weeks ago in the UK. We have recently had over 100,000 nurses actually striking and walking out, and it's not something that they want to do. I remember striking in 2010, actually, when I just finished medical school, to talk about the poor working conditions, to talk about the fact that patient safety was being impacted by understaffing, by under-resourcing and undermining of healthcare staff. And it, since then, it doesn't look like much has changed. So I shared a little bit about my story yesterday and how I sort of came to leave the National Health Service, the epiphany that I had after working a 98-hour week during the pandemic and unfortunately becoming really unwell, was hospitalized for 3 days. And I think I was sitting there watching the replacement doctor who had come from another ward, trying to scurry around and, figure everything out. And there weren't any private rooms, so I was actually on the same ward that I'd been doing a ward round on. And I was listening to this background of patients complaining that their paracetamol was 10 minutes late, and this was 5 minutes late, and I thought, I could have died. I'm utterly replaceable. And it was really that moment that I said, you know what, enough is enough, and I need to prioritize my wellness. And as much as I love being a hospital doctor, and I love that I'm having these one-to-one opportunities to be able to change people's health and promote health, I'm not promoting my health by staying in this kind of institution that is failing us all the time, both patients and healthcare staff. You know, at the moment, hustle culture is becoming a thing of the past. You've got companies like Google and LinkedIn and Nike who've recognized that really the key to productivity, it sounds very simple, but is just enhancing their employees' well-being in the workplace and at home, because at the end of the day, we know that most of us spend up to a third of our working day or even more at work, surrounded by colleagues, maybe even more than you see your family and friends. So these companies have gone above and beyond to be able to change the thought process and that corporate culture of overwork. And I think employees themselves have really recognized the fragility of life since the pandemic. They're not really largely focused on money. You know, what is a extra 2K, 5K, 10K bonus to me if I am in hospital or burnt out and I've got decision fatigue and brain fog? They're really focused on living well at work and at home. Again, this was another video that unfortunately does not look like it's playing, but that's fine. I think we sort of readily accept things like immunizations and taking vitamins, getting mammograms and cervical smears, and all these really great measures for preventing later stage disease. But things as simple as getting enough rest are overlooked and often discouraged, as I said, in these kind of corporate toxic environments where the later you stay, the more eager you appear. And when I'm talking about the therapeutic benefits of travel, these are some things that come to mind. Now, I'm wondering if there's any fact that I've put on here that anyone's shocked by. Please do come to the mic. We've got things like travel increases neuroplasticity, reduces occupational burnout, increases iodine in the body. Why would you think that travel would be increasing iodine in the body? Because of that exposure to sea life that you get when you travel to beaches. And I think something that I was really quite interested in is the link between traveling and heart disease. I found it utterly fascinating. There's one of the longest running studies or largest studies called the Farringham study of cardiovascular medicine actually found that they followed 12,000 men who were at high risk. These were middle-aged men at high risk of heart disease, and they followed them for a 9-year period. And sort of accounting for other factors, they found that the men who vacationed at least once a year were 5 times less likely to suffer from heart attacks and have heart disease and actually other health problems. And a lot of that is to do with the fact that we know that emotional stress and being in this chronic phase of kind of overwork and burnout, and you have high levels of your catecholamines kind of racing around, affects your metabolic health and affects your blood vessels. So these were sort of the facts that I, as a travel lover, really leaned into and thought to myself, this is amazing stuff. But not everyone seems to know just the extent of how you can use travel as a therapy. So really, I think the birth of prescribed wellness travel and what I do, what the doctor recommends as the world's first doctor to be prescribing travel as medicine for the mind is I had the epiphany, yes, in 2020, but even prior to that, I do remember, this was 2017, I'd finished a stretch of 10 nights, and my reward was always traveling. If I did something arduous or hard, or I did a stretch of nights or something, I was going to travel afterwards. I was going to go to Bali, I was going to go to Rwanda, go gorilla trekking, something to kind of reinvigorate myself. And I just remember I was in Bali at the time, and I was standing at the base of Mount Batur. If anyone's been to Bali, it's beautiful. And I just remember feeling this peace and contentment that I had not felt in a very long time. And I thought to myself, how can I almost want to bottle up this feeling. How can I take this feeling back home with me? Having had these local exchanges, having had these thought-provoking conversations and having my mindset changed by the things I was seeing, putting things into perspective. As I said, traveling helps with your cognitive neuroplasticity. It forces introspection. It helps if you're traveling in the right way, mindfully and purposefully. And at the time, I think I hadn't done enough research into travel to be able to come to a conclusion about how can I bottle this up and how can I take these feel-good feelings home and make them last. Because I'm sure, as everyone knows, you go on a holiday and you have a really nice vacation and you feel amazing, you feel blissful. But then you come back home and you go to work and you're, doing the mundanity of life, and the grime of burnout starts to get back to you, and then you want to explore again. So it's how to make this a more long-lasting transformation. So, as I said, I have got the world's first physician-led wellness and travel consultancy prescribing wellness travel, really to combat occupational burnout. At the moment, I work with corporations and with individuals who are suffering from things like decision fatigue, from brain fog. They have really lost their sense of mind-body-soul connection. They're burnt out. They no longer have any job satisfaction. And I use travel as a catalyst. It's really the spark plug combined with my high-performance coaching. The amalgamation of the two helps them have that longer-lasting transformation, because as I've been doing a little bit more research with the University of Surrey, their travel team, we found that it actually takes 5 weeks for those feel-good feelings to dissipate. And so how can we help people carry on that ongoing transformation in their lives? And that's where the supportive cognitive behavioral therapy and life coaching comes in. So it's something that's really innovative, and it's taken the imagination of everyone that I talk to about it, and I'm so thankful to my clients for really believing in the in prescribed wellness travel. So how it works. As I said, I'm many things. I'm a multi-hyphenate. This is the ADHD. So what I do is I've amalgamated all of my specialities. So at What the Doctor Recommends, I partner with qualified healthcare practitioners, such as GPs, who we dual train as wellness coaches and travel consultants to be able to analyze a client's wellness travel prescription questionnaire. It's a very in-depth and long questionnaire. And I work closely with a directory of carefully selected wellness tourism partners to prescribe not only a destination for a client, but also to create a personalized wellness experience that's very experiential, that's very specific to them, that is targeted towards their current travel wants and needs and their goals. What is their mission from this? Is it to detox from technology? Is it to recover from burnout? Is it to challenge themselves in a way that is supported, yet they have got that sense of autonomy when they're traveling? And as I said, combining this with cognitive behavioral life coaching. So this is currently, I think, the old, or the way that most people travel is you overwork, you're not taking regular rest, and then the overwhelm comes, the burnout, the fatigue, the stress, the anxiety, and then people travel to rebuild their resilience. But what if it looked a little bit different? What if travel is actually a preventative measure? What if it's a preventative solution? So you're actually traveling with intent, you're setting goals, you're able to build these positive life coping skills that are transferable into the workplace. So you return detoxed and de-stressed, and you're more productive, and you're making this a regular pattern in your life. So I've been quite fortunate. I'm really excited about this, actually. We know that we're living in a sort of twin pandemic, burnout and poor sleep. Now, it's almost like a chicken and egg situation, because which came first? Are you burnt out? then you have sleep disturbances, or do the sleep disturbances cause the burnout? It's a fascinating topic, but I'm really proud to partner with Sleep Space. Sleep Space and Dr. Dan Gartenberg, he's also known as Dr. Snooze. He's a renowned sleep scientist and adjunct professor at the Penn State University. So he's created Sleep Space, which is the world's first integrated sleep tracker, and CBTI, which is CBT insomnia coaching software that is also in parallel run with live travel coaching, live sleep specialist coaching. And these really customized sleep programs are based on the industry standard cognitive behavioral therapy. And one thing that I think really stands out about Sleep Space is its ability to integrate with your wearables, whether you've got an Apple Watch or Garmin or something like that, and it will accurately measure and enhance your sleep with sound and light integration if you have smart light bulbs. So I've actually put this QR code there if you want to scan it. If you don't have a method of scanning it and you would like to try out a 30-day free trial of Sleep Space, just connect with me on LinkedIn or find me sort of after this. So this is really the core of what I'm doing at the moment, is my prescribed wellness travel, corporate wellness, and running retreats and workshops that really realign priorities, release tension, and restore a sense of balance. My services are catered towards B2C. I work a lot with overstretched senior leaders, executives, and burnt-out professionals, but I also am moving more towards a corporate wellness because I definitely think that, well, I'll come on to that actually. There are really three profiles of people that I tend to work with. So the first might be somebody who finds it really difficult to switch off. Sort of hands up if you've ever, okay, actually, let's do something. Hands up if you have gone on a holiday this year. Apart from this is not really a holiday. Oh, really? You guys have not gone on a holiday? Oh, that's sad. Okay. Okay, so keep your hands up again. You went on a holiday, great. So keep your hands up if you touched your laptop or computer and you sort of like looked through emails and things while you were meant to be on holiday. Okay, and if you didn't, did you think about work? So it's really, you can put your hands down. So it's really, really difficult, I think, for many different types of people, especially entrepreneurs, especially people who are running businesses and people who are in this culture where you're expected to be on all the time. You know, you've got your manager telling you, I'm going to send you an email at 8 o'clock on Saturday, and you don't feel able to kind of push back and say, no, I need to rest. So I work with this sort of profile of person. Also, frequent business travelers who are affected by persistent jet lag, and persistent jet lag can be quite difficult to manage, but we manage to sort of help with the poor concentration and things like that with the CBTI programs. And then the last kind of profile, the more common profile, is someone who has reached that level of burnout where they have complete decision fatigue. Now, we're talking about senior leaders, execs, and people like yourselves. You make decisions on a daily basis, and most of us are making life or death decisions. And imagine if your brain, I don't know if anyone's ever suffered from brain fog. I have. I actually thought I had dementia, like early onset dementia. It was really awful because I couldn't think. I couldn't make a decision about what I wanted to eat, let alone how to help my my patients. And some of these people, you know, they're very unfamiliar with wellness travel and the ground level travel planning that's required to really have a holistic holiday. So I help with that. So some of the competitive advantages actually to corporations to partnering with me is, as I said before, people don't care about money that much anymore. There's only a certain amount of money that you need before you start looking at other things that you can get from the corporation or the company that you're working from. And one of those is as much as the company cares about their bottom line, how much do they care about me? Am I somewhere where I'm thriving and I'm encouraged to, look after my whole sense of self? So partnering with me with the prescribed wellness travel can create this hyper-successful workforce who are loyal to you, and they're more productive, they've come to work, they're more rested, and you're able to actually not only attract, but retain staff. And I think the biggest thing for corporations and companies is that you can actually, through the corporate well-being programs and prescribed wellness travel, if you use your corporate social responsibility budget, that's a tax break. So I feel like that's when people tend to go, ooh. So these are some ways to work with me. So I'm really on a mission to recruit enough medics to, by 2024, help enough 100,000 professionals really overcome burnout, be able to detox from technology and build these positive life coping skills through travel that they can transfer onto the workforce and actually be rested and productive and balanced employees. So I will be running I think I was talking to a few people before, I will be running a travelers therapy mastermind at some point. If that's something that you're interested in, it sort of is more of a deep dive into where I'm going and ways of collaboration that would be amazing. Connect with me. As I said, corporate well-being. I also am looking for brand ambassadors. So if you're someone who's quite social savvy, as I said, I'm a bit of a TikToker and Instagrammer. So I feel like it's great to do this health promotion in outside of the insular realm of LinkedIn. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, definitely hit me up. And if you're somebody who's burnt out, if you are somebody who feels as though you cannot break this cycle of overwork and overwhelm, and you need a bit of help, and the idea of actually traveling to boost your well-being, and then having that opportunity to have a really high impact coaching so that you can take these learned experiences and transform them into your life, message me and we can definitely put something together. So I think I've done quite well actually, finishing in with 1 second to go. So thank you very much. So thanks. Thank you. So I hope that was interesting. I mean, does anyone have any questions that they would like to? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Quite inspiring and amazing. Thanks for your work there.
Thank you.
Concerning the data on travel, I mean, there are lots of publications out that show that the more you travel, the more you have health issues. So when you compare travel, for example, work travel, and you compare people with 1 to 6 days compared with 20 days, they always have more health issues. Also, you put some of these on your slides. Also, jet lagged, immunocompromised, compromising stuff. So there is also conflicting data about this out. Could there be a bias also that people who can travel have a better lifestyle because they can afford it? Because this is a very important bias that should be mentioned, I think.
Yes.
And the second thought, you also said it, actually if you have a burned out patient, then you need to break this vicious circle. And this can be done by a lot of different things. And wellness travel is of course one thing where you take the people out. But the most important thing is how to bring them in again. This was what you, I think, meant with the cognitive
coaching afterwards, exactly. Because it was from, a lot of this is through my lived experience.
Yeah.
And my experience of, I would travel after I got to the stage of overwhelm and burnout, then I would build up resilience. But when you think about resilience and let's say you've got 2 different types of people, and you've got one who's like a hard, those hard rulers, and they barely have any give. So if they break, they break hard, and it's very difficult to get them back together. And other people are a bit more pliable, like those bendy rulers. And I think for a lot of people, yes, it might seem that travel is inaccessible and it's something that can only be accessed through wealth, but when we're thinking about wellness travel, it does not have to be that you're going to Rwanda. There's a lot of different ways that I work with clients to be able to fit in a package that works in their environment, or somewhere that's a little bit more local, so that they are able to access this. And that's something I was talking about yesterday, actually, is how I can get this to be recognized as a form of therapy that actually GPs can prescribe in a way that is accessible to people. So I hope that answers your question, and if it doesn't, message me later.
Forget message. Go outside for a coffee. Keep this conversation going, girl. Dr. Noreen, give her a round of applause. We're wrapping this one up so we can keep the agenda going. Thank you. Well done. You know, there's a real estate company in town that an architect has now is now promoting this idea of space and the impact of space on your psyche, right? So it's about, you can go, there's all this research as well, even from the health industry, of people recovering from surgery, going into a hospital environment with walls on each side versus going into an environment with nature, and how that impacts actually the recovery time and actually how they're feeling and all the side effects that come with some of these post-surgical operations. So really interesting stuff. It's the wave of the future. I think it's definitely, Dr. Noreen, ahead of your time. So well done, girl. I like to hear these type of things that are shifting and changing the industry. Next up, let's bring on a panel who's prioritizing health for the mother of the planet, women. And we're discussing the correlation between one's health and financial standings. Because there's no doubt it could be expensive to get some of the health that we require. So let's welcome to the stage Margot Stern, MBA, Chief Strategic Officer, and Genetics, who will be the session's moderator with a few fabulous intellectual professionals from the health industry. Come on down. Prioritizing Health for Women, a prescription for prosperity. Give her a round of applause as she announces her guest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Everyone has a mic. Is working, testing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Enjoy.
We're talking, we're a panel. We have
Definitely.
to see each other. Forget that they're there. No, I was just kidding. It's
Good
very
idea.
important that you're all here today. It's very exciting to be here and speak about something that is near and dear to my heart. And I think it's so important not just to women, but mankind, humankind, peoplekind. There are some stereotypes that are going on, and we want to drop those. We will be speaking a little bit about women empowerment under the conception of the title of the panel. But in a women's panel, it's not so often that we see a non-woman on the panel.
Correct.
So we're very, very excited that Tsepang is joining us, and thank you. So first I just want to start off. So my name is Margot. I am the Chief Strategic Officer of Genetics, and there's an element of Genetics. We grow plant stem cells in bioreactors. So we grow plants without Mother Earth. We don't have any of the obstacles of Earth. Think outside of the field, right? And know that innovation is bringing us to take all of the ingredients and Mother Nature's gifts and put them inside our medications, our medicines, all of the things that we need to enhance our well-being and bring prosperity. We want to make them low cost. We want to make them available. You're going to hear about from these lovely people how we do that. So please just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you do, where you're from.
Hi everyone. My name is Asma. I'm a pharmacist, a cosmetologist, a lobbyist, and CEO and founder of Skinimalist. Our business is like a baby for us. We are doing our best to provide women with new technologies, services, products impacting their health and their well-being. This is a major part of our strategy, and we aim to change the the perception of beauty, skincare, and nutraceuticals within the EMEA region. So this is what we do.
Great. Tsepang.
Thank you, Margot. Good day, everyone. My name is Tsepang Mahlangu. I'm a clinical imaging technologist preceptor with Hamad Medical Corporation in collaboration with University of Doha and for Science and Technology in Qatar. And in terms of increasing my knowledge base, I am part of King's College London. And in business, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mani Institute of Biotechnology. And I'm a man of many hats. But I'm very excited to be part of this panel. And yeah, let's go ahead, guys.
Fantastic. So yes, we're not talking about women as baby-making machines. We are more than this. And women's health goes beyond reproduction. There were supposed to be two other women on this panel with us today, and they were the medical doctors. So if you don't mind, I spoke with them yesterday. We were preparing. They're sorry they can't be here. And I would like to read something that Dr. Henna Cuddy said that she felt was important to say on this panel. So she was talking about women's health and equity. And a lack of women's health and equity is actually a lack of equity. Around the world, everyone deserves a fair and just opportunity to achieve, attain, and realize their highest quality of health and well-being. With unique health risks and life experiences, women's diverse needs should be holistically considered. These demands are inclusive of, but broader than material and reproductive care, and include recognition of work-life demands, mental well-being, and preventative health. A global agenda for women's health must therefore have a broadened, redefined focus to encompass not only women's sexual and reproductive health, but also the leading causes of death and disability of women, which actually the leading cause of women's death is heart disease and heart failure. You wouldn't necessarily think about that, and women typically have longer longevity of life than men. So we're here and we have to sustain and keep their impact with us. So for many years, it was widely assumed that the occurrence and outcomes of disease were the same for men and women, and that our understanding of disease processes based on studies involving only men would be equally relevant for women. But an increasing body of evidence suggests that this is not the case, and that we can improve our knowledge about disease occurrence and disease outcomes for both men and women by undertaking analysis of health data disaggregated by sex and informed by a gender perspective, as well as by including sufficient numbers of women in scientific studies. So, Henna, we're sorry that you weren't here today, but now we're going to take the conversation to our expertise. And again, Asma, you started a company to help women make the most of themselves by caring for their well-being. I would like to know what this means and how you believe technology can help accomplish this goal. Maybe ingredients and formulations, these stem cells that my company can do, resveratrol, how it affects the products that we use in our skin. Asma is also a pharmacist, that helps in her knowledge. And preventative efforts, please.
Yeah, sure. So I think that we need to consider beauty, especially now, as a holistic thing for our well-being. It's not about being or feeling beautiful, it's to be able to have a 360 strategy to your wellness journey. And this is what we do. So for example, if you talk about, as you said, about technology and how to prepare the next product for the next generations, I think that we should tackle the technology part by, first of all, thinking about formulations. This is very important. This is something we're working on. For example, within Skinimalist, we targeted neurocosmetics, and I don't know if you heard already about neurocosmetics or not, but what we say is that your skin talks to your brain, and this is what neurocosmetics is about. So we are not going to formulate products that have X, Y, or Z ingredient, but those ingredients are scientifically proven and they can impact directly your skin and your nervous system. And this is a very challenging thing, and we have been discussing with a lot of manufacturers around the world, and the studies are amazing, targeting especially women's health and women wellness. So I think this is the first part of technology. And the second part, and yesterday I have been part of an amazing panel discussing about cosmetization, and this is something very interesting for the future. And our company works also on that because we believe that we are all different and we need specific products that target specific needs. So you cannot go on the market and start using, like, we are all different, and you cannot have a product that targets everything and everyone's problems. This is impossible. So in the future, we need to make sure that we formulate products, and we use technology in order to understand what is your needs, what is the why before the how. This is what we were discussing, and this is what we do, yeah. But it's not only about beauty, because in beauty we have, as I said, for the ingredients or for the tech part, but it's also the main important thing is the holistic approach, the in and out beauty. And neurocosmetics helps us also for this in and out beauty. So yeah.
Very interesting. Food for thought all day long. Tsepang, so we wanted to talk also about the intersection between technology, innovation, and achieving global health, which is becoming ever so relevant in our world today. Whether it's being able to develop, distribute vaccines, we were in COVID times and still are, times of crisis, finding ways to reach patients, telehealth in remote areas, provide quality care to anyone that needs it. You're passionate about technology, science, and global health. So can you please tell us some next steps for bridging the technology gap, why this should matter even where we are today? So today we're in the UAE, you're from South Africa, I'm from Israel, and as globally to make all of these relevant and active for us.
Thank you very much, Margot, for that question. And coming from a third world country, living in a first world country, developing country, and having worked in the first world countries, I see disparities in health inequalities. And doing research in healthcare sciences, one thing I've realized is health inequities, especially between genders, which for the most part actually shows that women, yes, they do live longer than men, but under which condition? Is their well-being better than that of men or not? Well, one thing we have noticed as we're talking about health tech innovation is the hoarding of information, especially talking about COVID mRNA vaccines recently between the last 2 to 3 years with the COVID pandemic. We have seen that most third world countries, developing countries, did not receive the necessary vaccines that was required, and this was actually quite a complicated situation regarding IP and manufacturing of these vaccines. And why do we have to bridge these gaps? Well, we have to ask ourselves really fundamental questions as health tech innovators and entrepreneurs, private or public and government, whether what is most important. Is it whether the business or whether it is the human life? And especially when it comes to health. Because while we're sitting here, each and every second somebody's passing away. I met a very interesting character yesterday, not a character but a personality who was part of the panel discussion yesterday, and also an awardee for this conference. Her name is Dr. Silvano Micalo. She's from Spain. She wrote a book called Health Tech Innovations. So I asked her, what is your conclusion on the matter? What knowledge, what wisdom would you like to share with me? And she told me one interesting thing. She said to me, the biggest thing she noticed after having to write this book for 6 years is that we have to come to a point where we bridge gaps, which is part of your question. And part of bridging the gaps is we have to be more selfless, thinking about the fact that life is more important than money, and we have to also think about the fact that, you know, health is really not about money, but more about the person. And yeah, that is what I have to say.
Thank you so much. So it's interesting. Of course, health is more important than money. I'm sure everyone in this room is in full agreement with that. But prosperity, right, and a prescription for prosperity, we do have to recognize the size of these markets, right? And the size of the market is a direct correlation to how many people need it, right? So, Asma, can you tell us the levels and the financial sides and incredible statistics of what we're looking at in this global industry?
Yeah, so it's actually a very interesting question because we need to visualize what the worth of this market before going into products and going into services or whatever. So for the wellness market is estimated at $1.5 trillion by 2028, which is amazing because here again it shows us how much people are looking for their wellness, and especially after COVID. If we look to all the studies that were conducted, and it's something that you will be probably talking about later on, but if you talk about mental health, for example, which is a very interesting market as well, in part of the wellness journey, we have this study that was conducted by Deloitte, and we see how much the next generation, which is the anxious generation, is going to suffer from all what is happening in the world, and how these elements and these things that happen to us between 2020 and today is dramatically impacting the products that we will be using in the future. So here again, it's not only about, this is what we said, about appearance or about something very specific. It's about a holistic approach, a 360 approach to manage your sleep, to manage your mindfulness, to manage your fitness, your health, your beauty, whatever. But it's part of this well-being journey, wellness journey, and this is why this market is so interesting and so important.
Thank you. I want to briefly also just touch upon, we've been talking a lot about physical health and well-being, but also mental health. We can't not speak about that. So just a moment, Tepang, I know that you are knowledgeable in mental health, and can you just tell us the difference from mental health in men and women, how you see it? Because what we're talking about is supporting women, but it's important both to talk about the differences and how they're connected and important.
Well, basically, if you think about mental health, we're really talking about psychology. And in this aspect, one thing we have realized in sex differences in psychology is that men tend to be externalizing more of their emotions and feelings, and whereas women tend to be more internalizing of their emotions and feelings. What this actually means is women are more predisposed to neuroticism. What that actually means in a deeper level is that women tend to be experiencing more feelings of anxiety, depression, and irrational fears. And this is when we look at history and society and all the mechanisms that actually contribute to how our society is today is based on how we treat our women. And this is actually something that has to change, and what we also impose on them in terms of psychologically, physically, financially, also within the spaces in which we exist. And what I mean by that is we have to take off some burden as also some responsibility of them so that they can be more empowered to be able to focus on what actually benefits them to be able to be more prosperous and contribute to society. And in terms of men, what we see is with the externalization is substance abuse, more aggressive behavior, and antisocialness, which explains why we cannot get a lot of business cards from men. I'm kidding. But with that said, what I mean is we see a lot of men spending a lot of time in sports bars and then at home with their kids and their families. And also what we see is violence between men is more than between women, and also domestic abuse with the COVID pandemic was high, which was indicated in studies. And this is very concerning about psychology and mental health. And so dealing with this is a very, very important issue in terms of how we empower our women to be able to move on forward, in terms of also how we view them. We should stop objectifying women and start to see them as our equals in society and treat them fairly and equally and give them that opportunity to prosper. And I think this is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Asma, tell us how in your field, cosmetics, cosmeceuticals, and nutraceuticals can empower women?
Here again, it's a very interesting question because we saw how much, and this is what we were discussing, the holistic approach, the 360 approach. This is the main thing here regarding beauty and wellness. And when we talk about nutraceuticals, we see how much like we are using them today and at every stage of our life actually. So it becomes part of our wellness journey, and people, we saw the shift from the curation to the prevention, and people would like to take care of their own health, and especially after COVID. It's now we would like to take care of ourselves. We would like to take care of our health, to understand what is happening in our bodies. The future generations are so educated and they want to know more about their health. So with those products, which are over-the-counter products, we see that we need to provide the next generations with the right products, and those products will empower them via their well-being, because they will feel better and manage their health better. And I think it would be a very interesting thing for the future. But at the same time, as we discussed yesterday at the panel, we need to come up with new ingredients, new products, and it's innovation. And innovation in nutraceuticals is not something that's easy, especially with all the regulations that we have internationally. You are talking about cosmeceuticals. I love this word. I have a brand, and this is why it's about cosmeceuticals. But you know the problems that we're facing regarding the regulation of cosmeceuticals, because we need to do more research and more discussions with governments to accept this word and to go beyond the beauty and go for the in and out beauty, and thus have this crucial impact on health. So yeah.
Amazing. So my company, Reagenics, we use stem cells, and we're trying to figure all of this out. Let's do it together.
Exactly.
Good. Okay. Excellent. So we only have another minute before we take some questions. But Tapang, just quickly tell us, what do you think is the most pressing issue today in women's health, and how companies like yours and data and innovation can do just one thing, pressing issue, and what we should do first?
Yeah, well, just to round it off quickly, we have seen that data collection research has actually contributed significantly to innovation and how products are developed. And she mentioned what is the most pressing issue to women's health today. And without the data and the research, we wouldn't have known that heart disease and breast cancer were the leading cause of death in women. And currently, me and my company, which is Mani Institute of Biotechnology, we went into seeking out an issue which affects women, which is called endometriosis, which has no diagnostic test available that can actually give results promptly, except when results start showing or when symptoms start being noticed in women. And we have developed the endometriosis DNA probe. We are in the clinical stage right now, and it has shown 98% diagnostic accuracy. And yeah, we've very much invested in women's health in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work. So our time is up for this panel, but I know we need to ask questions, so we'll open for questions, right?
Hello, hello. So we do have, our time has come up. We got a couple more people coming up. So I want to give time for people to engage. If you have any questions around women's health, if you think this is something important and relevant to you you'd like to bring up, I invite you to please come up to the microphone. Don't all run at the same time. I know after lunch people get a little lethargic. You know, we get tired. There was rice, lots of carbs on that table, that buffet. Okay, then this is what I'd like to do is thank these wonderful panelists. You've done a great job on the stage and keeping us engaged. Thank you for all the people on YouTube watching. Give them a round of applause, please. Sorry we don't have any questions, but I'm sure there are a lot of people still outside engaging and talking. There's no doubt that sometimes by day 3, people are having such a good time that they go out and they're just chatting away, you know? But have you had a good time? Yeah, amazing. That's all that matters. Amazing. That's all that matters. Come on up here to the front of the stage. We ask you for a group photo. That would be great. Babu takes a great shot. Now I'm just going to ask again, is everyone getting what they need from this event, connecting? I see some new faces I haven't seen before. All right, thank you guys. Thank you, Margot, so much for hosting and moderating this session. Was there someone in the back there? I know I saw them before. These lights are very bright. That wanted to get some more connections here? All right, looks like everyone's happy. You're making enough connections. You're meeting enough people. All right, so let's keep moving with this agenda. Day 3, second half, lots more to go. So, every teenager globally knows VR. No doubt. I haven't experienced it myself, but there's no doubt that VR is establishing a revolutionized way of interacting with all industries, especially medical education. It's opening up learning opportunities that would not be reality. And it's outside the classroom, outside the schools, and allowing individuals to really place themselves inside a place of practice, inside those screens, for them to really engage on a more individual level and really try to understand the challenges that they got to overcome and learn from mistakes. Really hands-on, really incredible. It's like that video game for industries nowadays. It's becoming the future. It is here, and it's developing every single day. And with any part of technology, you know how fast it's going. It's flying in terms of its progression and the impact it has on these industries. So next up, keep in mind we have speakers in this session, and we're going to ask the topic to all be around virtual reality and the potential to help the doctors and the patients alike. So please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Kevin Yap, who's a co-editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Digital Health. He's a guy who got digital health on Wikipedia. I remember that earlier. Pharmacy practice manager at the Singapore General Hospital. And I can't wait to hear what's happening in VR. You're going to drive that conversation. I'm going to give you a microphone so you can drive, invite your guest up to the stage, okay? This one should work. Just test it out. Maybe, nope, not working. Okay, this is always the best part of the show. Try that one. It's like, let's try another mic.
Hello.
All right,
great.
We got a live one.
Thank you.
You ready, Kevin?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to invite Dr. Raj, who is my co-host.
So Barrage is coming up. Here we go. It's a fireside chat. It's just you guys? Or anyone else? Perfect. Why don't you come closer to the middle of the stage, guys? And ask you just move the chairs. I want to make sure everyone can see you during this. There is a shadow from these bright lights. Sit here comfortably. Gentlemen, would you mind just moving the table? You guys have water. You're set to rock and roll. Time is on the clock. If you would like questions, please leave 10 minutes before we end and your red light time's up. Don't forget hashtag health2 Conf, you know it. Okay, just checking. Now I'm going to test people to see if they remember it. I hope I said it enough. Have a great conversation. Virtual reality, the future for patients and doctors alike.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, this is a fireside chat, so I hope to be able to get some cozy participation, right, with Dr. Raj here. Before we introduce ourselves, all right, I'm sure all of us have had some sort of experience before, right? So just a show of hands. How many of you have had experiences with VR, either as a user, a developer, right? That's great, all right? The lights are shining a little bright, but I can see some hands there. Yeah, so I would like some participation, all right? So I've actually created a Slido poll, all right? So if you, those of you who have your mobile phones or your laptops, you can go to slido.com, all right? And the code to enter is actually the same as our hashtag, all right? Health2Conf. And I would like you to perhaps answer the first poll down there, all right, while we give an introduction to ourselves. All right, so perhaps Dr. Raj, you can.
I've been giving my introduction since morning, so I'm sure they know me by now. Yes.
You know, just a little bit about what you do in VR.
Okay, so my role with the VR is basically into manufacturing of the X-ray machine, where we're using the AutoCAD, using the help of virtual reality to see how much effective can we get into the manufacturing of machines. And second thing, what we are thinking of is coming up with a 3D CTC arm, which is now very in the nascent stage right now. And as many surgeons, we struggle with our visualization during surgery. So we are coming up with something of that. So we're using virtual reality and AI to see how much of it is going to be really helpful in, you know, getting opinions, getting the images right, and also getting patients for compliance. We use virtual reality.
Right. Okay. So maybe just a little introduction to what I do as well in VR. So I'm both an educational researcher as well as a trainer in a hospital. And for those of you who know, I've said that I'm the co-editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Digital Health. But my experience is actually very much in the academic as well as in the educational setting, where we've used VR and serious games to train 21st century skills in undergraduate healthcare students, as well as to train medication safety in our pharmacists in the hospital. So, you know, a lot of us, we are tapping on VR as one of the upcoming technologies, right? So maybe just another show of hands. How many of you know what's the difference between VR, AR, MR, and XR? You know, all these terms that we have heard before. Virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and extended reality. Anybody? Great. Maybe just would you?
You can go ahead. It's you can go ahead and involve in the discussion.
Yeah. Or perhaps you could even type. You know, I see they have a laptop there. Perhaps you could type. You know what you think the difference is. For those of you who have actually used VR as a tool and AR, augmented reality, as a tool as well. I see, you know, from the Slido chat that somebody has used VR as an educational tool, right? And a lot of us, we are actually trying to use these sorts of technologies for education, for training, in terms of skill sets, right? So in terms of VR itself, all right, we know that there are some advantages and disadvantages, right? So perhaps, you know, Raj?
Yeah. So that's why we've come up with one more Slido, a poll where you can tell us which one do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of your VR, AR, and how do you think would be best beneficial for you?
Yeah, so for those of you who are on Slido, could you perhaps, we've written down some of the advantages and disadvantages that we think are possible, right? But for those of you who have actually experienced these advantages and disadvantages, could you perhaps note down some of these, perhaps in terms of either providing high quality visualizations or increasing engagement and connections or other stuff. Perhaps I'll just wait a while, but perhaps, Raj, you could explain a little bit.
See, as virtual reality, what we are worried from the hospital sector is not only about engaging the patient, but what about the safety and security of the medical records of the patient? Because we are going completely into virtual reality and trying to see what best we can do to the patient on the virtual scale. And we are able to give them accessibility to tertiary care from being in a very remote village. But how safe and secure is that is an area which I think has not been addressed by many companies which are supporting for VR or artificial intelligence or augmented reality. It's been a lot of discussion which has been brought up in a lot of cybersecurity conferences. So that's something which we have to look forward in the future.
Right, yes, and I'm seeing some of the Slido answers here, right? Some of you have mentioned that it enhances learning and practice, and I'm sure, for those of us who have used it before, this is very real. For myself personally, when I used virtual reality to train health communication in my undergrad students, for pharmacy and healthcare professionals, we found that they actually increased in terms of their confidence as well as the ability to evoke or understand the patient from the patient's point of view as well, right? But I think some of you have actually mentioned that because of VR, there's a potential for the lack of face-to-face interaction. How many of you have actually experienced the fact that VR can potentially create silos rather than connections? Anybody here? I saw one hand.
There's one hand in the back.
Yeah. So I think particularly with COVID, right? Yeah. There's been the fact that all of us are in the homes and potentially we can't really connect with the students, with our colleagues, right? And when we try to use VR, the experience is that it was done in silo, right? And that's something that perhaps we should consider for as we move towards the future with regards to the face-to-face.
See, the one thing which happened during the COVID was the patients itself would not come into the hospital. And that brought in a lot of virtual reality. That brought in a lot of people seeing doctors online. And they have got a lot too comfortable with that. And that's probably the reason why they don't want to come out of the work from home. And they're quite comfortable being in the work from home setup. Like how we had the discussion in the morning as to where do we draw the line for work from home? Do we have self-discipline or not while we're working from home? Because you've seen during the videos of many of the work from homes, people are just in their shorts but wearing a blazer on the top. So is that how you have maintained a self-discipline when you're doing a work from home? So the virtual reality itself has taken a totally different picture now when you're talking about treating patients.
So I think one of the main advantages perhaps that we are all trying to use VR for is perhaps for the fact that it's very immersive, all right, for at least for the Gen Zs, the Gen Y, the Gen Zs, when they're starting to play games, right, VR has that characteristic of immersivity which can potentially help in terms of creating that information retention.
Yeah, so being the devil's advocate here, we can always have it backfire also on the same side.
Yes.
Because we've had a lot of like mental health disorders coming up because of virtual reality itself, because it's too immersive and people do not want to come out of that delusional phase. So there are lots of good, but lots of bad also. It is where you draw the line. I'm sure there are people in the audience also would agree with that, that there is a very thin line between virtual reality having clear-cut good and clear-cut bad. I mean, it's the gray zone is there, and you really don't know which part of it you're falling on.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a need for a balance, right? And I guess for a lot of us who are educators, when we link VR, we link it with simulations, we link it with games, and one of the things that is really just attracting the younger generations is the fact that the storyline is also very interesting to them, right? And that's something that in healthcare, when we create these sorts of VR simulations, we need to be able to balance the fact that we need that education aspect, but yet there's also that narrative engagement that needs to help in terms of engaging the students.
Yeah, because in India, compared to what we used to have a lot of bodies for anatomy examination, right now a lot of it has gone into virtual reality and augmented reality, where you give them the feel of the muscle, you give them the feel of the nerves by giving them those. So they really do not have the hands-on like how we used to have. What we used to wear used to feel skin, we used to feel that. So for the doctor's training, I think there is a bridge where we somewhere need to give between what is virtual reality and what do they see on a patient as such. And I think that small connect, if we can give that to the students as they become the future doctors, it would give them a huge boost in their own confidence. And compared to the last 2 years of where there were students who passed out during the COVID, they have no idea where they are. They have completely lost out on what is the tactile touch of seeing a patient, or how to examine a patient. So virtual reality to some extent will help them in connecting what they have learned to what they're going to really feel on a patient. And I think that's where we'll have to bring in virtual reality in the future and give them that small boost of confidence for them to build up, so that, yes, I can see a patient on the OP basis. And I think that's where we have to head into.
Yes, definitely. I guess one of the things as a healthcare professional and as a healthcare educator that we're looking for is evidence-based, right? So for those of us who have been using virtual reality, or even right now, mixed reality and augmented reality, what are the sorts of evidence-based that's available for the different conditions?
Yeah, that's a question now. How much are you going to build it up with virtual reality? Do we have any evidence for that? So there is a distance between where you're going to stop virtual reality and where you're going to come back into real life. And evidence-based, I'm not really sure. Can I ask Dr. Shahnawaz, what is your opinion on that, on evidence-based practice in virtual reality?
So the question was what?
What's the evidence-based virtual reality
practice? That's a very interesting question, actually. Is it related to virtual reality?
Yep. So,
yeah. Unfortunately, no. I have never been to that, because we are into senior care, so we still, going through a regular care, not into a virtual reality yet. But when it comes to care, then obviously we have to look into some advancement in technology.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, as a person who really looks into journals and evidence-based and articles, one of the things that perhaps virtual reality has been used for is particularly for pain relief. And I think for pain relief, it's one of the more evidence-based conditions with regards to
I 100% agree with you on that. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Right, yes,
Yeah.
But I think in terms of some of the upcoming like mental health conditions which people are trying to use virtual reality, there is evidence in terms of cognitive behavioral therapy, right? There are trials that have been done with CBT therapy which shows some sort of effectiveness, but yet at the same time, I think there are also some studies that show that, you know, there's a little conflict in terms of the effectiveness. But I think that's the way that digital health and virtual reality is going in terms of healthcare, and I'm sure
Absolutely,
there's a
I
lot
totally agree with you.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, so
Thank you for your opinion.
Yeah, so I think in terms of evidence-based, for those of you who are in the different domains in healthcare, like mental health, as well as pain relief for surgery training, right? There is evidence that shows that it has helped in terms of improving the accuracy of surgery for virtual reality, especially when it's combined with AI and
I
robotics.
totally agree with that.
Yeah, so, you know, moving towards surgery itself, right, we know that there's an integration of technologies right now, right, with artificial intelligence, with robotics. What's your experience with that?
Coming to the knee replacement, where we have a lot of AI being used into the knee replacement, there is a very fine line as to what exactly are we doing. That's what we had the discussion in the morning, where therapeutics seems to be going ahead of more than the diagnostics. And the other thing, I just met one of the vendors outside who was talking about how he is coming up with an area of virtual reality or AI, and probably AI, you know, trying to find out whether a person, by their voice methods, by that way of their talking, is it being able to diagnose a person who's in depression or a person who's trying to show changes in her mind, in the mind or status, but not really coming out and saying that, yes, I have a mental disorder. Because even now, today in the world, the mental disorder is still considered as a separate psychiatric condition. And the way people do see a mental disorder is, okay, this person is going to be violent, or this person is going to be listening to me, or this person is definitely not the kind of person I want to be talking to. And that perception has definitely started changing. And I think if we can use virtual reality and augmented reality and AI to help in identifying these patients at a very early stage, it prevents them from going through a lot of stress, a lot of mental upset, and trying to understand them is what's going to bring the future into better hands.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And you know, for those of you who have not seen the booth, I think it's called SciTech VR, that actually uses CBT for mental health and VR. I do encourage you to actually look at the booth and the VR application that they have. And I think one of the things in terms of virtual reality and the fact that we are using it in healthcare compared to other sectors is the fact that we can actually minimize the risks of real-life patient safety issues, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Perhaps you can explain on that.
Safety issues is a big concern when it comes to patients, because what you see may not be what you feel. So as a doctor, I would love to see the patient and feel the patient. Examining the patient is always the first thing what we do as doctors. And giving a feeling of augmented reality and giving a feel of mixed reality, are we really feeling it? So yes, as the advancement in science goes and technology goes, we should be able to reach that level of where even in a remote place, by sense of virtual reality and augmented reality, we're able to give the patient the feeling of complete treatment. And that's probably where we should be heading to in the future.
Yes, definitely. I saw in the Slido poll that somebody actually put down that there are side effects to virtual reality, and that is actually quite interesting.
What are the side effects? What do you think would be the side effects of it?
I mean, from my experience and from the students whom I've tried it on, one of the so-called side effects that they've talked about is with regards to dizziness, as well as the fact that they feel a little bit of being nauseated. Yeah, so there's a little bit of nausea as well as giddiness when they use VR headsets.
Yeah, that is expected because you're living into a completely different spatial world, and then coming back into real life, you're in a complete different scenario. So do you expect, especially when you play the games, you've seen that so many of them, they're quite happy being in the immersive nature than coming out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure those of you who have actually used virtual reality, you know about the different types of headsets, right? As well as the controllers. We have the Oculus, right now we have the MetaQuest, and with mixed reality, we also have the Microsoft HoloLens right
Yes.
now, right? And as far as I know, the Microsoft HoloLens seems to provide a different experience.
I have not experienced that yet, so probably
Yeah,
next time.
But I think, from some of my colleagues who have used the Microsoft HoloLens, and they have used it to train medical students on anatomy, they have found it more interactive in a way,
Okay.
because it's holographic in the sense compared to just virtual reality itself. Yeah, so I think in terms of the relevance of the data, right, that's been collected by virtual reality, all right, in healthcare right now, we are talking a lot about big data. We are talking about artificial intelligence using data to predict, right, both in education and in healthcare. So what are your thoughts on that?
The data is too insufficient because right now is where the virtual reality has started really kicking in, and people have still not got adjusted to the fact of virtual reality. So the data which has been achieved till now for the amount of advances, yes, it's good enough, but is it good enough to come into full-time practice? I don't think so, because we still need a lot more data, and it's more geographic data which is more required, which I feel, because as you're going in, you have the Americans, the South Americans, the Asians. In Asia itself, you have different populations. So coming to that, the virtual reality, addressing it as a whole, I think we'll need a lot more information on that to bring it into full-time practice.
Right. So, I mean, I come from an educational point of view, and the fact that we use virtual reality to train students, we can potentially get some additional data that we can't really get from traditional assessments, things like competencies, skills, how the learner actually performs in a longitudinal manner, the skill sets that they have, particularly for example, for surgery. As a pharmacist, we do compounding. Yeah, so these are some of the things that perhaps virtual reality in the future, in combination with AI, I think that's a way that we can create that portfolio for the learner.
Yeah, so you increase the competency of the people who are using it then. So the final outcomes are much better that way then.
Yeah, so I think for surgery, for surgical training, they have done something like that.
Yeah.
Whereby, they have used VR to identify.
Yeah, because for my sports medicine arthroscopy practice, our initial out of 1 year of training, 1 month is only on virtual reality. We're almost on trying to find out and learn the triangulation technique. It takes a lot of energy out of the mind and to get the hands-on skills.
Yeah.
Because it's like playing a video game, but at the end of it, how much of it you really get the hands on is only by the end of the 3rd week or the 4th week you're really able to assess yourself. So virtual reality has a definite role in the way we learn even our surgical skills.
Yes,
So
yes, definitely. Yeah, I think we only have a few minutes left, but I'd like to actually move on a little bit to something that I think is a hype right now, and all of us would have actually heard of, and that is the metaverse. All right, and a lot of us, especially those of us who are trying out virtual reality, mixed reality, the metaverse is something that has been said, right, to be coming.
Yeah.
And of course, in terms of the metaverse, Mark Zuckerberg has given a very big vision for it. But in healthcare, is the metaverse really something that we should look into for healthcare and healthcare education? Are there any thoughts from your side?
Metaverse right now may be helpful, but in the future, the question is, the doctors who are going to be working with the metaverse, are they trained enough to recalibrate and reassess and reassign? Because the health field itself is expanding in a very large manner. Nobody expected COVID to come. Nobody saw COVID at all happening. Nobody expected outbreaks of such a magnitude. And going down those lines, you will want to have scientists who are working on them, who are working on such specialities, and going into the metaverse and asking them to do it, they will be completely lost.
Yes, I totally agree with you. But that also means that we need to be able to train our younger generations to be in this.
That's where we're lacking.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, I think in South Korea, surgeons have actually used the metaverse for collaboration. So
Okay.
they've used a kind of a smart hospital where there are video cameras all around, and they have invited the surgical team who enter the metaverse as avatars, and they can actually see what's happening during the surgery, as well as collaborating with the surgeons in real life in terms of managing that surgery. So I thought that was quite impressive, in that
Quite
sense.
futuristic.
Yeah, but then I think in healthcare itself, there are there's advantages, of course, being in a metaverse whereby we potentially, with artificial intelligence, we could have digital twins to track patients both virtually as well as in their real lives. But then there are also some challenges that potentially in healthcare, it may be difficult, and that's with regards to interoperability with
Yeah.
healthcare systems. Yeah, so, what are your thoughts in terms of interoperability?
It's going to be confusing.
Yeah, I think
it's because you don't know what you are at the end of the day. Because I may be an orthopedic surgeon, but in my metaverse I may be something else. So
yeah, I think even in virtual reality right now, we are finding it difficult, right, to be able to integrate and be interoperable with healthcare systems worldwide. And I'm sure quite a lot of us, we have also experienced that. All right, so I can see that I have 1 minute left.
you can take questions if
Perhaps, do any of you have any questions with regards to how, virtual reality can potentially impact?
or and if you give any ideas on what virtual reality.
Are there any? No, then, perhaps we could give our final thoughts.
Yeah, the virtual reality is definitely something which everybody is looking forward to in the future, but how much of where we're going to draw the line is the question, whether we go way beyond. There's been some new things which have come up on LinkedIn about the artificial womb which has come up and things. So when do we stop playing God?
That's a very good question. Yeah, so I think in, for a conclusion purpose, virtual reality in healthcare is something that is up and coming, and we definitely have to look out for it. But, as healthcare clinicians, we need to be able to find ways to integrate it with our practice and our education, particularly with the newer generations of healthcare professionals that we are training, right? Yeah, because that's the way that they are going, and as the healthcare sector as a whole, right? We shouldn't be lagging behind in that sense.
Sure.
Yeah. So thank you very much for listening, and
thank you to the audience, and I think Rachel will come up for.
Guys, give them a round of applause. Everyone's
Thank
still
you.
here. We got a little bit longer. Thank you, guys. Virtual reality is becoming our future, right? Are you excited? You're very excited. Cool. I can't wait to see. It's probably coming out of Asia and Singapore and all that good stuff, or India. You guys are competing on who's going to lead this conversation. Please stand here for a picture. It's always great to have our panelists, fireside chatters, come up here for a moment to just smile. Boy, this has been a fun event. We have had too much fun talking about health and the future of health and everyone involved around the globe here at Health 2.0 Winter Edition. There's no doubt people are connecting. People are making relationships, strategic partnerships, and building the way this industry is going to function and work for the future. So I do hope that I have been providing you all the information that you need to make this event as successful as possible for the attendees that are here live. And everyone on YouTube, it's great to have you live watching as we continue to invite the last panel up for discussion today. We're going to move around our discussion, bring our panelists for R&D up to the stage, and keep our recognition session for the very end. I would like to get started with the very last panel, the new way of R&D and how we're innovating faster and smarter. There's no doubt that technology is probably a part of it. I'm going to invite up to the stage the panelists. Can I please have Tamer LD Farag, the Medical Affairs Manager and Associate Director of Strategy and Operations at Merrick, to come on up so we can start this conversation. I also have Dr. Pranang Garg, Dr. Tobias Winkler, and Jaron Kato, who's coming up to join this conversation. I'm looking forward to understanding where is research and development today and where it's going. There's no doubt it's going to be driven by some of this technology, right? So like I say, I always like to connect people. I am the connection catalyst. If you see a discussion that piques your interest, but you don't have the time to connect, take a picture, post it on LinkedIn, tag these industry leaders, and start the conversation there. We don't want to miss that opportunity. Thank you, panelists. It's over to you. Enjoy a great conversation. Time's on the clock, and if you'd like to leave open some time to engage, just leave a little early, okay?
Okay.
See you soon.
Thank you for introduction. Let me ask the audience, who has a background in drug discovery, R&D? Raise a hand. Okay.
I see a lot of online hands.
Actually. So this topic is about how we increase the R&D efficiency. And then who knows about the Gordon-Moore's Moore's law from one of the co-founder of Intel? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And then what we describe our pharma industry is E-Rooms law. Who knows about E-Rooms law? Great. So the Moore's law is all about like how exponentially increase the speed of what was that?
Of the CPU power.
CPU power. But on the other hand,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. On the other hand, sadly, in pharma R&D, our efficiency is going one way down. And then let's hear about how it is like in reality from Tamer's experience.
Thank you, Joran. It's very interesting, the topic that we're talking about. I want to start with some facts, just to show you the extent of the issue.
do you know the spending or the average spending on a new drug discovery or a new drug discovery to come to the market? In 90s, the cost for having a drug coming to the market was around 200 million US dollars. Nowadays, this figure has doubled to around 400 million US dollars just to have one molecule, one drug to come to the market. Moreover, only in the US, in the past year only, the amount of spending on drug discovery or drug development for molecule that not even reaching the final stage to be in the market is almost between 1 billion to 2 billion. And there are several reasons for the increase in the spending in the in R&D. Also, a lot of reasons for the low entry for these molecules. One of the most common reasons is increased complexity of drug development nowadays as we move forward for targeted therapy and looking at more of personalized medicine compared to the previous good days when new drug discovery was much easier, looking at the chemical molecules and other molecules. So this is one of the reasons. The other reasons is actually increasing the complexity and the cost for running a clinical trial. And all of these have been impacting the pharmaceutical industry in many ways, that the industry has looked at maybe reducing the R&D budget and looking at acquiring or acquisition for smaller companies with current or existing product portfolio or running pipelines. This is from one side. The other side, that it ended up with what we call in the pharmaceutical business a dried pipeline for many organizations or pharmaceutical industry. And the main reason is that a lot of molecules that is in the preclinical and clinical phases, they reach a moment of not passing and failure of going into the clinical studies, for example, or the clinical research. And that's why you find the organizations getting into what's so-called dried pipeline. And when you don't have enough molecules in your pipeline of R&D, then you're expecting a big or dramatic also reduce in the revenue for these organizations. So all these challenges together, Joran, reduce the spending and the innovation in R&D. Pharmaceutical industry are looking at solutions, how they can look into this in a different way, especially from the preclinical and clinical research. Just wanted to shed the light on the challenges, and I think I would leave it if we look into how we look at the preclinical research and preclinical studies in the current days. I will leave it for you and Tobias also to look at it.
Yes, so just for those people who are not familiar with research in drug discovery, it takes like over 10 years to brush up the compounds. You have to identify the opportunity and then generate lots of candidates, screen for active compounds, screen for efficacious and then safe compounds, and then test in animal and then to be tested in human. Because of frequent change and then because of the pain in industry to change the strategy, there's so many shelved assets. So what the industry creatively came up with is the new R&D model where high-risk, low-stage discovery is taken care by academic institutions or venture startup like us. And then major pharmaceutical company will focus on later stage development where it requires major funding. So in my case, what happened is I was in a research organization in Takeda. Then there's a major organizational restructuring. So there are lots of different opportunities are given to the employee. So I took advantage of the initiative, and then with help from Takeda as well as venture capitalist, we raised a fund and then started a new company. And then this company is called Jexvo, and then tried to creatively and quickly progress and identify alternative opportunity of shelved assets using AI and data mining, and then quickly progressed to phase 1 study. Now it's being tested in Australia, soon to be finished and then tested in hopefully in patients. So that's early stage drug discovery. But let's hear more about like what is like in late stage development. Tobias.
Yeah, late stage development. This is the jump already to market approval, I would say. So if you develop a drug, as you said, you have the preclinical models, you have the preclinical proof of concept, you go to a safety study, a phase 1 study, and then you go make a dose finding study, go to a phase 2, early efficacy, and then you go to a phase 3, which would be then already market approval, a pivotal market approval study, which is then the decisive one for market entry, of course. And the costs are getting higher and higher, and the dropouts are getting more and more. So I think only 1 out of, don't name me down on this number, but 1 out of 20 studies, early stage studies, will be then successful in the end, and sometimes even less. So this is why it's so important to really evaluate your phase 1-2 studies very good and very well if you then go to the approval study. I'm from an academic center, so we are mainly carrying drugs, or I mean, in my role as a regenerative therapist, ATMPs mostly, so advanced therapy medicinal products, up to maybe 2A ourselves. So this is the utmost that academia can actually handle without a very powerful partner, strategic partner. And these academic corporate partnerships, they do sometimes already start in a phase 1 because you have to plan together, of course. But this is actually the way that from academia spin-outs to phase 3 are then created to look for a strategic partner.
So open innovation, it's all about open innovation and collaboration, collaborative efforts. I'm just curious how you handle the IP generated out of such activities.
We generally, so the university that I work in, it has 20,000 people working in, they have a clear IP strategy. So everything that I invent myself or my group invents, for example, does belong to the university. And this is a service invention, it's called. And so you have to offer them this, and if they decline that, you can do whatever you like with it. Otherwise, they promote this. And in later stages, of course, then also accompany you in approaching corporate partners and strategic partners. So there is an advantage and a disadvantage in that. But this IP is then normally either given as a license also from academia, or as or they sell it, no? Or they sell the patent. But it's always a joint IP strategy, because otherwise it would not be interesting for academia at all to start these things.
Great. So is there like any supportive structure for clinician or researcher to, to work through the IPs or legal matters?
So if this question is related to me, then it's we have at the Charité a lot of supportive structures for that. So we have a clinical affairs unit, we have a business unit that calculates the case, we have patient organizations that look at the product before, and we are accompanying, and we also have a tech transfer that is very huge, and that is accompanying us. So we have a lot of supportive structures, because me as a researcher and as a clinician, I do not have the know-how. I build up this know-how, but I can't do it myself because it's also so much work. Also with the regulatories, as you also are deeply involved, I would say.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of models that have been introduced, and in collaboration between academia, sometimes also crowdsourcing like innovation hubs. And it's actually funded and generated by pharmaceutical industries, like the pharmaceutical industry that I'm working with, which is Merck. We create some sort of innovation hubs where the organization is sharing their interest
in the areas, specific areas of research and development. And it's an open source where researchers, academia, they can pitch their ideas or molecules, and it's going to be in the preclinical phase. And of course, the IP could be a shared IP, or it could be in the licensing phase that it's sold later on to the pharmaceutical industry. So I see a lot of innovation hubs that is happening from different multinational pharmaceutical companies, and it's actually across the continent. So it's not one place that serves all, because we know also that developing a drug requires also looking at the epidemiology of a certain disease and also the patient characteristics and demographics. So this is one way at looking at things, but also pharmaceutical industries started to realize that is not the way forward to work in silos. That's why they started to do what's so-called pharmaceutical co-creation, where actually the drug development in the clinical phase is done in collaboration or joint venture between two major pharmaceutical companies. This definitely reduce the risks and reduce the cost and increase the exposure for the clinical trial, increase or speed up the process for the phase 3 clinical trials, and getting the medication or getting the approvals, the regulatory approvals, much faster and easier. So these are ways that we're looking at to innovate the R&D and looking at how the pharmaceutical industry, in collaboration with startups in research or joint ventures or research academia, can collaborate together to foster and maybe increase the speed or the pace of the clinical development for new molecules.
For the corporations, we also, as I told you before, we have at the Charité also are in the process of creating an incubator hub together with pharma. So the Charité and BIH, that's the Berlin Institute of Health, co-creates a space together with Bayer as an angel investor, but also getting other pharma companies and other companies in for cell and gene therapy. So this is and in this hub, academians, academic group, startup groups are working together, supported. And if this product is then successful, they are passed on and go on, and they have immediate support from pharma. So this can be these incubators that we know from Boston, also surely also from the Asian area. These will be very important in these high-risk, high-gain areas like cell and gene therapy, for example.
So any final thoughts how we can improve these collaborative efforts perhaps from a large organization perspective and then perhaps from academic perspective?
It's actually, it's a joint collaboration, because the challenges is not only on the development side, that it's a big part between the pharma industry or big pharma, startups and academia, but also the collaboration with the authorities and regulators in order to facilitate the drug discovery and the drug licensing, especially in rare disease and novel molecules. And we see now that there is a move forward with specifically with the new drug discovery, novel molecules that is actually treating rare diseases or new diseases that there is no current modalities for treat, and we see fast track for approval in FDA, for example, at the moment that was not there 10 years ago. This is something also to facilitate and encourage the academia, pharma to work onto these rare diseases that requires a lot of investment in the R&D. The other element also is facilitating the early drug entry for certain countries, which is called named patient cases as well, where definitely there is a process for this, but it's a way also to bring the medication or to bring the treatment, especially for same patient groups that they don't have current treatment in place in the market. So the early entry for these medication, and we saw that, by the way, with the COVID vaccine, that it had the fast track for the approval in the FDA, followed by early entry for patients or for further test subjects. So this is a way, I think, a collaboration between academia, startups, pharmaceutical industry, and also regulators to find a way of simplicity of the process, keeping the efficiency and the patient safety at the center.
So next to the creation of a new pandemic as an accelerator, I would also maybe just as a twitch and another view bring one thing in that is very important, or will be very important in the future, which is modeling. So through modeling, FE, finite element analysis, and modeling, mathematical modeling, we can decrease study sizes. So there is this approach, it's called in silico trial. There is a company, even in silico trials, an Italian company. And there are also working groups in the FDA that really look at these in silico models that not with AI, but also with AI, but with mathematical models calculate outcomes and thereby reduce patient numbers and thereby also enable larger phase 3 trials, for example, to be reduced in costs. And this will be very interesting in the future also.
That's interesting. Now you mentioned, I think one of the successful case would be the virtual drug-drug interaction test by in silico. So I hope like those tools or new invention will accelerate the future drug discovery process. Yes. So I think that's all from our story. Any question or not thoughts from audience?
On my micro, there we go. I know it's hard to get everybody to jump off at the same time, right? There's no doubt that by the end of day 3, everyone needs a little pick-me-up. So I suggest, since I'm out here in the audience, I'm going to go around and start engaging. What do you guys think? Okay, so you talked about R&D. Oh, you're coming? I like it. When I come into the audience, people start getting up. You know, how are you? Great, thanks for getting up. We got a question. Go for it.
Thanks for the panels. Since we are in a medical device company, so the team includes, diagnosis and the medical device. In your opinion, I want to hear your opinion that what needs to be keep in mind to develop into a medical device rather than developing, a diagnosis.
Rather than, sorry, a medical device rather than?
I mean, developing the drugs.
Yeah, so there are, for medical devices, there are several different, I think it's very important where you are. So in Europe, we have the medical device regulation that has completely revolutionized the market in several aspects that you might know. So the companies have now the obligation to report on clinical outcomes for each medical device, which means implants also, if you only use 100 implants, you have to report fully clinical evaluation reports to the authorities, which means that a lot of medical devices have been wiped from the market, and only larger companies can actually do this. And also the FDA has, the FDA is actually still softer than the Europeans at the moment for medical devices. However, if you look at the EMG, so the drug laws, it's still easier to get a medical device approved and to hold it on the market than a drug, because all the pharmacovigilance and the safety data is still more pressure on the pharma side.
Okay, well, let's see. He got his question answered. Is there anybody else that would like to ask our panelists some questions about R&D, if it's relative to them? We've got people looking at the phones, looking at the computers. Let's give them a round of applause. Guys, you've done a great job on the panel as the last panel for the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing all your expertise. Come to the front of the stage, please. As everyone takes a picture, it's great to have all these experts. It is not an easy feat. We got people from all over the world. Flew in this morning from Germany, right? Where did you fly in from? From Dubai, very far he traveled. You flew in for town too, right? Japan, oh my God, you know, all these people come in here to come together. Are you guys having a good show? Good, amazing so far? Okay, great. You see how everyone already made their connections. They're outside talking. You know, they miss this R&D, but you can watch this live on YouTube. Share it again and again, and I'm sure people will be contacting you from this valuable insight. So thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, well done, well done. So there is no doubt that in the last 3 days, the amount of information makes your brain want to explode. It's been never ending when it comes to health. Health is wealth. Without it, you don't exist. There's no doubt that even a headache can take you down. So now today, health industry, along with a number of different industries, are being affected and being changed regularly by technology, by research and development, and by the people and collaborations around this industry. It is by far a moving industry that is a top industry of focus for the world to survive. So I thank you so much from the deep down of my heart for joining us during this Health 2.0 Winter Edition. We have had a phenomenal time. I hope each one of you have been able to not only learn from the experts we brought to the table, but also connect with these global industry leaders that have been recognized with Health 2.0 here in Dubai at the Intercontinental and live online and on YouTube as we share this with the world. This content is incredible, and I hope you have found it as enjoyable as I have. As we wrap up our third day, I am just going to take some time to recognize a number of professionals that have yet to be here live, but they did join us online at YouTube, and they did get involved with the digital conversation, #Health2Conf, that everybody should be posting and everyone should be sharing content to keep this conversation going even after this event. So again, my name's Rachel Muehleman. If you've enjoyed me as your host, I hope you do get in touch. I'd love to get your feedback, and I'd love to see you in different parts of the world, wherever your health may take you. So we'll start the final sessions of the recognition. I'll ask you to please put your hands together. We do have people online around the world waiting to be recognized that have done a lot, and we're going to share some videos and share with you some of their expertise of who they're thanking throughout this presentation. So let's start with Jacqueline Rose. Jacqueline Rose, congratulations. You have been recognized for the incredible accomplishments you've made to the world of health. Got a video to share?
So sad that I can't join you in person live at the Health 2.0 Dubai conference. But I want to thank you deeply and sincerely for the Outstanding Leadership Award. I am Jacqueline Rose. I am a menopause educator and coach. I am passionate about changing the way that women understand and experience their menopause journey. I work with women to get proactive about their health journey and to really take control of their midlife menopause experience. And being recognized for my work is an absolute honor. So thank you Health 2.0 for this award in the Outstanding Leadership category, and have a fantastic conference.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Next, I'd like to congratulate Tejasvi Singh Kushwaha. Congratulations for what you've done for the health industry. Well done. And congratulations for your recognition. We have a video to share.
Hi everyone, Tejasvi here. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Health 2.0 team for this wonderful event. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there, but extremely humbled and honored to receive this award in front of the entire community. I think it only strengthens our resolve to drive digital healthcare outcomes for the entire doctors across the globe. So thank you so much for this award.
You're welcome. Next is Wang Yen Po. So thank you for everything you do in health. We congratulate you for your recognition.
Hi, I'm Wang Yanbo. I'm the co-founder and CTO at InnoPace. So thank you so much for awarding me as a 2022 Outstanding Leadership Award in Healthcare at Dubai Health 2.0. So InnoPace is a Japanese startup company developing a wireless-powered closed-loop neuromodulations. So our closed-loop neuromodulation is organ condition-oriented stimulations where we can decode the nerve activity to understand the organ conditions. And based on the organ conditions, we give the stimulations. So this kind of approach can facilitate the neuroplasticity to accelerate the organ function restorations to achieve higher treatment outcome. And we are excited to bring these solutions to the patient to help patients to achieve higher treatment outcome and quality of life. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well done. Next on our recognition is Dr. Watoro Mamusi. Congratulations for everything you've done in your industry. Thank you.
Wataru Momose of Oscar Pharmaceutical. I'm in charge of business strategy and I'm very happy to get the outstanding leadership award. My leadership style is catalytic leadership. Leaders should not be the playing managers. The leaders should be the good catalyst for making chemical reactions surrounding us and by our colleagues successfully. Such leadership is really nice for the healthcare industries to maximize synergies, chemical reactions inside, outside the companies. Enjoy your conference. Bye-bye.
Well, we missed you here, but thank you. Next up is engineer Ahmed Adnan Abu Araf. Thank you so much for everything you do and congratulations.
My name is Ahmed Abu Araf. Thank you very much for awarding me this prestigious award. I would like to thank my family, my friends, and my colleagues at Saudi German Hospital, and of course the EPMO team I'm working with. Digital transformation has a huge impact on patient journey and experience, choosing the right projects at the right time, and of course making sure that the IT operations are running smoothly. So once again, I'm very honored. Thank you very much.
Next up is the Ties Health. Thank you for everything your business has done and contributed. I appreciate everything you've done. Presented by Javier Utabe. Congratulations. Next is Hiroyuku Kono. Next is Dr. Hiroyuku Kono. Thank you and congratulations for this great recognition. Here's that video.
I am deeply honored with this award. This is not mine alone. I thank all the colleagues who have helped and supported me directly and indirectly. And I am especially grateful to my clients and their families who always trust me and work hard to cure their illnesses. For a long time, dementia was considered an incurable disease. However, as its mechanisms are better understood, it has become a treatable disease. My dream is to share our treatment for dementia with people around the world. If you get interested, please feel free to contact me. I'll visit you anywhere. Again, I thank you very much.
Well done. Solfrid Stagstad, congratulations for everything you've done to your industry in health.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give my biggest thank you to the jury members for selecting me for the Outstanding Leadership Award 2022. I'm truly honored to be receiving such an important award, and I'm honestly grateful for the recognition I received for my work and effort. But I do not accept this award alone, as I and the rest of the team at our company Deliberate Impact are proud and honored to have a wonderful group of people working with us. People who work every day to build the health and social care of the present and the future. For me, this symbolizes the joint effort we have made together through national, regional and local partnership in the UK and abroad. Our work has led us through interesting waters, and a key component of this journey has been the ability to recognize and learn. learn from each other, learn from the market, learn from our partner, and not least, learn from the experts, also represented by the people who receive health and care services. I sincerely thank each one of you for your continued support, as well as all the internal and external stakeholders who are directly or indirectly involved in making the vision of our company true. Because we at Deliberate Impact have a strong vision of a world of people living and aging well, where the focus in us is on quality of life and on abilities instead of disabilities. And we strongly believe in mobilization and letting people be a key driver for change. A society where there is a collective mobilization will drive and fuel change towards actual needs, and this will enable the realization of initiatives that can be game-changing for people's life. Because we believe it is all about participation and the ability to co-create in an increasingly connected world.
Congratulations. Next up for our recognition is Stian Lavik. Congratulations for everything you've done for our industry.
At the Health 2.0 conference. First of all, thank you so much. I'm humbled and grateful to be acknowledged with this award. Me and my colleague have been fortunate enough to work with the sector for adult social care for more than 6 years now, in Scandinavia, in the UK, in countries in Europe and around the world. We've seen and experienced a lot of amazing people caring for others and each other on so many levels. In care homes, home care, in government, with companies and suppliers, and in communities in general. A huge thank you to all working with their hearts first, often under difficult circumstances with a shortage of resources, and especially through the pandemic. One of our realizations is that there is too little funding specifically targeting initiatives aimed at increasing well-being and quality of life for seniors, especially in the adult social care sector. That is why we...
Thank you very much. And next up is Christina Czech.
I'm Dr. Christina Etzech, Online Immune Specialist #1 in the German-speaking world and the founder of Qualtify. We help people with chronic diseases to heal their sufferings naturally. I'm very happy about the award of the Great Health Conference 2.0 and proud of my team of 20 doctors and therapists from 6 medical disciplines. Thank you to the committee for giving me the award.
Congratulations. Next is Misa Taksruta. Congratulations for your contribution to health.
Hi, my name is Dr. Misa Tsuruta. I'm from Tokyo, Japan. I got my PhD in psychology in the United States, and I have a private practice in Tokyo right now, mostly seeing adult clients with various psychological problems. I really focus on cultural and diversity issues, and also really focusing on bringing the best in individuals and promoting creativity. So I really want to convey my thank you to my family, friends, colleagues, and staffs at the conference. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Noam Amer.
All, thank you so much for choosing me for the Outstanding Leadership Award. I'm very grateful and it's a great honor. My mission is to change and improve women's healthcare worldwide, and for that reason I joined Illumigene that developed a unique and outstanding imaging platform for gynecology.
Congratulations to Mark Tissot. We do not have a video for Mark, but we just want to congratulate you wholeheartedly.
First of all, thank you
Next,
so
we'd
much
like
for
to
the award.
graduate Nita Jha. Nita Jha, congratulations.
First of all, thank you so much for the award. I'm really grateful to be honored to support the healthcare industry. I would like to thank these organizers who really have thought of bringing up this kind of event, as the people working in healthcare are rarely given this kind of acknowledgement opportunity. So thank you so much for this organization. And I would like to also thank all my peers, my managers, my bosses, who all have really mentored me well through my journey. It's always been a learning experience. It will continue to be a learning experience, and I really cherish every moment that I devote for the industry. So thank you once again.
Congratulations. Next is Sotohira Masuda. Congratulations for your contribution to health. We do not have a video, but we're going to move on forward to Amit Buchman. Thank you for everything you're doing.
For the award. It's a pleasure. And thank you very much for organizing this event. I think that putting people that are passionate about the medical world, putting them in one room is fantastic. So thank you very much for that. We at LT Block, so we found a solution to replace gallbladder removal surgery by stent. And making it in the medical world it's challenging. Like doing the medical devices is very challenging. But I love like pushing something that I know will make people's lives better. Feels fantastic. So.
Congratulations. Next is Igor Zizan. Congratulations for your contribution to health.
So, hi to everyone. First, I would like to say I'm happy to be part of this great event. I'm really grateful for this reward achieved to those challenging several years, committing myself to change the world, healthcare industry, and I would say a big part of what we know today. I would like to say thank you to my family and friends, which believed in my impossible idea, and I would like.
Congratulations to Hisahiko Sato. Congratulations for your contribution for being recognized.
I'm pretty much honored to receive this award. Thank you very much. This year was pretty busy and was high yield a result. Our product became the most popular clinical decision support among Japan. Collaborated with the most popular EHR vendors, and our partner to creating our product reached up to 2,000 prestigious medical doctors in Japan. We did achieve this in this year. Within a year, we are planning to go to United States and Asian market, and would like to use this award as a leverage to leap again. Thank you very much.
And congratulations to his company, Precision Inc. They have done incredible leaps and bounds in this industry, so congratulations. Next, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Ihab El Ganoumi. Congratulations, Dr. Ihab, for everything you do in health. And last, I'd like to congratulate Strategic GPO Consultants by Dr. Nora. It's incredible what you're doing, and we appreciate every step of the way, and we applaud you for your achievements. Well done. Well, I'm going to clap for all these wonderful people in this industry that have really taken a moment to really contribute, no doubt. It's been an incredible time. I know that we have mentioned earlier, today starts what we call the Festival of Lights, which is a big holiday for people across the world to celebrate light that shines away, not only through each other's hearts, but through 8 days, as the story tells. So we say Chag Sameach for anyone celebrating, happy holidays, for happy Hanukkah for all those there. But let me tell you, these people inside of this room have been a shining light for me for the last 3 days. It is not without your contribution, your dedication, and your constant evolution that you can contribute to the lives of others and keep their light shining on for days
and years. So we need your help, we need your time, and we appreciate every step along the way. As I mentioned, it's the final day of Health 2.0. It's been an incredible conference. The Dubai edition is backed by the Las Vegas edition starting tomorrow. We're ready to end on a high note, and the past 3 days have explored groundbreaking sessions and solutions to some of the world's most pressing health issues. We have talked about everything from customers to AI to evolving new technologies. We've talked across industries and really seeing how technology plays a pivotal part in research and development and even businesses alike across the globe. So we've had speakers leading health institutions and engaged many thought-provoking conversations where you've been able to contribute your questions and engage. As I mentioned, Health 2.0 promotes connecting professionals together across the globe while having fun. So with this, my name's Rachel Muehleman. I hope you have enjoyed this time as much as I have. I say have a great time in the city of light, Dubai, the city that actually the lights don't go out, so they're going all night. And as we continue and look forward to our next event, please share this with your friends, your colleagues, and let the world know you've been part of this great celebration of unique individuals alike. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of my participation. My audience, it's been incredible. You have been the light of my life for the last 3 nights, and I wish you adieu in the city of Dubai, one of the greatest cities in the world, where we can come together in such a peaceful environment and really share while connecting. Have a great night. Thank you again for being part of this progressive health event, Health 2.0 Winter Edition. Good night. Thank you, thank you, thank you.